Good afternoon. I am Messi Bopo. This is a news brief. President Muhammadu Buhari has urged Nigerians to resist agents of destabilization. He said the agents were bent on causing breakdown of law and order in the country, assuring that no individual or group would be allowed to destabilize Nigeria. The president made the declaration at the breaking of the Ramadan fasting, attended by governors, ministers, heads of government agencies. On the 2023 general elections, the president affirmed that being beneficiary of free, fair and credible elections, the introduction of technology would make it impossible for anyone to claim millions of votes again in Nigeria. In his remarks, Chairman Nigerian Governors Forum, Ekiti Governor Kayode Fayemi, commended the president for demonstrating resilience and determination at a crucial period in Nigeria's history. No fewer than 2 pilots have died after an aircraft belonging to the Nigerian Air Force crashed in Kaduna on Tuesday evening. It was gathered that pilots died after aircraft, which was a trainer aircraft, crashed. The pilot, our correspondent Lent, were on training session when the incident happened at the NAF base in Kaduna. Efforts to get the NAF Director of Public Relations and Information Officer, Commodore Edward Kabwat, were not successful. Edo State Commissioner of Police has met with the Nigerian Union of Journalists in Edo State Council as part of his move to create a working synergy in actualizing a crime-free society in the state. The chairman of Edo State chapter of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, Festus Alaken, assured the police chief of workable synergy.
Thank you for all the professional effort we have been putting in place and your synergy with the State Police Command all this while. I'm looking forward for further cooperation and synergy in the days ahead.
I want to assure you that journalists in Edo State will continue to cooperate with your command towards ensuring that all your activities are well documented and made public nationally and internationally. We also want to quickly say here that we are partners in progress because it's our responsibility to work in tandem to ensure that the society we live in remains very peaceful.
6 suspected cultists and a car snatcher have been arrested by Delta State Police. The Commissioner of Police, Ari Muhammad Ali, while commending the efforts of the officers, also urged them to continue to be on their toes and go after all criminal elements in the state with view to making the state unbearable for them. He also appreciated the efforts of residents of the state who have been supporting the command by way of information volunteering and assured them that their identity would be treated with utmost confidentiality. The Minister of Labour and Employment, Dr. Chris Ngige, have made a public declaration of his intention to contest for the 2023 presidential election on the platform of the APC. Ngige made the declaration at the Alor, his country hometown in the northern part of Anambra State, in an occasion organized by a political associate. He said after due consultation that he decided to vie for the position because he has all it takes to steer the ship of Nigeria to a safe harbor. A cross-section of Nigerians who have exercised their civic responsibility by voting during elections say, though the process is usually stressful, it is worth it. It also gives a sense of fulfillment as a citizen. In our report, our correspondent, Jacinta Obioko, X-rays way of ending voter apathy.
One responsibility of citizens is voting. The law does not require citizens to vote, but voting is a very important part of any democracy. By voting, citizens are participating in the democratic process, but when not, they hand over political power to views they may oppose. While some say they are not confident in the election process in the country over the years, others believe it is their right to choose who governs them, irrespective of the cumbersome voting system.
It will make me feel fulfilled like a Nigerian because I voted for the person that I needed and they gave me the person. That was 2011 when Goodluck and Buhari, the first time. That was nice. I voted and I enjoyed that time because it was free and fair election.
Well, normally in this country, we just vote. We try our best to vote. So if you vote and it turns out negative, you try again another year.
I have voted before several times. I can't count it. So, and why we are voting is because if I'm voting for somebody, I'm voting because I want the person to lead us very well.
I'll still continue to vote because I believe one day everything will change for good. My perception concerning our election is that our vote doesn't count. So, but I felt if you continue saying that, we won't go anywhere. So I decided to go out and then cast my vote for who I voted for.
Political analyst Professor Sani Fege shared his voting experience, which he believes has been worthwhile. He spoke alongside Babatunde Olaoluwa, who is an executive member of the All Progressives Congress in Lagos State.
My first time of voting was in the Second Republic. That was 1979 when I was a graduate assistant. At that time, there wasn't much hassle in terms of voter registration. It was quite arranged, okay system. The process was smooth, and people were elated. We were well educated in terms of what was expected of us as voters. The political parties campaigned vigorously to enlighten the electorate.
Voting for the first time occurred in 1983 during the UPN days. And in those days, there was a sense of fulfillment. In fact, before the day came up, you will be yearning for it because it was a performing government. It was a government that had direction. And because it impacted positively on the people, particularly those of us who were younger ones, are still going through our education, then we wanted that government to continue in office.
Fege and Babatunde share the same opinion. Nigerians must not trivialize their civic responsibility.
The fate of the country today and in the future is in their hands because democracy has given us the opportunity to shape how things will go in terms of politics and governance.
All of us put together need to talk to ourselves. The kind of orientation that is injected into the youth at these days about voting is not encouraging. And I think something needs to be done to ensure that we have every individual of voting age to vote at every election so that the government put in place will be the government of the people.
Recently, the renowned clergy Pastor Enoch Adeboye charged his congregation to ensure they all participate in the next elections as it's their right.
Before you became a Christian, you are a Nigerian. You have a duty to your country to register, to vote, to make sure that your vote will count. You have a duty to belong to any party of your choice at the very grassroots. You can't sit down, fold your hands, refuse to vote, and then begin to complain about the government.
Perhaps this is a clarion call to all Nigerians, including human rights activists, the mass media, and even political parties, to begin engaging the people in voter education. With many big names aspiring to lead, especially from Asuro, 2023 election may just be a game changer for eligible voters. Jacinta Obiuku, Plus TV News.
Nigerian youths have been asked to show more interest in the electoral process. Some stakeholders in Ondo State said youths must take up the challenge and change the narrative in the polity. A federal lawmaker, Lawson Alade, said gone are the days when youths are relegated to the back door. According to him, more youths are now showing interest in politics because of fresh ideas.
Yeah, I think on the long run, the future is now. When you say youth, all of us are just coming to terms with reality that we must stand up as one unit and then speak to the betterment of everyone, and then we also must take care of ourselves, rule ourselves, and then we can hand over to our children at the time without no grievances or disconnect.
I'm hearing youth are the future of tomorrow, for tomorrow that never comes. When I was 10 years old, they told me youth are the future of tomorrow. I was 20 years old, they said youth are the future. And now I'm above 40. They are still saying youth. So when is the tomorrow going to come? So the tomorrow was supposed to be yesterday in a real sense of it. And this time around, we think that we should, put our destiny in our own hands. And we have seen the agitation, and we have seen those things that the youth can do through their energy.
Governor Hope Uzodinma of Imo State has updated President Muhammadu Buhari on security situations in his state, including the recent killing of INEC staff by bandits in the state. The governor, who spoke to the State House correspondent after a closed-door meeting with the president, said 2 suspects were apprehended yesterday in connection with the incident. The suspects are currently helping the police in their investigation. Nigeria has been in the grip of an intense heat wave over the past few months. As climate change experts say, there won't be a relief if necessary actions are not taken to tackle the ambience. The weather condition, which began in the month of February, has exposed many Nigerians to a number of health risks, including heat stroke. PlusTvAfrica News health correspondent Ngozika Ohachesi has more in this report.
In Nigeria, the dry season usually starts from the month of March to April every year. However, this year, there have been an extreme hot and humid weather nationwide, even in coastal areas such as Lagos. Hitting the streets, residents of Lagos complain about the unbearable heat.
Even though if you have fan, nothing will work for your house. Except you use hand fan, they fan yourself, come outside. Sometimes we spend night for outside till daybreak because of the heat.
Both night and afternoon, morning, the weather is too high. Maybe this is the end of the life, so I don't know.
We are feeling the hot weather, but there is nothing we can do with it. Because NEPA no bring lights. So that is why we cannot sleep well in the night in the house.
We don't have choice because every pleasant day we buy petrol so that we can sleep better. Because if you can't see fan, the heat is too much. See on my neck like this for it scratches because we have to buy the petrol and we run it to the second day. So I'm not okay.
Medical and climate change experts warn against the dangers to human and natural resources. Dr. Tuyime Bawandu, a public health expert for over 3 decades, speaks about the major risk factors of heat and preventive measures to take during this period.
The purpose of sweating is to provide a cooling system, because once you sweat and the water evaporates, it cools your body. That is the purpose of the sweat. So now you have to sweat excessively. When you sweat excessively, you lose nutrients, you lose electrolytes, you lose water. So now, if the water is not replaced, you become dehydrated. I mean, what it means is that the water in your body then falls down below certain level, which becomes a problem for the body. This can have effect on the cardiovascular system, the pumping of your heart. It has effect on the kidney function, and even your mood and emotion. And then, of course, with the heat, you are prone to rashes, okay? Because the heat rash and infection thereof can be additional problem. So you also observe that people that experience heat, they cannot actually do work as they ought to do it. They have labile mood. Their mood just swing anyhow. They get angry easily, and they are prone to rash decisions. So apart from the thing having effect on the body, it has effect on the productivity of the person and even the productivity of the country or the city as a whole. If you're not an outdoor worker, stay under shade, okay? Trees, houses, bus stops, that's where you can stay. Always take sufficient fluid, okay, along.
Philip Jabo is a climate change expert. He calls on the government to take action against gas emission, bush burning, car exhaustion, and other human activities that pollute the earth.
If we move away from those things, start looking at, like I said earlier, the mass transit trains that will take people a long distance, like the government is doing, but we don't see too much commitment, like Lagos State is trying to do, but it's neither here nor there. If we have that nationally, so that I don't need to drive my car every morning or evening, and then I have to enter the train or the metro that will take not just me, but many other people, I think those little contributions added to, for instance, planting more trees, because in the city, Lagos is concrete jungle, just like Warri is, just like Port Harcourt is, just like Abuja is. Abuja is very beautiful, that's what everybody says, but Abuja, like Lagos, is a concrete jungle. There are no trees anywhere. These trees will assimilate as much, as we put into the atmosphere and then cool the atmosphere. But, this is Lagos. That's Abuja, that's Warri, Kaduna, most parts of the country. You don't have the green cover that will, ameliorate what we are passing through. When you go out there in the sun, there's no shade. So you take all the dangerous rays coming from the sun and no protection.
According to the UN Climate Science Panel, the world needs to rapidly accelerate its transition away from coal and other fossil fuels to avoid extreme climate change. However, Nigeria has pledged to reduce its greenhouse gas emission by 20% by 2030, with the condition of 45% of international support. Ngozika, OHSC, Plus TV News.
Lagosians are unhappy that no work has commenced on Eko Bridge weeks after fire incident burned goods worth several millions of naira and caused serious damage, forcing motorists to use alternative routes.
We have a government in this country. You have leaders. They don't care for us. They don't care for us. They're just doing anything. The bridge affects us so much. Let the government open the bridge.
They should fix it now so that we won't have this stress when driving. We are praying that Sanwo-Olu should please do it for us.
As you can see, it's affecting everybody. So that you can't visit everywhere in abroad now. 2 hours they've done it. So Nigeria government should move fast.
It's affecting us every day. Like what we are passing through here every day. Sometimes we spend more than 1 hour before we can go through the traffic. It's affecting us. We are begging government to just help us fix it.
Fix it quick now. Now the bridge all of us they use. If you know bridge, no us. Make it feed us, make all of us seafood to feed for our family.
We spend 2-3 hours. Like on Monday, we spend 5 hours. 5 hours on hold up. It is stopped every day. Not only one, it stops every day. It's very, very critical. It's stopping every day. Please let them know, let them help us know what they will do there. I beg. It's affecting us very well. In our buses, they keep complaining every day. You understand? One woman delivered a child last week inside the traffic last week.
And to other parts of Africa, the United Nations has warned that number of people pushed into hunger because of the drought in the Horn of Africa could rise from 14 million to 20 million by 2022 as delayed rains worsen extreme drought. UN World Food Programme, WFP, stated this on Tuesday in New York that 1 month into this year's rainy season in those countries, the rain had not fallen. Drought in the Horn of Africa of Kenya, Somalia, and Ethiopia are on the verge of leading the region into a humanitarian catastrophe. The Horn of Africa endured the drought in 2016 to 2017, but humanitarian assistance was scaled up early, thus saving lives and averting a devastating famine. The UN Food Agency stated that 500,000 of Kenyans are one step away from a catastrophic level of hunger and malnutrition rates in Ethiopia, as well as others if an emergency threshold is not taken. 2 more combat helicopters and surveillance radars arrived in Mali on a Russia cargo flight. The consignment brings to 8 the known number of helicopters from Moscow that has been provided under close ties forged by colonels who seized power in 2020. Defense Ministry said 4 similar deliveries were expected over the next 3 months. Meanwhile, the French army officially handed over the keys of the Go Sea base in the northern Mali to the Malian Armed Forces FAMA on Tuesday, a major step in departure of the Bamako anti-jihadist force from the country. And outside Africa, Sri Lanka police fired 5 ammunition and tear gas to scatter protesters on Tuesday, killing at least 1 person and injuring a dozen more in a central town of Rambuka. It's the first fatality since the largely peaceful protests began weeks ago. Tuesday clash broke out when officers tried to clear demonstrators from a key railway line that blocked for hours, according to the police. Protesters have actually fled up across the country since last month, voicing anger the government's mishandling of the economy, which has led to shortage of essentials and long power cut. Demonstrators continue to flood the streets of the capital in Colombo on Tuesday. Now, Tuesday's death came while Sri Lanka was trying to negotiate a loan from IMF after formal talks kicked off on Monday in Washington. And in business news, the Nigerian Ports Authority, MPA, said 25 ships bearing 7,000 metric tons empty of liquefied petroleum gas and orders are expected to arrive at the port. The ship laden with petroleum products, food items, and orders were expected to arrive at the Lagos Port Complex from April 19 to April the 30th. NPA added that another 5 ships had arrived at the port waiting to berate with bulk sugar, container, automobile, gasoline, and general cargo. And to some entertainment news, the number of Netflix subscribers has fallen for the first time in more than a decade. The streaming platform lost 200,000 members in the first 3 months of the year. The company said this on Tuesday. The decline came after the firm raised prices in key markets, including the United States and the United Kingdom, while pulling out of Russia. But Netflix wanted more users are coming, and it hinted it will start to crack down on account sharing as it pushes to sign up new members. And in sports, Jimmy Butler produced a near-flawless 45-point masterclass to help the Miami Heat take a 2-0 series lead against the Atlanta Hawks. The next 6 NBA All-Stars also had 0 turnovers or fouls as the Heat run out of 115 to 105 winners on Tuesday. Butler came up with a clutch with a personal 7-0 win run in the 4th quarter to seal a playoff high performance with the previous beat of 40. Game 3 in Atlanta on Saturday.
Catch, Butler, slam! Half-court set, Lowry, knock away, Collins sets up, Trae Young all alone for the layup. 15 advantage for Miami. Dwayne Dedmon is in. Young hits it for 3. And what you may see, Hero high screen, Dedmon. Nice look. Butler finishes.
You're talking about fighting an uphill battle and can't beat yourself, especially against the Heat.
Strus with a
Sure will call.
turnover out of the timeout. Lob it up. Hunter, athletic play on the catch and release. It's too high for Okongwu. Strus ahead. What a pass to Butler. 7-90 Miami. Swing. Bogdanovich. Oh, he's locked in. Well done Bogdanovich.
Allows him now to get some good looks at the rim.
Butler steps in for the steal and slam. Jimmy Butler.
Mohamed Salah scored twice as Liverpool comfortably beat old rivals Manchester United 4-0 at Anfield on Tuesday to move top of the Premier League for 24 hours at least. Liverpool moved 76 points from 32 games with the title rivals, Manchester City on 74 points from one game fewer, with Pep Guardiola's side hosting Brighton and Hove Albion at the Etihad on Wednesday. Colombian Luis Diaz gave Liverpool a 5th-minute lead, tapping in from a close range after Sadio Mane set Salah free down the right, and the Egyptian delivered a pinpoint low cross for a simple finish.
I'm pretty sure I will ask anyway about it. My moment of the game, even when it was very important and a great result, was the 7th minute when our people showed pure class, and the whole stadium together showed pure class in a moment where we obviously everybody knew since yesterday, since I heard first time about it. So many things that are much more important in life than football, and obviously we really feel for Cristiano and his family. So that was my moment of the game, but other football moments were obviously absolutely outstanding. Yes, Mo scored 2, set up the first. Luis set up Sadio's and get the ball from Mo and all this kind. Diogo came on, set Mo's second up, all these kind of things who couldn't have been better, to be honest.
I don't think so, to be honest. No, I don't think that they have mentally checked out. It's just a different level. They have better players than we have, if you look at it in total, and this is what was reflected by the result today. So there will be a rebuild for sure, but right now that doesn't help us because we still have another 5 games to play. So that there has to be a rebuild, for me, was clear even when I came in December, and after the first 3 or 4 weeks, for me that was obvious. But right now it doesn't help, and for us it's extremely embarrassing, also as a coaching staff, to have press conferences like the one we have right now. But we just have to admit they are better than us.
And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. Many thanks for watching. I am Messi Bopo. There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on PlusTvAfrica, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Norma Efanga, and today I'm joined by my amazing co-anchors, Glory Ifoma, Alera Boyo, and Elsie Godwin. Hello, ladies.
Hi, everyone.
I'm feeling myself. Elsie, we're greening today.
We are greening.
Elsie is
we're
looking
greening.
like a mermaid with the,
I'm telling you, like, this hair is
I love
the
it.
hook.
I think I'm going to take
Off
it from
the
you
hook.
when we leave the show.
I love what you're wearing. I act like I didn't hear that. But I love what you're wearing.
How you doing, Ifoma? Thank you so much, Elsie.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good.
How you doing?
I'm fine.
You're good.
Yeah,
We
I'm
haven't
fine.
seen you in a while, though.
Yeah.
How's work?
It's been hectic.
I
but
can imagine.
we're pushing it.
The Lagos life.
Right. The Lagos life.
Madam Alexa, how have you been? You took some time off because you were not feeling well.
Yes, I wasn't feeling well.
I hope you're
last
strong
week.
now.
I am strong. I'm getting there. But I mean, I've missed the show. I always say that the show is like my zen, my reward for all the hard work. And I actually missed the show throughout last week. But I mean, I'm here. I miss you guys so much, and I don't want you to miss me so much too. So I'm back. But I'm taking care of my health as well. Yeah.
That's good.
Elsie, how's school going?
Good.
Obviously, school is going well.
Amazingly well.
Oh, Elsie went for her birthday. She went on vacation.
Yes, we haven't seen you since
should
your
have shown people
birthday.
the
Still wish me happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy
I'm still receiving gifts.
Yes. I'm happy.
So
it was a good one,
I
right?
don't need a PA to receive my gift.
You can receive it by yourself.
But yeah, I had to travel to just have a peaceful birthday, and I'm glad I did.
Aww.
I missed you guys, but I didn't miss you guys
Too much.
No, I did not, because it was peaceful. And in fact, I have a lot to say, but I think we already
Behind
have
the
our table
scenes.
full. No, regarding Nigeria, tourism, disappointment. But I enjoyed Kigali. I'll leave it there.
Oh, all right. My week was good. Thankful for the Easter break, even though it was still work for some of us, but we thank God. It was good.
Yeah.
All right, so here's what we found as today's quote. If a child grows up in an environment infested with predators, he or she would have a hard time building healthy relationships in society their whole life. This from Abhijit Naskar. All right, so what do we think about this?
I think it's a deep one.
Yeah?
And I think it's right for the conversation we're having today.
Absolutely.
So yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. So the Lagos state government has shut down Christian schools indefinitely amid allegations of rape. A 10-year-old pupil of the school was said to have been raped by her schoolmates during a trip to Dubai, United Arab Emirates, and released the sex tape online. The incident sparked outrage on social media, with many calling on the government to act. It's our ladies' night out, and Elsie Godwin, Alera Boyo, and Gloria Ifoma and I are analyzing the Christian school underage saga. And when we open our phone lines, we would love to hear what you have to say. But first, let's take a break to see what we found in the news. You're still watching Ways. Now, every year, World Liver Day is celebrated on April the 19th. The day is observed to raise awareness about liver diseases across the world. The liver is the largest solid organ of the body that removes toxins from the body. The organ maintains healthy blood sugar levels, regulates blood clotting, and performs several other vital functions in the body. And it's an essential organ of the human body, present beneath the rib cage in the right upper abdomen. The liver produces bile that helps in digestion of fats and carrying essential wastes. The day is dedicated to helping people to be aware of taking care of their liver by adopting a healthy lifestyle and by avoiding oily and greasy foods. So happy World Liver Day, guys. Who loves greasy food here? Who is a victim or culprit?
What are the
anything you have to fry or that has a lot of oil? Yeah, you have to just watch your
a lot of the fries and maybe the fast foods that have a lot of oil.
But the good thing now is that you can use air fryers, so healthier, you know.
But really, does it make a difference?
You're not going to put it in oil.
Okay, but at least the oils are less.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's like a roasting bully.
So we have very healthy, like they say, healthy.
Yes, I actually like to advocate for it because, I mean, we take a lot of nonsense. I mean,
we do.
The food, what we drink. So the best thing you can actually do for your health is to ensure that once in a while, you detoxify. You take maybe lemon in water every day. That really helps to cleanse your liver. So that's like a very quick way.
Now you're talking.
Nice tip.
Not telling me not to
eat.
You're talking.
Mentioning fried plantain because I know we have to do all of that, but I mean fried plantain.
So we'll just do the
lemon.
lemon.
After we're done, start detoxifying.
All right, ladies.
Thank you so much.
So who will I start with first? All right, Glory, let me start with you since we haven't seen you in a while. So what did you find in the news for us today?
Oh, very interesting. A Nigerian man has called a live band to perform in front of a commercial bank. He said the bank debited him wrongly and refused to refund. It was as if he paid the musicians to call the bank names because they did just that. The video showed them singing with all musical instruments, including strong loudspeakers facing the bank. Oh, wow. So apparently people are taking this to the next level.
Somebody was going to take that story. It's now going to the next one. What the real story is, whoever wrote that thing, they didn't read well. The guy is actually a musician, so it's his band. He didn't have to pay extra. Okay. And he had to, let's not try to call the banks. It was fun.
Oh my goodness.
Nice. I'm interested. The guy is a savage.
I don't know why banks keep doing this and CBN is not doing anything about it, because it's not just this bank in question. You see,
absolutely. There's been a lot of comments.
A lot of banks were mentioned, people are going
had
through this every
terrible
time.
experiences with banking.
Debit people, you call it different charges. It doesn't. You can't even calculate.
I call it broad daylight
They'll tell you
fraud.
If you have 50,000 naira or somebody sends you for 49,
it goes down.
How does that even work? And that is why a lot of these fintechs are also coming up now and being able to take some of their customers, because they seem to not be cutting your money, at least not yet. I mean, if the traditional banks are doing it and going scot-free, what is there to say that fintechs will not start doing it at some point?
Absolutely.
If we are not checking it right now. So that guy is well done.
Well, that was ingenious, by the way. Ingenious.
Apparently, it didn't go down well with some people. I heard something about him being police being invited to
take him out of the premises.
Yeah.
No, of course that would happen, but he has passed
eventually
the message,
because he will be seen to
and
be
the dent has been done
around the banking area.
I mean, I like the song, just that we can't see.
I actually like the idea, because sometimes you have to just call these people to order.
It's important.
He was creative in doing that. All right, Alera, what's your story?
My story is quite sad, and so the story basically is about the young, 15 years old boy that was found with that actually kidnapped two children, and then they caught him while he was trying to kidnap the third child. And I mean,
15 years.
I mean, it's really the reason why I took this story is because amidst everything that is happening in Nigeria, it just seems like we have a root problem, which actually moves towards the conversation of today.
Yeah.
Imagine a 15-year-old, what are you really doing with, why are you even thinking about ritual? You're supposed to be in school, learning, but you already have an idea of what ritual is about. You're already, going to kidnap children. That is not like
15-year-old is also a child. So a child
also a child.
It's just a teenager.
So I'm just wondering, because I think it was a couple of weeks ago that some young boys in Warri too, that they
went
found
to
their
do
way to
Yahoo,
Lagos,
yeah.
that they're looking for who
For
teach them how
Yahoo.
to do Yahoo. So right now, I'm just wondering, is it that the parenting system or the parenting style has been destroyed for the past 15
We're having that
20
conversation
years?
today.
Exactly. That's why I even took this topic, because I'm like, it's becoming ridiculous, because now there's no process. The cycle doesn't exist anymore, because what we know is that from the young age, you go to secondary school, then you decide on what you want to study in school to become a better person. So right now, these kids don't want to go to school, because the people that they're looking up to probably are lazy enough to say, okay, it's Yahoo that we want to make quick cash. And imagine at 15, you already...
It is very worrisome.
It really is. I don't know. There was a particular time I was actually going to tell myself that I don't know if there's going to be a day I'll cry on this show. But it takes a lot sometimes to read this type of news and not get emotional.
Feel the emotions.
Because it's crazy. How would you just be a child? You're supposed to be a child. You're not even giving yourself an opportunity to be a child. So what happens to you when you're 20? If at 15 you're already, being a ritual? Because actually he's actually a ritualist already. And for how much?
He's been programmed to be a ritualist.
5,000 naira, that is not even.
And that's how the desperation. Imagine the level. It's 5,000 naira, but for him, he sees it as probably a lot of money because of the either poverty state or state of mind that fuels such behavior and all. But
it is crazy.
We'll go in depth in the course of the conversation. Elsie, what do you have for us?
Okay. The story that caught my eyes or my attention is on Premium Times, and the headline reads, Kaduna Abuja Expressway free of bandits, safe for motorists. That's from the Nigerian police. It reads, the Kaduna State Commissioner of Police, Yekini Ayoko, has assured all road users flying the Kaduna Abuja Highway that the road is safe for traveling and free from bandits. Quoting from a statement issued by the police public relations officer of the state, Mohammed Jalige, apologies, reported on Monday that the police commissioner gave the assurance when he embarked on an official confidence building and assessment tour of the road, of the highway rather. So I guess this became important for them to report because of the issues we've had over there, and people, of course, people abandoned the road and decided to go with the train because of everything that's happening. So they're saying that with their confidence building and assessment tour, that the road is now safe. I guess we won't take them for their word.
It will be hard for Nigerians
there are people who do not
take them by their word.
Still on that road, so it's important for them to just hold on to this hope and hope that the road is safe.
The number of things that has happened from January to today.
We are watching. We're watching.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot going on, like you rightly said earlier. Okay, so my story is about our football superstar in Manchester United, who lost his baby. Ronaldo lost his baby that was just born, his newborn son. Yesterday, actually. In fact, when I saw the news, I was actually on the I was here on set when it just popped up on my phone. I was like, oh my goodness. And I said that was going to be my story today. So let me just read through. It says, football superstar Cristiano Ronaldo and his partner Georgina Rodriguez announced on social media on Monday that their baby has died. Ronaldo and Rodriguez said, it is with our deepest sadness we have to announce that our baby boy has passed away, and it is with great pain that it is the greatest pain that any parent can feel. The Manchester United and Portugal star had announced in October that he and Rodriguez were expecting twins. In December, they announced that they were expecting a boy and a girl. And then by yesterday, he said, only the birth of our baby girl gives us the strength to live this moment with some hope and happiness. And would like to thank the doctors and nurses for their expert care and support. Like we say, I mean, there's no loss that is less painful. Okay, just because it's a baby or whatever the circumstances around that happened, there's no loss that is painful. I took it personal because today we're also talking about children, and so whether it's lost by behavior or lost by death, there's really none that is easy to handle. And I want to reach out to him personally because I'm a twin as well. So knowing that one twin is gone is quite painful, because when the young girl will grow up and she's told the story that she had a twin brother that was not to be.
It's a rough patch.
It's a very rough patch, and our hearts go out to
because
Ronaldo.
There will also be that guilt. I mean, as a parent, you begin to wonder,
what did I do? What didn't I do right? And all of that.
I think it's important for them to know it's really not their fault.
No.
I'm certain that they do, because the statement really shows
you
that
can't be certain, my darling.
No, that
they could give a statement, but internally what they're going through
yourself for a while
might just be different.
And I'm hoping, of course, I want to believe they'll get the help they deserve, therapy and all costs of
to
the
walk
child,
through the
baby
process.
girl as well.
Absolutely.
It's a process that nobody should go through, but I pray God gives them the strength to pull through.
Amen. All right. So please stay with us. We'll be right back in a few.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@PlusTvAfrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Thanks for staying with us. Now, according to the Daily Trust, the Lagos State government announced on Monday the shutdown of all Chrisland schools in the state following an alleged sexual violation involving some pupils during an international trip. The alleged sexual violation happened when Chrisland School was in Dubai in March to take part in the World School Games, a 4-day annual competition with schools from all over the world. Now, the news of the alleged sexual violation came to the fore when Ubi Franklin, a talent manager, accused the school of complicity in the sexual violation involving the minor and another male pupil. The state government disclosed that the allegations of sexual violence involving students of Chrisland School are being investigated by the relevant ministries, departments, and agencies, MDAs, including the Ministry of Education, Office of Education Quality Assurance, and the Ministry of Youth and Social Development, as well as Ministry of Justice and the Lagos State Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency. The state government therefore reminded the general public that anyone who engages in any visual depiction of sexually explicit conduct involving a child commits an offense and is liable to custodial sentence of 14 years. This includes producing, distributing, receiving, or possessing an image of a child. The initial narrative of this story was that the alleged rape of this minor, but however, the sex tape indicates that she may have already been sexually exposed, which raises a lot of questions. We're analyzing the part of parents, the school, and the government in raising morally right individuals and how to prepare and protect them from the negativity of the world. Please let's hear what you will have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 0818-038-4663. You can tweet to us at WayShowsAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow. So ladies, our banter for today is about analyzing the Chrisland School underage sex saga. And when I was listening to this story, I was all kinds of emotions. I have a background as a family life practitioner, right? I've gone through that training and with my knowledge of neuro-linguistics programming as well. So it was like when I saw it, all of that training came back to the fore. And I'm passionate about children, I'm passionate about women, and anything that concerns them gets my antennas up. I was saddened, extremely saddened by this news. I went as far as not even watching the movie because I said movie, actually the video, because I have seen too many that I'm yet to declutter from my mind, especially when it concerns underage human beings. Now we have a situation of a young girl who was videoed, and this tape or video went viral, and all kinds of atrocities. I was following it on social media, so I heard all sorts of things about the video, which I do not even want to mention because it's a minor that is involved. But I want to hear our take on, first of all, our general take on this situation that is involving a minor. Before we go to the in-depth, we know that teenagers can be immature. We know that teenagers can be impulsive. Yeah, so she's even preteen.
She's preteen.
She's preteen. So both preteens and teenagers are in that age where their curiosities are aroused. So they want to know, they want to explore, and they find themselves in a very media forward world where every and anything goes. Then you have the aspect of parenting. Then you have the aspect of society. Then you have the aspect of the government and all of that. We'll get into all of that. But first of all, I just want to know what your take on this situation was. When you heard the scandal, what did you think? Who will I start with?
Let me go first.
Okay.
So when I heard about it, I was sad. And for some reason, my heart was racing really fast, during that time. And the reason is because, aside from being a mental health advocate, like you, I've had, conversations and sessions with both male and female, and I've heard their stories on how, they were abused as children. For me, I know somebody would have introduced this child to this thing. And you know how, as an adult, we, as we're here right now, when we talk about sex or we talk about this type of conversations, and we're like, nobody taught us how to do what or what to do well. We just grew up and nobody, it's a taboo to have this conversation. So imagine this child being exposed to maybe pornography or maybe exposed to sex at an early age, and she doesn't, at the time it would have happened to her, she probably doesn't have anybody to talk to. And then being secretive about those kind of things would, generate some more thoughts that you can't share. And at the time, as a young child of, God knows when it started, so let's assume now 10 years old. Now that she's 10 years old, I'm just wondering the number of, crazy thoughts that would have come through her mind before that incident that was even taped. Who knows how much other things that has even happened to her before. And I'm really sad because she's 10. And she doesn't even know what's even happening, even though the world is talking about this situation at the moment. My worry is, how is she going to come out of this situation? Because the drama and the trauma that she has gone through at this time, I'm actually trying to hold myself back because it's really emotional for me. And I am really concerned about how she's going to get help. Because if at the age of 10, you've been exposed to pornography, you've been exposed to sex, what else is going through her mind? Because right now that she's supposed to be focusing on her education and trying to develop herself, I'm just wondering where is the fixing going to start from? Okay. So I'm just in a bit, I don't know who else is looking at me. I'm just I'm a bit emotional and confused, and I'm just wondering, how can this girl get help? Because there's a lot we can actually talk about, but the most important point is about help. How is she going to get over this? So
okay.
Glory.
When I heard about this, I had lots of questions. First off, the role of the parents, the role of the school, the society as a whole. I feel like we've gone past the point of just teaching sex education. It's also about morals. Now, if you expose a child to say, do not have sex at this, protect yourself from this, at what point do you start saying, okay, at this time, this is the right time to start? When is the right time to start? So those I feel like the society is focusing a lot about just sex education and less on morals too. So now when you start telling a child about sex, the child gets curious and wants to know more. So if you don't differentiate, okay, this is the time you're even supposed to start thinking about this properly. This is just for you to know so that if anything goes wrong, this is where you can raise an alarm. But aside this is when you should start thinking of, this is the age you should even start thinking of, talking about boyfriends and everything. This is just for your general knowledge to know when it's going wrong. Now, when it comes to children growing up, what are they exposed to? Social media is there. Personally, I'm just wondering, why would I want to have a 9-year-old kid exposed to social media? It's a huge, because you can't really control what they get to see. Like, you can do your assignments, there should be restrictions. And so I have so many questions, so many things have gone wrong in which went unnoticed from my own point of view. Even from the side of the school, from the parenting side, it's just a whole lot. It's a whole lot.
I heard that she has some kind of followership on Likey, some app
I didn't
on
even know
Likey.
that social media existed. I mean,
There are a lot of social media platforms young people are involved in now, doing all kinds of things. But let me hear what Elsie has to say. Elsie has gone cold all of a sudden.
So your question is, what was my first reaction, right? I mean, when I saw, like yours is you didn't watch the video, right?
No, I didn't even have to watch it to know what had gone.
I deliberately did not follow the story for my own piece. But unfortunately, social media,
still came up.
You still see
snippets.
Yeah. So I see it, I scroll past. I wasn't going to invest myself in it for my own mental health and my own peace, right? Which is why I said I'm glad I'm not hosting today because I can't.
Thank you for the help.
But just to touch on what she said regarding sex education, I think there was like a mix-up there. When you say sex education, there are levels to it. What you're telling a 3-year-old, 4-year-old,
it's totally different from an 8 to a teenager to an adult.
Yeah. So I don't think anybody's going to start telling a 10-year-old about reverse cowgirl or whatever I see. I hear talking about. So I think we need to understand that part of sex education. It's an all-encompassing conversation from understanding your body, which is where it actually comes from as a child.
Absolutely.
And then understanding that you shouldn't be touched
there
in a
are
certain
boundaries.
way, understand your boundary, how to carry yourself, how to behave in society, and even morals comes into sex education.
Yes.
So I just wanted to correct that part. And of course, yes, a child is not supposed to be on social media. Even when you read the terms and conditions for social media, it's supposed to be 18-year-old. So it means that there has been a gap in parenting, and like I always say sometimes, I mean, I know that a lot of parents are neglecting their role these days, but there are parents too that if you tell them now to sit down and check, if there's like a checklist to say this is how to be a good parent, which unfortunately there isn't none. Parenting is something that everybody gets into as a novice, right? If you said there's a checklist, there are people who have checked all those lists, and unfortunately they still have a child that will make them look like, oh, you are a bad parent, right? But there was something I saw which I just want to read out while the whole noise is going on, because there's something I always say on this show. Whenever there are things that now come on social media and it's really amplified, I try to make us remember that it might be sensitive or insensitive to some people, but there's nothing really new under the sun, right? And the only difference right now is that we have social media. And it means that somebody can be doing something in Abuja, and I'm in Lagos and I know about it because there is social media. We are now in a global village. It's just really small by the day. In fact, why am I saying Abuja? You can be in the United States of America and do something and I know about it right here. And 20 years before now, right, that couldn't have been. You can even do what you do here and I'm there, like behind the studio, and I don't know anything about it because that was what the world was then. But right now it's changed. And I saw this submission, I think it was from Adenike Oyetunde. She's a broadcast journalist as well. She said, I remember the bad girls in my set. I sure do. They did things. They did a lot of things, from stories of non-stop partying, to stories of drinking, orgies, committing abortions with hangers, but no social media to circulate the stories.
Yeah.
We have and know families with children fighting addictions to different things. It is a war. Pastors' kids join to make the stories intriguing. We read some of the pages of City People. We read some on the pages of City People. These girls will be fine. Very fine, actually. Nothing she has done or we do is new. This again is a reminder that parenting is so easy until it is your turn. I pray the redemptive grace of God over every child whose parents earnestly desire and desperately working towards that. Amen. So it was important for me to take this just to buttress what I said, because I know we are at a place where anything that comes on social media now, we're also hypocritical.
Quick to judge. We
all want to scream, we all want to shout, we all want to judge. Don't be surprised that some people that are judging already has a child that's probably younger than this girl and doing worse and they don't even know. But all I'm saying is we all just need to sit back as a society and look for ways to do things better. Has society failed? Yes, I agree. Chrisland as a school, have they failed? Yes, I actually agree that they failed. But we also need to now begin to look at the important things that we need to pick out, which is, of course, how she can get help, how things can be done better. This was not even filmed in Nigeria.
How we can prevent.
From what I heard.
They were still in Dubai.
And let's not forget that this child is a brilliant child. From what I read to or saw, she went to represent
the
school over there because she's very for you to be representing a school in such competition, then you need to understand what kind of mind she has. So yes, there is also that understanding that maybe because she's sexually active, she might not be paying attention to education. But that now rules that out again because she is that brilliant to go over there. So I think that she needs all the help she can get. I think that conversations like this should not just be a frenzy conversation. I like that we do that on Ways a lot because we bring people who talk about parenting, what we should do and whatnot. And I think that as time goes on,
we're going to elaborate on this further with experts in the house
that could help parents also be able to track their kids. I know it's hard. Which is why I like what Adenike said. Sometimes it's easy for you to speak because you are not the one in the center of the issue, right? When it is you, then you understand that really, at the end of the day, now God deceives us.
On that note, let's just go and drink water and come back. We'll take a short break and we'll see you shortly.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on PlusTvAfrica.
All right, so if you just tuned in, it's our Ladies' Night Out, and our focus today is analyzing Chrisland School underage sex saga. Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. You can send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 0818-038-4663, or you can tweet to us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow. Our phone line is now open, so please call us on 0702 500 7749. It's 0702 50 7749. All right, ladies. So I hear you loud and clear. I hear what you're saying. But as we analyze this, my thoughts go towards each of the different areas now. We've talked to a large extent in the place of the child. I want us to be able to just talk before our calls begin to come in. Yeah. The area of parenting. Yeah. I have 4 kids. And those 4 kids are like life to me. I know what each of my children can do. If you say this person did this, I will smile and say, yes, I know, because I've come to an understanding of my children. I've learned them over the years, and I know what they're capable of and what they're not. I've also seen, I have one who is becoming a teenager this year, and we have seen the transition from preteen and the child era to that semi-adult, feeling like an adult. In fact, he's almost taller than me now, and he's like rubbing shoulders and everything. But behavior, when I saw the video of the mom, and she narrating her story about her child, and there was a part that gave me a little bit of concern when she said that when they called her and said that something happened, that if it was a case of kissing or something, that it was okay.
Is that what she said?
Yes,
Really?
in the video, a part of it mentioned that if it was just that, it was okay, but that they didn't tell her what exactly it was until she heard on social media that what it was. And then later on, I begin to see that this young girl has an app with all sorts of videos that show sexual tendencies, and gestures and all of that. And then this video also comes out, and it is explicit in every way. And from all of the comments I've seen online, the outrage and all of that, I mean, the Nigerians know how to shout the loudest. That's the truth. But behind the cupboard, what are you doing there? How many people are really paying attention? So as parents now, what's from the place of parents? I don't know. Even though you're not parents, but you have guardians.
Fall into this question.
No. There are people who have guardians. I was a parent before I became a parent.
Exactly.
I was a parent before I became a parent because I had opportunity of taking care of my younger ones, and then I had opportunity of taking care of my sister's kids before I had kids. So I have learned and I've grown, right? But there are so many parents who are ignorant. I'm not sure that the mom even knew that there was an app that her daughter was probably had great followership on.
And that's not her fault too.
I'm not saying it's her fault. I'm just narrating, I'm taking her somewhere. And then there are some of all of these things. And then I heard there were some comments or someone who said that from a live situation, that even when the girl saw the videos, that they said, oh, she said, that's me, so what? I saw some comments like that. So already there's a fundamental problem. So I want us to address that angle of parenting.
Go back to
what Glory said
earlier. So I'm going to use my life story as an example. My mother was the military person in the house, while my father was the
softer,
the liberal
endearing
one.
So
if mommy is,
everybody moves to
daddy. So there's something that I actually got to realize growing up. My mother was the iron hand, in the sense that, like I was just saying, Elsie, she just hears that, there's one boy that was escorting Alera to wear the kind pankere where you go collect. She would beat you would ask if you were adopted. That's what my mother, and what I was trying to is,
I think everybody in our age had that conversation.
Every parent should instill the value on the child, because as my mom was always, quick to throw something or, discipline me, my father would sit me down and say, baby girl, these things that you're looking for, you will get to a particular time,
you'll be tired.
And then he explained why. So that's why it comes with parenting, because as a parent, we are still trying to, let me not say we are not a parent yet, but parents are still trying to
discover
out
find out a lot of
their
things.
own self, how they will, make themselves feel better, or how they become better people, right? Because nobody knows it all. Then imagine you as a parent, you have a child that you know that you're responsible for. The only thing you owe that child basically is for you to instill values and morals on that child as early as possible, because it is what you have taught the child at a very young age that he or she would grow up to learn. So I would say that girl has been neglected in a lot of ways because we can't really pinpoint where this would have happened.
Yeah.
And we know from stories we've heard how relatives, uncles, aunties, nannies have been the ones abusing, most people. And we have a lot of people that have grown right now. Like Elsie said, there was no social media or internet then that would boost this type of conversations. For me, aside from like when we're thinking about how to help the child, we also have to focus on the parenting as well, because this is actually a call for help to all parents, and it's time for every parent to actually take a step back and start to look at what are the values I'm actually imbibing in my child, because those values is what will make or mar the child. Imagine at the age of 10, this girl is going to be in therapy for a very long time.
Of course.
Because with the comments everybody is saying that she doesn't see a problem with it, it means that as an A student who is going for competitions and winning, competitions for her class, she's feeling like, okay, I know I'm doing good in school. So what do you want to tell me? I mean, what is it? So it's the value that you have to teach this human being, that they will know that, okay, yes, I'm not supposed to be doing it.
Okay, Elsie, what do you think?
Parenting, right?
Yes.
So I think that we should have more conversations, more seminars about parenting, because
we have school of parenting. How many parents really go?
Well, I'm hearing that for the first time. Yeah, so that's the point. It is not a public information, right? Like I said, I'm hearing that for the first time, school of parenting, and that's cool. Again, if you say you have school of parenting in Nigeria, because everything in Nigeria now, religion, they cover everything. Is it really school of parenting?
Absolutely.
Or is that a place where you dumb down on the parents to tell them your child must tie her head, your child must
we have a school of parenting.
Okay. So good.
It
would be nice for you to maybe share that with people towards the end of the show so that they can look out for that, because I think parenting is a skill that one has to be deliberate about. I also like the part, we all had that experience, like you said, where our parents are really, really hard on us and making us, you begin to wonder. I had that moment where I was wondering, am I sure?
Everybody thought they were adopted, right? Yes.
But there are better ways to do things, right? And I think
the times have changed.
I hope that I have my own children, and one thing I would want to be able to have is friendship with them. Friendship that comes with strictness, but there's that friendship.
Balance.
There has to be a balance. My child has to be able to have conversations with me, right? I need to be able to tell you this is right or this is wrong, and let you understand why, and also give you room to express yourself, and then we'll come to an understanding.
Okay.
I need to be able to know that there's a call, right?
Yes, I think we have a
I'll hold
call.
my thoughts there.
All right, I think we have our first call for the evening. Hello, are you there?
Hello.
Yes, you're live.
Yeah, I'm Sam. Hello.
Hello, go ahead, you're live.
Yes, I'm Sam.
Okay, Sam, welcome, you're live.
Where is my beautiful Hua?
She is on her way. Go ahead.
All right, about the truth of the matter is, we've lost morale in Nigeria, all over the world. We've lost morale. In fact, I will say the social media exposed all things now, all over the world. If they are listening, I'm sure they know, and we also know we've failed. Where we've got it wrong, I can't really pinpoint where we got it wrong. Because, take for instance, will you blame the parents that wants to teach their children to know one or two things about ICT? Will you want to fault the parent that will say, no, I'm not going to give you this phone, I'm not going to do this, I want to restrict? Do you know what and what they do outside? And apart from that, the kind of songs on our radio, are they encouraging? Are they the kind of songs that you listen and you want your children, to listen? You find some parents dancing to Knock Me Apako. How do you expect that child to grow? What do you expect from such children? I want all of us to restrict, to take back ourselves, review what we are doing, and killing our society deliberately.
Okay, I think we've lost Sam there, but thank you for your thoughts.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, I mean, just to respond
Elsie,
to what
yeah.
you're saying, while we were growing up, we also listened to the man on the do Kirewawa.
We
did that as well.
Yeah.
But let me just go back to my thoughts before I miss them. I think there has to be strictness and friendship at this stage.
A balance.
Because we also have a situation whereby we have like this generational gap where you have they call them digital natives, and then you are trying to catch up with them. And I have heard the arguments of saying, oh, don't expose them to phone and all that, but is it really possible at this point, right?
Elsie.
And also understand that there are actually tools for you to be able to help these children
to monitor the phones.
Also, while growing up, we heard this a lot where you say, yes, you are the parents, but it takes a village to raise a child. Right? It is a collective.
So where's the community as well?
Now, this is where, and that is the only part where I think of Chrisland, and I'm wondering what happens in that school, because and also what happens in the schools of the elites, because this is not the first case we're having, right?
All right, we have another call. Yes, hello, you're live.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
Yes. Where's Uwa now?
Oh, Uwa will soon be back. Okay.
Okay, that's
Go
fine.
ahead.
That's fine.
Yes.
Yeah,
Youngest soul man.
I just want you to understand some things. These days, most of the parents are kind of too busy to look into the fundamentals of parenting. I really like that word that you said. I think the anchor there, that you've been a parent before you've been parenting before you became a parent or something like that. Pardon my English, but I really understand you in that word. I mean, that's true too. I've been a parent because I became a parent, or whatever the English is, but just understand what I'm trying to say. Now, basically, most parents lose it in the middle of trying to please that child and meet up with the requirement of the society, forgetting that some of all these things are bigger than we thought. You see, let me tell you one thing about these phones that we are using. This phone is like having an AK-47 in terms of words. You understand? It can destroy. That is a time bomb. Anything that has to do with gadgets. So for you to give a child a gadget, you have to know how far that child takes his own mindset into concept. You have to study your child. There's one thing we used to speak in Hausa language, that one day meaning somebody that can hold up to his own standard and say no to no. You do test your children. You can even send outsider to give, and you see a child saying, I don't want. My mom says I should not collect. You see the other one collecting. You need to know a child that you release something for. And as a parent, if you cannot be in control of that thing, don't give it to your child. Forget about the schools. Everybody is busy now. A lot of things in the head. You're waiting for the school to come and help you train your Pekin. While you are busy going to Dubai and London and New York looking for money, you can't get two things at the same time. You have to, if you want to be a parent, you bring it out head on. Some of us, our parents are so strict to our children, we don't even allow them to get phone until they are 18 or 17. Those that their parents are buying iPhone, whatever, they change iPhone for them per year. They are oppressing our kids and making them look stupid. But I know what I'm doing. Any day I start having time that I can call my child and say, bring your phone, let me have your password. I want to go through your phone. You see that guy holding that phone with fear. But more parents don't have the time. You buy such a kind of gadget, a child will have over 1,000 apps in its phone, and those apps are not even school related. Some parents don't even know how to even go around the phone. They don't even know what is Twitter. I asked somebody already. They were saying that you people are tweeting on WhatsApp, which is a parent that is saying that, which means you don't even know the difference from tweeting and WhatsApping. So the problem is the parents. It's the parents. I don't blame the school.
Thank you, youngest old man.
Or whatever.
Thank you. Thank you so much, youngest old man. Wow, you had a lot to say this evening. But I hear him loud and clear. I mean, where do the parents become the example that the children also see is very important. And how are parents themselves updating themselves with the times. You cannot use 18th century methods to treat 21st century problems. And once a child is damaged, it's very difficult getting that child to come back to that state of innocence. It will take a whole lot of process. But I want to hear what Glory has to say in a few about parenting.
I totally agree with the last caller. Like, he was just taking the words off my mouth. Why will you give a child a tool and you don't know how to monitor it? So that's really the basis of what I'm saying in terms of phones. Why would you give a child such a sophisticated phone and you don't know how to monitor it? I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be for learning purposes or just to get information. So why don't you check on the child's phone? So I still go back to the parenting aspect of it. Yes, we are not perfect. We are learning every day. But the child is really young. For children of that age, having, and what I've also heard and seen, these are things which this child has been doing this. And how come it's been this long before it's now out in the open? So there's a gap somewhere, a parenting gap somewhere. That's what I'm trying to say.
I agree.
There's a parenting gap somewhere.
Okay, so very quickly, I also want us to pull in the society.
Very quickly, solution is always an
solution. So
let me just give one quick one.
Yeah.
So somebody posted this. Moskeda, I don't know how to pronounce her handle, but she said something about Google Family Link. She said, parents, use the Google Family Link app on your children's phone. Google Family Link. You can block all apps, even text messaging. They can't install any app without your knowledge. You can even schedule to shut down their phone at any time. It's easy to set up. It requires you opening a Gmail account for them. From there, you can sync your phone with theirs. So, I'm sure this is not the only tool.
My husband did it for all the. First of all, nobody owns a phone in my house. All phones are open. Anybody can use it at any time. And then there's the family link. So everybody's phone is linked. If you try to open an app, he gets the message and we begin to check, okay, what's that app all about and all of that. So there's some measures. There's also some measures you can put on WhatsApp. And I remember the time when my son had some conversations with some people. He had some WhatsApp groups he was involved in. And I went through, just did a random check. And I saw some messages. And I said, Annie, from this WhatsApp group, it's obvious that the conversations here are not really, I mean, it's not like anything, but really, these people, first of all, the language that they're using, they don't even use clear English, BRB, this and that. Do you want to end up not speaking English by the time you're done with this? There's some questions I asked him, was like, okay, you know what, I don't need to be on this group. And then he just deleted himself from the group. And just some checks. That conversation, like you said, is very, very important. Continuously updating, continuously also being the example. Because sometimes we have a lot of novice parents who are not paying attention to times of season or even updating themselves in terms of information and how they can continue to have conversations with the children with regards as they grow and as they're being exposed. It's already clear that in the world that they live in, exposure, my 3-year-old knows how to surf through. He knows the difference between YouTube Kids and YouTube. He knows the difference. So sometimes he's telling me, I want to go to YouTube. I said, no, this is for you, YouTube Kids. All of your what do they call them, are there. But let's quickly take some messages because our time is so far spent. Do we have messages? Alera, do you have any message?
I don't have one yet. So I was going to quickly add that one thing that parents need to put at the back of their mind is that when you hear about sexual predators, like that's the older ones, if you really look deep into where it started from when they were really young. Okay. So if you don't, curtail your children at the early stage in life, I mean, you're going to cause a social menace at the end of the day in years to come, because it's a ripple effect. Okay. So I have a comment here. Good evening, my dear beautiful sisters of What Are You Saying Ways. Concerning the closure of the Chrisland school, I am in total support wholeheartedly. Due process has to be followed and it has to be done properly. So many things happen today in Nigeria which should not happen at all. We have poor parenting in Nigeria and we need to organize a seminar or have good schools where proper parenting is addressed. According to what Sister Elsie said, according to what Sister Elsie said, also, there are things that teenagers should not learn at this age. They should wait until they are mature before learning about these things. If not, they will be corrupt. Parenting is very important when raising a child. Sister Lera and Sister Elsie, you are welcome. We miss you. Thank you so much, Daniel.
Daniel. That would be Daniel.
Brother Daniel, thank you.
That's very core because parenting, if you are not, if you're a parent and you're not paying attention, then a lot of things can go under.
A lot of things can go wrong.
Very important. Yes, Elsie.
A message here but no name says, good evening, ladies. This is indeed a disturbing but very necessary topic concerning children. My heart goes out to the little girl in this horrible situation. But let us also remember that the young boys involved also need help and counseling.
Absolutely.
There is no perfect parent, but we as parents also have to be very alert and observant concerning our children. Thank you. No name, but thank you very much. I like bringing the boy conversation into this because yes, absolutely, they need help.
I think the reason why they're not talking about the boys is because
it's what it is. We always focus on the girls.
I mean, the world. That's how the world is. Really.
That was one of the first things I even observed. I said, so where are the boys that were also involved in this? Because they too need help.
Of course,
they're all exposed, and only God knows what they've been through before this exposed them.
This is a very important memory that will not go anywhere.
Yeah, okay. So I have this comment from Raphael, and it says, every young child is full of energy and restless, but there is need to direct such energy or channel it towards positive and productive venture. There is time for everything in life, and we must instill good values in our children. The parents in question now are learning the rudiments of parenting in a very hard way.
Very hard.
Well, Raphael, it's really not easy to be a parent, but if you find yourself in a place where you have to parent, then you must get up to the challenge. You must equip yourself with the tools, with everything that, and then you must be the example that that child needs to see.
This thing you're saying is really important because you know how so there's, I don't know if you know Robert Greene. He's an author that writes about health, mental health, and all of these things. Robert Greene says something like, we go to school to learn mathematics, we go to school to learn English. Why don't we go to school to learn? Yes, we don't make it, we should normalize it because nobody teaches you how to be a parent. You have to actively put that effort into learning and into, becoming a better person because you're bringing children into this world. So
absolutely. And on that note, we will be ending the conversation today. We will bring in the experts because there is a school of parenting that people need to know about, but we'll bring them. But thank you, ladies. Thank you, Glory. Thank you, Alera. Thank you, Elsie, for making the show amazing today. All right, so before we go, do ensure you follow us on Instagram. It's at Ways Show Africa, and on Twitter, it's at Ways Show Africa 1. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and most importantly, follow all our social media engagements. And remember to like, share, comment, and invite your friends and family to watch us and follow us. If you missed today's quote, here it is again. If a child grows up in an environment infested with predators, he or she would have a hard time building healthy relationships in society their whole life. All right, so we'll see you tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Bye for now.
Bye.
Bye.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
My name is Oluwatosin Olale, and our business is called Pathway Giants Limited. At Pathway Giants Limited, we provide packaging solutions for small businesses in Nigeria. Our focus is on small businesses. We help small businesses to take their products from local to global, because we know that we have a lot of products being produced, especially now that everybody's brother and sister is into business. So we know a lot of people are producers, but we still have to, they still are limited in markets to the Nigerian market. And with the ACTFA agreements and the government trying to encourage businesses to take their business global, to export their products, our Nigerian products are not so easily acceptable in other climes because our packaging is poor. So that's what we are here today. We are here to fill in the gap, to help provide workable packaging solutions with smaller minimum order quantities and help them package their products in a way that will delight their customers. My background is in banking. I started banking in 2006, thereabouts. And I worked in about 3 banks. So my journey started when I was moved in 2012 to marketing. And because I was moved to marketing, I was handling businesses. And I had to, I had a close relationship with business owners. And that was how I began to understand the kind of businesses, the way businesses are run, basically, and also what kind of problems they have. And that was how I jumped into this. So from leaving banking, the only thing I had to do was set up a packaging company and be able to provide solutions to what I thought was a problem in Nigeria. I'm a late bloomer when it comes to knowing what I want to do with my life, and that's why a lot of people know from the very beginning. But for a very long time, I just knew I wanted to work in an office. But as at that time, something started shifting in me, because the more I saw people running their business and, fulfilling their destiny, so to speak, it felt like something was missing for me. And at some point, I met someone that makes nylon. That's all she does. And she used to make what we call toromagbe. That's the small black nylon that when you go somewhere, you buy something, they put it in. That was what she used to make. And that kind of started sealing it in for me that, okay, this is what I want to do. But I don't want to do it the same way she's doing it. I want to be able to provide a service that everybody needs. Because we all know that the toromagbe nylon is something that is more of a menace in society. But how can I take this, what I love, and bring it into what is a problem in the society? And that was what bettered the packaging industry. So we have evolved over time from just providing shopping bags into providing solutions that businesses need. My training was more or less informal, because there is no particular school that teaches packaging, but I had to choose mentors, and most of my mentors were not even in the same industry I work in. So I had to marry the kind of information I was getting along with regular business trainings into what I have today. I'm a UN 3 awardee. The government of Goodluck Jonathan awarded some entrepreneurs grants back then, and I was one of the sets for the 3rd one. I got 10 million naira, and that was the first funding we used for this business. After that, I put in for the Tony Melu entrepreneurship program, and I won $5,000. So that has helped, and so many other grants along the way that I've put in for. And then, of course, a lot came in from our savings. And then when I started this business, my husband was still working. So we had to take out a couple of loans here and there. And then, of course, whatever he was able to take out of what he was earning, that's what we used. Challenges, there are many. Where do I start from? So we have the number 1 challenge is power. That's the number 1 challenge. This is a very power-intensive business. So if I was to put on my generator for this system, I will have to use a 100 kVA generator. That's having to spend an average of 50,000 naira for fuel daily. So power is a major challenge. When I want to start my machines, I need to warm them up for like an hour before I start at all. So even if I was using a generator, that's like money down the drain. So we need to have sustainable power to be able to run this business. That's number one. Number two is staffing. We use a lot of blue-collar workers, so they didn't go to school to learn this, they learned it as a trade. You understand? So there is no school in which you go to and say, okay, this is how to run an extruder. We don't have such schools in Nigeria. So they kind of like have they go in under someone, learn it, and then they go out to go and learn. So you can't really place how much information or how much they have learned, except when you put them to test. So sometimes you employ someone and you realize that they don't know as much as they claim they do, or maybe they are making a lot of mistakes. You have to either train them and like I said, there is no formal training system. So you have to either train them or maybe bring in someone that has more experience over them. And then because, like I said, they are blue-collar workers, there is a lot of other issues that spring up as a result of them working with you, because some are not teachable, some come in with their own preconception of how things should be run, and they don't want to change that. So you have to like have a lot of hit and miss before you have your perfect fit. Raw materials. The raw materials industry is dominated by foreigners. So we have Lebanese, we have Indians, and we don't seem to have been able as Nigerians to get into that business effectively. So Nigerians work the recycled raw material aspects. But even when you go outside the country, into China, Dubai, anywhere where all these things are shipped from, and you try to get in there and say, I want to ship, they tell you, no, go to this person that is probably Lebanese, that is working in Nigeria. So one way or the other, they kind of dominate the space, and by dominating the space, they dominate the price. They also own factories, so they kind of control things. They control the pricing of what we sell. They can flood the market at any time with their own products. Meanwhile, they are the ones still selling raw materials to us at a higher price. So we need a space in which Nigerians are also playing in this space, so that it's more, you have more competition, more healthy competition in that space. First of all, I would say that paper bags are from trees. So if you're using paper bags, you are causing deforestation. And that means you're not helping the environment either. So there is this misconception that, okay, if you use plastic bags, that means you are not helping the environment. That's far from true. The problem we have with everything is that we don't reuse, we don't reduce what we use, we don't reuse, and we don't recycle. The moment we can do these three things, whether for paper bags or for plastic bags or for plastic bottles, then the world will be a better place. The person that started the plastic bags, that invented it because he didn't want them to kill off all the trees to make paper bags. So he invented a plastic bag that could be reusable. The problem started when we started using them as single use. Now, my own industry, like I showed you earlier, we have most of the raw materials we use, especially for our garbage bags and other non-food grade products, are raw materials from recycled products. So the problem in Lagos, I would say Lagos because I don't want to use Nigeria as a whole, is being able to access this waste, because most of it goes to the dumps. And when it goes to the dump, I can't use it anymore because a lot of other chemicals have infused into it. Can we have a place where we can take this raw material, this waste from source? If we can take it from source, then we can recycle and reuse them into bags that we can still use. So for me, I would believe that if we can have a government that would look into resolving the problem and not just taking out, stop banning plastic products. Because I'll put it to you that a paper bag is what, if you're going to buy a paper bag for a particular nylon bag size, then you're going to be paying like 4, 5, 6 times the price you would have paid for the nylon bag. And the nylon bag is more reusable than the paper bag. I'm in the paper bag space too. So I wouldn't want my business to go down, but it's supposed to be a case of education, one, and then having the proper systems in place to collect and separate waste. If we can collect and separate waste from mushy markets, where a lot of nylons and a lot of plastic bottles are being thrown away and thrown into our sewage system, then people like me, we are happier because that means my raw materials are cheaper. It's the advice I give myself every day. sometimes I ask myself, what am I doing here? Why am I here? Especially when, you know, the electricity company rears its ugly head and we have power outages or they are simply messing up our plans. I'll tell you, just hang in there. We believe in Nigeria, right? We believe that Nigeria can get better. And I will consider myself a youth in this case. We, the youths, are the ones that can make it better. So if we all pack up and go, what will happen tomorrow? Would there be no Nigeria? Because we can go there and we can make it happen. It's harder here, yes. You have to strive more. You have to work at it more. But it's still doable. We still have businesses that are selling we still have companies that are selling their businesses for thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars. So if they can hang in there, then we can hang in there. And then we can, you know, leverage on one another. Let's collaborate. Instead of looking at each other as competitors, let's look at each other as collaborators. For example, if anybody wanted to go into this industry, because it's so power and capital intensive, I tell them, why don't you let me produce for you? I'll produce for you at a cheaper rate. You can go on and market. So if we can do that, like if you have a business, another business I'm so passionate and interested in is the food business, you know, because we have a lot of waste and we have some companies that they process these products and they package. So why are you in your little corners trying to, you know, pack it in nylon? And people are telling you your packaging is not nice and you're wondering what else can you do? Why not go to this kind of person? She already has, our place is already NAFDAC approved. Every other approval is in place. Go there with your raw material, go there with your packaging. They package for you and you are home free. So why do we all have to like go into the nitty-gritty parts of each business? You can leverage on each other's spaces and, you know, sell. The selling, the market is where the problem is. Anybody can do anything, but if you can have your market, then you don't even have to have the product. Get someone that has the product. Push. That's the advice I have for people. So it has been a long journey because you have to earn the trust of your customers. But we started small. Even though we had the factory and everything, we had to start small. We had to have a product, so to speak. And it's hard when you're selling packaging because when you're selling packaging, they think customers think you're selling the product in it. So if I give you like I'm going to show you something from Jam Coconuts. So if I'm showing it to you, I'm trying to show you the package, but you can see the product in it. So it's a hard sell. But over time, we've been able to leverage on references. You know, if I produce for you, you refer me to someone. And then also we have a very vibrant social media plan. So we put whatever we do on social media and people from there, and then of course we do social media marketing. And from there we've been having a lot of hits, a lot of customers are asking what we do. Then another fundamental way we've been able to gain customers is that most of people in this space, when you want to package your product, they'll tell you, oh, come and do 100,000 pieces, 200,000 pieces, and then we can package your product for you. But I tell you, come and do 10,000 pieces. And even as we speak, we are looking at how we can work on reducing that to 1,000 pieces. So that means that we are a low entry barrier kind of, we are opening up a low entry barrier kind of market for people that are willing to go into entrepreneurship. Because most people don't even, they don't know if they will have that market yet. And you're telling them, I was talking to a customer recently and she was showing me what she did like 3 years ago. She did like 200,000 pieces. She hadn't used up to 1/4 of it. And now she wants to change her packaging. So all that is a waste. So we are trying to create a niche for those people that, okay, we want to test the market. We have 3-4 products. Which one will move? If I do 100,000 pieces of each product and then one is not moving, does that mean I've wasted my money? So what we are trying to do is, okay, come and do 1,000 pieces. Of course, it will be more expensive than if we were doing 100,000, but it's still at a price you can go to market with. So by the time you do that, you try the market. Oh, I have 5 products, but I think I'll go to market with 3 products. Then we can do 10,000 pieces for you. Then when you grow to the extent where you can do 100,000 pieces, then we can take you to 100,000 pieces. And each time your price drops.
According to a research paper, in several developing countries, there is an informal waste management system. Plastic pollution is currently a serious problem in developing countries, with many people in these countries relying on plastic sachets of water in the absence of affordable and readily available drinking water. The mismanagement of waste, particularly plastic, in these countries through dumping or burning not only has a negative environmental impact, it also has a seriously detrimental effect on public health, with one person dying every 30 seconds as a consequence of poor waste management. According to Bioenergy Consult, in Nigeria, the management of waste is a matter of national concern, as current data shows that the country generates more than 32 million tons of solid waste annually, one of the highest amounts in Africa. Over 15% of the municipal solid waste generated are from plastics and nylons. The volume of waste does not actually constitute the problem, but the inability of government, individuals, and waste disposal firms to keep up with the task of managing waste and the environment. The problem emanates from the country's poor culture of recycling waste. The Global Journal of Research and Review states that at every hour of the day, waste materials are indiscriminately disposed in Nigeria. The effects are seen in the quality of air, blockage of drainages, destruction of land, and poor health of inhabitants of polluted areas. Thus, green recycling of waste nylon is a veritable tool that should be encouraged in the country. It can promote both social and environmental development. It helps to protect the environment, enhance a cleaner environment, create jobs, generate revenue, brings about poverty eradication programs, reduce municipal solid waste, save costs and energy, among others. It is time we take the recycling of waste very seriously in the country because according to Nairametrics, today, the recycling industry is estimated to be worth several billions of naira, but this is nothing compared to the revenues it has the potential to generate should the right investments be made. Small and medium enterprise, green entrepreneurs, and individuals that are passionate about the environment should tap into this emerging business opportunity. The business process involves collection, separation, and reduction of waste nylon and plastic bottles, and then remanufacturing it into either same product or entirely new products. Items that can be made from recycled waste nylon and plastic bottles include shopping bags, nylons, waste disposable bags, nylon sachets, among many others.
My name is Adewale Olaleye, and I'm in charge of strategy and operation in Pathway Giants. I'm actually responsible for strategy direction for the organization, and I manage the entire production from sourcing of the materials down to producing the materials and delivering for customers and ensuring the customers are satisfied with what was delivered. I looked at it as, because I actually worked in a corporate organization for a couple of years, about 15, 16 years. So I've worked with a lot of people. So working with my wife too, I just assumed that is one of my colleagues that I've worked with because I've been moved from one role to another role, and you have to adapt to the people you meet with. So I just assumed that she's my colleague. Even when I'm in the office, I call her partner. When I'm talking to customers, I don't even want people to see that we're kind of my spouse. So I call her my MD or my colleague in the office. So that's the way I see it. So it's not really different from when I was in the 8 to 5 kind of work, and I see a lot of people I work with. It got to a point when it just started, I was very enthusiastic about it. But it got to a point I was like, wow, are we doing the right thing? Because money just going down the drain. You know, if I need to cite an example, before I used to enjoy my money before we started the business. You know, I'm very comfortable, things were going on with my money, but when we started the business, I discovered that I can't just spend money anyhow. I can't just spend. You know, I have to be looking at, these people might need money now, so they might need to pay NEPA bills immediately, they might need to pay salaries, and no money is coming in, you know, and it was very frustrating. But I just look at it as, you know, when you give out to a child, you know, a child will start sucking, then before start crawling, you know, taking step one after the other before started walking and running. So I believe that it will get to a point whereby the business will be running as well. So I just have to be a bit patient to see the business go to that level. Fine, I handle strategy. Even when I was doing the 8 to 5, I still look at the book. from the back end. I said, okay, how are you guys performing? And I was able to see, okay, we're not doing something right, so okay, why don't you try this? Why don't you use this kind of strategy to see maybe it works better? So we started, we've changed a couple of strategy, but just last year, something started working, so we started pushing it, and towards the Q4 of last year, the company was able to pay all the bills conveniently without sourcing from other source. So from last year, Q4, we've been profitable. The low side, especially when you're looking for raw materials, you have orders and you cannot even get the right raw materials to fulfill the order is a lot of challenges. And from the strategy point of view, it was it's a very huge market, and you have a lot of big players. When you're doing the interview with the MD, she mentioned the fact that you have the Lebanese who has foreign money, the backing of the government. Government give them a lot of grants and loans, for them to operate. So they are quite big. So we try to look at, okay, how can we catch a niche? How can we remain competitive? How can we be able to capture some market? Because if you want to play in that red ocean, definitely the sharks, big sharks will just eat you up. So we try to look at, okay, how can we differentiate ourselves from the so-called nylon business? That's why we started coming up with what I refer to as a market development strategy, where I was able to identify some markets and create the products from packaging kind of products to meet those markets. And that actually causes the growth to be very slow. But we know we are moving in the right direction, so we kept on growing a bit and bit by bit. And I will categorically say right now that actually we are moving. And I think we are going in the right direction. So that is, to me, is a fun thing for me, because I just look at the entire industry and I'll say, so I can actually still differentiate myself, despite the fact that everybody is looking at, this is the kind of business we run. This is kind of like, if I go to other people that's doing this kind of business, they were like, why are you doing this way? I'll say, no, this is what I feel is right. And I've advised a couple of people. Some people get a kind of transaction. They will tell me, this transaction is a lot of money there. I'll say, I'm not doing it. This is not good. By the time they step into it, at the end of the day, by the time you spend 1, 2, 3 months, they'll discover that, this is not a good transaction. But me, I've been able to see it, from afar. Maybe because of my training. I went to a business school, so I studied business as well. So I was able to, understand how to tweak strategy to fit into what you want. I was talking with the MD late last year, early this year. I said I should have even taken this step for a long time. I think I delayed a lot because I discovered that joining the team, I was able to actually drive that operation, and I was able to drive low cost, reduce our cost of operation very well, and that increased our profitability. So, though it was a tough decision because you're going to worlds you don't know what's going to happen. You're getting something paid at the end of 30 days, and now you have to look for how to pay salary, nothing is coming in. But as I am today, I was thinking that I should have even taken a step and moved from the paid employment for a long time. Because I could see that when I added up my own experience as well to the business, then the growth was evident. I started moving at a faster speed. Anyone that's actually doing it, I wouldn't say that doing a 8 to 5 is not a good idea, because actually you need the experience, you need the network, you need all the that experience actually you need to do your drive business. But I think looking at the fact that I am working on my own, I'm able to put food on people's table. I was able to solve Nigerian unemployment problem. Right now when we started, we have about 2 staff. Now we are having about 7 staffs, and I'm just recruiting more people now. Maybe in the next 1 month we might be getting up to 10, 11 staffs. I think that's bringing joy to me to see that I'm actually, putting food on people's table and being a blessing to people. Just beside even making the money, but at least I am giving people happiness. Of course, bringing happiness to people's faces. PlusTvAfrica to be a conglomerate, a group of companies. The roadmap has already been drawn to be a global company. whereby we're going to international business, international trade, and then be a one-stop shop for packaging in Nigeria. You know, going to our online space, creating a market space for packaging online. So that's my goal. That's my plan for Pathway Giant.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye. Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa. Good afternoon. I am Messi Boko. This is the news brief. The troops of 232 Battalion, in conjunction with local hunters, ambushed and neutralized several fleeing ISWAP Boko Haram terrorists around Kopri and Ukudutse in Borno State. This, according to the Nigerian Army headquarters, is in continuation of the ongoing operation being conducted by the Air Forces. The troops also recovered weapons from the terrorists. The Inspector General of Police, Usman Babar, has ordered all Commissioner Police tactical commanders and their supervising Assistant Inspector General of Police to boost security around schools and colleges. In a statement, the IG also ordered a review of police personnel and operational asset deployment to schools, colleges around the country. According to the Force Public Relations Officer, Olumuyiwa Adejobi, the order followed a review of the general security in the country and isolated incidences reported in some schools. According to him, the police air wing also have been directed to extend its aerial patrol to the 6 geopolitical zones of the country. Akwa Ibom Police Command has confirmed the abduction of Apostle John Okoriko, the founder of Solid Rock Kingdom Church Ibekwe Akpan. I beg to take that again. We sincerely apologize for that mix-up. Akwa Ibom Police Command has confirmed the abduction of Apostle John Okoroko, the founder of Solid Rock Kingdom Church Ibekwe Akpanya in Mpatine, Akwa Ibom State. Police Public Relations Officer Odiko Macdon, who disclosed this, explained that the abduction happened on April the 19th at about 5 p.m. at his church residence in Mpatine. MacDog, however, said that the police command was working to unveil the perpetrators and bring them to book. An eyewitness said gunmen jumped through the fence and invaded the residence of the pastor located in the church premises, shooting sporadically and dragged and whisked the octogenarian away. President Muhammadu Buhari has urged Nigerians to resist agents of destabilization. He said the agents were bent on causing a breakdown of law and order in the country, assuring that no individual or group would be allowed to destabilize the country. The president made the declaration at the breaking of Ramadan fasting, attended by governors, ministers, and heads of government agencies. On the 2023 general elections, the president affirmed that being beneficiary of free, fair, and credible elections, the introduction of technology would make it impossible for anyone to claim millions of votes again in Nigeria. In his remarks, Chairman Nigerian Governors Forum, Ekiti Governor Kayode Fayemi, commended the president for demonstrating resilience and determination at a crucial period in the country. The First Lady, Aisha Buhari, has called on Muslim faithfuls to intensify prayers during the Ramadan period for lasting peace and security in Nigeria. Mrs. Buhari was speaking when she hosted the wives of service chiefs and other top government functionaries to a Ramadan breakfast at the State House, Abuja. She said the Almighty God has provided Nigeria with another opportunity to re-educate themselves in fasting and prayers to ensure peace and development of the country. The First Lady also urged Nigerians to extend good virtue of sharing, love, support, forgiveness and sacrifice for the betterment of mankind and Nigeria. The governor of Sokoto State and presidential aspirant under the People's Democratic Party, Aminu Tambuwal, has promised to unite the country if elected as president. Tambuwal was speaking after submitting his presidential form at the party's secretariat. He is hoping to be picked as the consensus candidate if the party toes that line. Also, the Minister of Labour and Employment, Dr. Chris Ngige, have made public his intention to contest the 2023 presidential election on the platform of the APC. Ngige made the declaration at his hometown in Anambra State in an occasion organized by Political Associate. He said after due consultation, he has decided to vie for the position because he has all it takes to steer the ship of Nigeria to a safe harbor. Lagosians are unhappy that work has not commenced on the Eko Bridge weeks after fire incident burnt goods worth several millions of naira and caused serious damage, forcing motorists to use the alternative routes. And that's on our Street Views. Take a listen.
We have a government in this country. You have leaders. They don't care for us. They don't care for us. They're just doing anything. The bridge affects us so much. Let the government open the bridge.
They should fix it now so that we won't have this stress when driving. We are praying that someone should please do it for us.
As you can see, it's affecting everybody. So that you can't visit everywhere in abroad now. 2 hours they've done it. So Nigeria government should move fast.
It's affecting us every day. Like what we are passing through here every day. Sometimes we spend more than 1 hour before we can go through the traffic. It's affecting us. We are begging government to just help us fix it.
Fix it quick now. Now the bridge all of us they use. If you know bridge, no us. Make it feed us, make all of us seafood to feed for our family.
We spend 2-3 hours. Like on Monday, we spend 5 hours. 5 hours on hold up. It disturbs every day. Not only one, it disturbs every day. It's very, very critical. It's disturbing every day. Please let them know, let them help us know what they will do there. I beg. It's affecting us very well. In our buses, they keep complaining every day. You understand? One woman delivered a child last week inside the traffic last week.
And to other parts of Africa, 2 more combat helicopters and surveillance radars arrived in Mali on a Russian cargo flight. The consignment brings to 8 the unknown numbers of helicopters that Moscow has provided under close ties forged by colonels who seized power in 2020. Defense Ministry said 4 similar deliveries were expected over the next 3 months. Meanwhile, the French army officially handed over the keys of the Gossi base in northern Mali to the Malian Armed Forces farmer on Tuesday, a major step in the departure of the anti-jihadist forces from the country. And outside Africa, Russian armed forces have continued to strike Ukraine's military infrastructure, according to the country's defense ministry. The strike was said to have hit 73 military facilities in Ukraine, including 4 control points, 57 areas of concentration of manpower and Ukrainian military equipment, 7 strongholds and 4 ammunition depots. Other destroyed included 6 tanks, 9 armored vehicles and a battery of 152 millimeters while up to 40 people were killed. More than 4.9 million Ukrainians have fled to other countries, with over 7 million more internally displaced, according to the United Nations Refugee Agency. And And now to some entertainment news. The number of Netflix subscribers has fallen for the first time in more than a decade. The streaming platform lost 200,000 members in the first 3 months of the year. The company said that on Tuesday. The decline came after the firm raised prices in the key markets, including the United States to United Kingdom, while others pulling out of Russia. But Netflix warned that more losses are coming, and it hinted it will start to crack down on account sharing as it pushes to sign up new members. And in sports, Jimmy Butler produced a near-flawless 45-point masterclass to help the Miami Heat take a 2-0 series lead against the Atlanta Hawks. The six-time NBA All-Star also had 0 turnovers or fouls as at the Heat run, which ran out of 115 to 105 winners on Tuesday. Jimmy Butler came up clutch with a personal 7-0 run in the fourth quarter to seal a playoff high performance in his previous best of 40, the Game 3 in the Atlanta on Saturday.
Leak out, catch, Butler, slam! Half-court set, Lowry, knock away, Collins sets up, Trae Young all alone for the layup. 15 advantage for Miami. Dwayne Dedman is in, Young hits it for 3. And what you may see, Hero high screen, Dedman. Nice look. Butler finishes. You're talking about fighting an uphill battle and can't beat yourself, especially against the Heat. Strus with a sure will call. Turnover out of the timeout. Lob it up. Hunter, athletic play on the catch and release. It's too high for Okongwu. Strus ahead. What a pass to Butler. 7-90 Miami. Swing. Bogdanovich. Oh, he's locked in. Bogdanovich allows him now to get some good looks at the rim. Butler steps in for the steal and slam. Jimmy Butler.
And that's the news update from our stories. Please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. Many thanks for watching. I am Messi Bopo. There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye. Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. Right, no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, no.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on PlusTvAfrica as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
My father has a lot of sides, and you hear about the fights. You don't hear about family that much and what that meant to him.
What's your dad's name?
Muhammad Ali.
No one, not even some members of his family, knew of the existence of these audio tapes until recently.
Mariam, you're now 11 years old.
They thread the narrative of the boxing champion's life in Claire Lewis's documentary. Ali's daughter, Hannah, offered the tapes to Lewis.
Say, I love my daddy.
I love my daddy. I love my poo-poo head daddy.
Okay.
My father was always conscious about history. And, I think that's one of the reasons why he made this series of audio tape cassette recordings.
Say, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
The film shows the whole world in love with him. Testimonials of friends and adversaries paint the Olympian and three-time boxing champion Cassius Clay, later Muslim convert Muhammad Ali, as a sensitive, poignant, and courageous man. Because he refused to serve in the Vietnam War, he was stripped of his championship title, and his boxing license was revoked. His close friend, former football player Jim Brown, remembers.
He had a lot of courage. The risk he had to take, and then to be isolated, to have his crown taken away, not be able to make a living, that was difficult.
But he stuck to his convictions, and in 1974, at the age of 32, Ali made a comeback.
When George Foreman meets me, he'll pay his debt. I can drown a drink of water and kill a dead tree. Wait till you see Muhammad Ali.
He defeated formidable George Foreman and recaptured his title.
I get into the ring with the guy, I bluffed him, I done everything. Beat him up basically for about 5 or 6 rounds. I thought it was easy. Then about the 6th round, he whispered in my ear after I'd hit him in the side, "That all you got, George?" And that was about all I had.
I Am Ali does not say much about his broken marriages, but it highlights his bond with his children.
I was the Concorde of boxing. I was at a high altitude than the rest, moving fast.
As Ali has aged, we hear him begin to slur his words, a sign of developing Parkinson's disease. He finally retired in the late 1970s, and in the mid-80s he was diagnosed with Parkinson's. But to the world and his children, he remains an icon of power and grace.
If anyone wonder why me, Muhammad Ali, is making these tapes, is because history is so beautiful.
Penelope Pulu, VOA News, Washington.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
I was broke, man. It's not funny. Do you know that? Let me tell you something. Most rich people picking no get money. You know why? Because they don't feel the need to work or aspire or want to be something. You understand? You know, my mom died when I was 11. You know, I'm the last born of 5 kids. So from a young age, I knew what I wanted to do. You understand? I fought to do this music. I come from a family where it's school. When you finish school, go and work for Popsy. Do you understand? So this music is something I had to fight for and work hard for. So, you know what I'm saying? To become Davido wasn't anything like, say, Popsy help me or anything. Of course, my dad has played a very key role in my career, for sure, as a mentor, as a supporter and everything. But I feel like if you want to, no matter who you are, no matter the background you come from, you have to work.
2013, 2014, when Show Me Your Rosé was like the biggest song in Nigeria, I had an Achilles tendon injury. I couldn't walk for like about 6 months. You know, I used to go to shows with crutches, and before I go on stage, I drop my crutches and jump in. And after that, I keep bleeding after every performance. And at some point, the doctor told me to stay off stage and stay off performing for the longest time. And at that time, my record label left me. I was totally alone. Big up my manager at the time, Kolo. He was, you know, right beside me at every point in time. At that point, I wanted to give up, you know, just a single artist, nobody supporting me, nothing. It was just, you know, you guys, my fans out there, and the few people that kept telling me, yo, your sound is different, you need to keep going, you know? And I kept going, and prayers and God, that was all it took, you know? So if I can do it, trust me, don't try to be the next me, because you might not get it right. Just try to be the first you, because that is the only way that you will stand out and be a legend in your own world. So saying that, I want you guys to know that life is not as hard as people make it look. Try to live your life like water. No matter how they cut you, they leave no scars, you know? But have no foes, have not too many friends, but believe in those that you believe in, because when you believe and share positive energy to the universe, it comes right back to you.
It's a funny one though. I remember this one vividly. I just started Flatmates. Back then, not the new Flatmates, like some 15, 16 years ago. After I graduated from the University of Lagos, so I wanted to do my own thing and I started shooting Flatmates. But there was no money to even take tapes sometimes to TV stations, because I'll be the one to shoot sometimes myself, carry the camera, shoot, write on a paper that we use only one paper that you read, okay, but say your line, say my own. So we don't even photocopy scripts because there was no money at the initial stage. So I remember, because I had to deliver a tape to MITV to show their own for the week, deliver another one to LTV to show their own for the week, deliver to NTA Channel 2, because the program became so big after the initial one at STV. So every TV station was asking for it. And I trekked, I remember vividly, trekking from MITV in Ikeja to my parents' house in Abeson, Ipaja. Wow. As in I trekked, because there was no other way I would be able to get home. From University of Lagos, I managed with the little money I had to get to MITV and LTV to give them the tapes that would run. Because if I didn't, then there would be nothing to show. So I had to go back home, so I had to trek. I think this will be able to inspire people.
When I was starting off, I remember at some point, when I started working with a radio station, you know, I wouldn't want to mention the radio station. Back in Jos those days, the station used to be situated at a 12-story building, you know, and our office was on the 9th floor, and the office didn't have an elevator. There was no functional elevator, so we used to walk all the way to the ninth floor, and then back. And then my salary then was 4,000 naira a month.
Wow.
Yes.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, and that 4,000, I used to have one of my colleagues who used to work with me then, so we split it to 2,000 every month.
And what year was it?
It's 2004.
Years ago, I had just come to Lagos. I'd like to think that I was about 22 years old at the time. I had my break in the industry, but it wasn't. I was still an up-and-coming actress. So I think it was a year where my big film came out. So yeah, I got roles. I was having offers to work, and then I was paid good money. And then I went to see some group of friends that I had on the island, and they were like the big girls. So then they were buying. There was somebody who brought bags for sale. The bags were like 350,000 naira each. And I mean, I couldn't have afforded it at that time, but it didn't make any sense to me to buy a handbag for 350K when I was doing very okay with my 25,000 naira bags and 15,000 naira bags. And so, because they were like, oh, this will look good on you. You need to, now you're a Lagos girl. I'm like, okay. So out of the pressure, I took 2 other bags. So when I got home, I called the girl who sold the bag. I said, look, would it be possible to return these bags? Because I don't think I really need them. And she was like, oh, sure, why not? And that's how I returned the 2 bags. And I didn't take the bag. So I went back to buy my 15,000, 25,000 naira bag at that point in time, because that was what I felt like, that was what made sense to me at that time. Now, what is the story, the lesson of this story that I just told, what I'm trying to say, in essence, is that there is time for everything. Take your life one step at a time. Do what you can afford. Do not be pressured, because that lifestyle you're looking at today, if you build yourself today, you might just be able to afford even much more than that tomorrow. But the thing is this, you have to start from somewhere. And then not just like you start making money today, you want to have the most elaborate or the most flamboyant things. No, you have to save. It's so important to save. And if you don't save, you can't have a financial stable life.
The hair industry is a multi-million naira business in Nigeria. The industry has experienced impressive growth in recent years. From the sale of hair extensions, wigs, and hair care products, it is a huge market and it is largely buoyed by patronage from women. Women are mostly identified by their hair, but does that mean without hair they have no identity? Definitely not. There is a condition called alopecia. It causes the partial or complete absence of hair from areas of the body where it normally grows. And for women who have it, they experience baldness. We met an alopecian, Jasmine Oguns, who shared her story with us.
Alopecia is an autoimmune disease, but we alopecians like to define it as an autoimmune condition, so we don't scare people. So alopecia is an autoimmune condition that happens when the immune system attacks the hair follicles, thereby causing partial or total hair loss. You know, the immune system is actually supposed to protect us from germs, diseases, and sickness. But in this case, the immune system attacks the hair follicles because it sees the hair follicles as a stranger to the body system, so it attacks it. And once the hair follicles get attacked, then there's a problem in the roots of hair growth. Yeah, so that's where hair loss starts from. I started having hair loss in 2004. That was my first year in school, in higher institution. Before then, I used to have very long hair, like very beautiful hair. And a particular day, I went to the salon, and my hairstylist noticed a bald patch behind my head, just around here. It was very tiny, very insignificant, but she noticed it because she has been making my hair for a long time. Yeah, so she noticed it and called my attention to it, but I didn't pay so much attention to it because I felt it was a minor thing and my hair was going to grow back. So after 2 weeks, I went back to make my hair. She noticed another one on this side. She called my attention to it again, so I became scared. I informed my mom about it, and my mom also didn't see it as a big issue. She just said it would grow back. And after a while, the patches started increasing, and they started forming a map on my scalp. I stopped going to the salon to make my hair. It became a thing of concern, and someone told my mom it was lakpa caused by dandruff. But then I didn't have dandruff, so where did it come from? So she got sulfur, started applying sulfur on the scalp, but instead of it to get better, it got worse. That was how the alopecia journey started for me. How I knew it was alopecia. Okay, before I got to that point, it was the whole journey. Because after the Lapa episode, there was always an extended family member who would come up with one name or the other. In fact, it metamorphosed to spiritual problem. So they tagged it a spiritual problem. I know in this part of the world, anything we don't know is automatically a spiritual problem. So that was when the frustration started. They started taking me from one pastor to another, and because most of these people, they're about what they can get into their pockets, they second, you know, and it was really traumatizing, you know, and I didn't know until after 10 years. Yeah, I didn't know it was alopecia until after 10 years. So I'll share a bit of my experience in that journey. First, some pastors said someone took my hair to the ocean. That's why I don't have hair. But there are some sacrifices here and there that we could perform that would make my hair grow. So I had times that I killed cows. I had times that I killed chickens. There were times we just give out the cows raw, like the meat, the pieces, you know, raw like that. There were times we cook and feed people with it, just in the quest for my hair to grow back. And there were other ugly experiences I had too, ugly encounters I had of some spiritual men asking to have some form of intimacy with me before my hair could grow. Like, it was really traumatizing. It was annoying. It was frustrating because at some point I got depressed, and I got to meet with a dermatologist who introduced some hairsprays to me that I used. It didn't work, and the moment I stopped using the spray, my hair fell off. In fact, at this point, I now lost my hair completely because the spray did not work. You understand? So it triggered some other hormones, and then I lost my hair completely. So I became completely bald. You know, initially it was just in patches, and then after applying those sprays, I lost my hair completely. And I used that spray for a period of 1 year and 6 months. And at that time, a spray cost 15,000 naira. So I must use a can, like I must buy a new can every fortnight. It was a fortnight thing. I was buying a new can every fortnight, and I administered it for a year and a half. But instead of it to get better, it got worse. And I still did not stop. I wanted a solution. I wanted my hair back. So I approached another dermatologist who placed me on a wrong medication. And because I was so desperate, I didn't even bother to ask, what is this thing you're placing me on? What is this medication for? I didn't know it was using me as a specimen. For every time I got 0.1 mg, I took 5 as a dose. For every time I got 0.5 mg, I took 10 as a dose. So that was an abuse. And I discovered that my memory was diminishing. So at that point, I had to stop. But it had already caused some damage, and I became depressed, and I became suicidal as well. So at some point I became suicidal. I almost died because I made a suicidal attempt. But thank God my mother was at home on that particular day and she saved me. So it has been from one bad encounter, one bad experience to another until 2015 when I decided I was going to do a personal research to know what exactly my problem was. And that was how I stumbled on the word alopecia on the internet, and I realized it was a condition, or it is a condition. Like what I've been going through actually has a name, and the name is alopecia. So that was how I got to know that the condition is alopecia. I started embracing myself in 2015. Yeah, that was when I did the personal research that I became aware. And okay, I stumbled on a particular lady's story online, and I started following her up. Her daughter has alopecia, and I saw the way she instilled confidence in her daughter at every stage that her daughter was encountering. Like, it started with bald patch. From one bald patch, it increased to patches, and then she lost almost everything, and there were just few strands of hair left. I saw the way she would pack the hair into ponytail and go everywhere with it, you know. So I admired that. But I noticed that while I was doing my research, I didn't really see much of black people with the same condition. There were more of white people. And within me, I resolved that I could be a strength to other people, especially black people who are going through this same experience, who are experiencing the same thing. Because looking back to how my journey started, it wasn't funny. And at that point, I knew there were people who were going through worse situation than what I went through. So I decided I was going to be a voice to other people. I was going to stand my ground and create awareness. Though in the process of doing that, I opened up to a few persons, media personnel, who did not really understand my story, and they made a mess of it because I wanted to do a come out video. You get? So they made a mess of it and turned it to a comedy skit. That was when I knew there's really no bad publicity, because that was when I met my deputy Moshudat Badmus. I was really sad about it because the whole thing went bad for me. You know, it went viral. A lot of people saw it. A lot of people misunderstood the message because they actually did not pass the message right. A lot of people misunderstood it. So it went sour, and she came online, saw the ridicule and everything, and she started fighting for me. So she was like the voice I didn't have at that downtime, at that point in time. So I approached her and I was like, you seem to know about alopecia. Do you have alopecia? She said yes. He needed to see the joy that I felt that day. Like I didn't feel that kind of joy in 10 years. I was so excited. I was so happy. I contacted her immediately. We started talking, and before you knew it, I was on my way to, then she was in Ogun State. I was on my way to Ogun State from Kaduna. I took a trip to Ogun State just to meet her because, you know, it was relieving for you to see someone or know that there's someone who can relate, you know, to whatever it is you were going through. Because before then, people around me could not understand. There were times I wanted to talk. I wanted to just, you know, explain how I was feeling, but I didn't have people to talk to, because even when I talk, they don't understand. You understand? It was more like a mental thing for me. But when I met her, it was relieving. I felt so much relief because she could relate. Yeah, she understood where I was coming from, and that was how the foundation journey started.
The National Alopecia Areata Foundation states that alopecia affects about 147 million people in the world, and according to Africa Prime News, there are over 100,000 persons living with alopecia in Nigeria.
It has not been easy running the Heroic Alopecia Foundation because, okay, one thing is for people to know what their condition is. Another thing is for them to come out, right? So, like I said, when I met Moshudat, that was when the foundation journey started. Though I'd already started single-handedly before I met her, and then we took the race together, and we continued the race. Then some other members joined, and we grew to about 13 members, and in the process, we got to know more. We got to know that alopecia is actually a journey. You get? Some would accept the fact that this is what it is. Some may never accept it. But it's a good thing that you are aware that this is what the problem is, right? And we realize that a lot of people are out there suffering that don't know what this condition is. And they really need to know, because if you know that you have a problem and you know what that problem is, I think your problem is half solved already. So what we do basically is try to reach out to people, try to create awareness. Thanks to BBC Pidgin, I was featured on BBC Pidgin last year, and as a result of that publicity, our member strength grew from 13 to 70. Yeah, so right now we have 70 members. Majority are Nigerians. We have few of them in Ghana, some in Sierra Leone, Cameroon, Senegal, America, London. So we still feel there's a need for us to create more awareness, because if you'd ask for my opinion, I would say only 2% of people in Nigeria are aware of this condition called alopecia. I think a lot has to be done, a lot needs to be done concerning awareness. There was a training I went for recently at Nikkei Art Gallery, and on the first few days of the training, I didn't go with my wig. I didn't wear my wig, and nobody really paid attention to the fact that I don't have hair. I only got comments like, your hairstyle is nice, and because of what I went there for, I didn't have that time to explain to them that it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition, until after 5 days, I decided to wear my wig. So I went there with the wig, and after a while, I started feeling uncomfortable with my wig on, so I removed it. And people were like, it's better. You look better without your wig than with your wig. So another question popped up from someone else, that why the hairstyle? What inspired the hairstyle? And I told them it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition. So that got a lot of people's attention, and they're like, oh really, it's a health condition, tell us about it. So while I was talking, I heard whispers of two persons arguing about one Tope somewhere that has a similar condition, and the other person said, no, it's not the same. Tope's case is spiritual. You know, they were arguing in their dialect, in Kaba actually. So I heard and I paused and asked, why did you say Tope's condition is spiritual? He said, because hers is not completely off like mine. She has patches and all. I said, yes, the patch is a form of alopecia actually. Like, there are different types of alopecia. Hers is alopecia areata. That's the medical term for her condition. And they're like, oh, really? I said, yes. So I went as far as explaining to them that there's also a condition called alopecia totalis, where it's just limited to the head alone. You know, the hair loss is limited to the head alone. And I also explained about alopecia universalis, where the victim loses the lashes, the brows, and every other part of the body that has hair. And they were amazed. So when they told me a lot about Tope, I told them I was interested in meeting Tope. But guess what? Tope is dead. Tope died as a result of isolation. Tope died as a result of stigmatization. I also heard of the story of one woman in Benue State that died as a result of stigmatization. She was tagged a witch because her hair stopped growing, and she was isolated, far away from people. You know, they stopped giving her food, and that was how she died. I also heard of some girls in Benin who were constantly tied and flogged with broom because they have alopecia. And at the moment, we have two parents in Kaduna who are representing their sons because they are kids. One is 6 years old, the other one is 7. There's this belief in the north, when strange things happen to you, they just assume you have anjanu, like a spiritual problem, like evil spirits. I think anjanu is evil spirits. And they kept burning their scalps with fire, that they are chasing away the anjanu, until they met me. Someone actually told me about them, and I went to visit the family. So when I got there and I removed my wig, I saw the relief. You know, there was this sigh of relief that, oh, okay, so this thing is not happening to our son alone. There are other people who have this thing, and it's a medical condition. You understand? So a lot needs to be done concerning awareness.
Alopecia can affect anyone regardless of age and gender, and in many cases, it takes a toll on their relationships.
To an extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people, because I remember back then in school, when it started at first, I didn't start covering it immediately. I still rocked it, and after a while, I started covering it with a scarf, and my friends were surprised, like, when did you start covering your hair? You were not like this, what's the problem? And some of them just tried to be naughty and they pulled the scarf off. And when they realized that there was something strange about my head, some gave space. The naughty ones tagged it a name. Some started calling me an alien. Like when I applied the spray and everything fell off, like I lost every strand of hair on my body. I'm talking about my lashes, my brows, every part of my body. I didn't have hair. I had a friend who was constantly calling me an alien, like to my face, and people would laugh about it. It became embarrassing at some point. And then relationship, yeah, I had a major relationship then that failed as a result of alopecia, because my supposed to-be mother-in-law called off the wedding introduction, 3 days to the wedding introduction, because of fear of the unknown. You know, she didn't want a situation whereby her grandchildren would have hair loss problem, so she called off the wedding introduction, not minding how far we had gone, and then the preparation for the event and all that. And the last disappointment I got to was as a result of alopecia, because I went for a consultation with the person I was dating at that time, and he heard all the medical advice I got about me. Like the dermatologist advised that I should not bother myself, because at this stage, at this point, the hair loss has really it has gotten to an advanced stage where my hair might not grow anymore, you understand? So he heard all of that, and his countenance changed on our way home. So out of curiosity, I tried to question him about his mood and everything, and he said he's scared, doesn't want to raise kids that would not have hair. So to a great extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people. Alopecia has really affected my family in a lot of ways. Like my mom, right now, she still does not accept the fact that it is a medical condition. She's yet to come to terms with the fact that it's a medical condition. She still feels that there's more to it and the hair would grow. Yes, the hair could grow because alopecia actually has a mind of its own. The way it decides to go off, like the way your hair decides to go off, it could just decide to start growing overnight. That's another mysterious thing about alopecia, because it has to do with your immune system. So your immune system might just decide, okay, I want to be good, I want to be perfect, and then your hair starts growing again, you understand? So it has really affected my family, because I remember when I didn't know what it was, I was constantly being stigmatized, because my mother would always have a scarf or a cap or something beside her, and the moment someone knocks at the door, she's throwing it at me to cover my head. I didn't like that part. I didn't like the fact that I could not just be myself, you know, and feel free like every other person. I didn't like the fact that I have to always cover my head, you know. And another thing is, it became a prayer request. Like till now, it's still a prayer request. Everyone is always praying at some point, at one point or the other, for my hair to grow back. Yeah, so it has really affected my family, not just me.
1 in 20 people with alopecia also has a family member who has experienced the condition, which implies that most people that have alopecia usually don't have family members with this condition.
I'm not too sure that the awareness is really there. Having said so, I mean, if we think about the patients who come into the clinic, alopecia is, at least what I would say, some studies have shown that it's one of the top 10 dermatology consultations. And because the world is generally getting more visual, everybody's more concerned about appearance, and we talk about quality of life and all this. So you're seeing a lot more patients coming in. They're coming in. Areata in itself, a lot of people don't know. I don't think the awareness is really, really there. But remember that when you're dealing with a specialty, so if we talk in the general population, maybe no, but if you come into the specialty community, specialty hospital, we'll see we have a bit, a high enough number of cases. But I would say if you just ask for the general population, no. And so to the next question of how can we make them more aware of what you're doing? If we have people who suffer from, I remember that because of the stigma of alopecia, everybody knows that a woman's hair is supposed to be like her crowning glory. She wants to do things with it. She wants to look well. You don't really want to cover it. But with wigs and weaves, nobody knows who has what. Now, a lot of women will just take it out. So you don't know who has the problem because of the stigma or the quality of life. Very, very significant impact on the quality of life. So people are hiding. People are not able to get, and some people go to those who don't really know what to do. Some people, the salon, the hairstylist, who should almost be like your first sort of, oh, madam, or girl, as the case may be, what's happening to your hair? Do you think you need to see somebody? Most times they might give you their own version of what they think works, and the hair loss is worsening. Where ideally, if you present early enough in alopecia areata, you may just be able to break that autoimmunity.
Alopecia often develops suddenly over the course of just a few days. This condition affects the mental health of the victims and sometimes makes them withdrawn.
Dealing with stigmatization before I became aware was not easy. I had days that I cried. I had days I didn't want to see anybody. Like, I locked myself up in the room for days, for weeks. There were days I didn't want to see my immediate family members, my downtime and all, as a result of stigmatization. Like I mentioned earlier, that there was a time I was depressed. It was as a result of stigmatization, because I felt stigmatized by everybody, even those that were close to me. You know, at every point in time, I was expecting people to show me love. So at every moment that I don't, at every time that I don't get that kind of love that I expect, you know, I feel stigmatized. So it was really ugly for me. But the moment I got to know that this is what it is, I became free. You know, I got some form of liberty, I got some form of liberation, and I don't get stigmatized anymore. So when people try to mock me now, I just laugh at their ignorance. And if I have the opportunity to educate them, I don't hesitate.
Alopecia can cause a lot of anxiety and sadness. It is important we have more support groups in the society to help people living with alopecia deal with the psychological effects of this condition.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 and they pay.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation, as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
The 2023 elections might not take place if insecurity is not solved, say eminent Nigerians. And the River State APC governorship aspirants have signed a peace accord and are said to have zoned the governorship position to the riverine Ijaw part of the state. This is Plus Politics, and I'm Kofi Patel. Once again, you welcome Nigerians, including the president of the Christian Association of Nigeria, Samson Ayokunle, and the Sultan of Sokoto, Sa'ad Abubakar, have warned that widespread insecurity across the country is the greatest threat to the forthcoming elections in 2023. Also, Haneze Ndigbo scribe Oke Emuche said that as soon as the issue of Igbo presidency took a life of its own, the spate of insecurity heightened in the southeast. Now, on his part, representative of the Northern Elders Forum, Professor Yusuf Osman, has argued that Nigeria's slide into anarchy began with the scrapping of history as a standalone subject from the school curriculum, while noting that elders had lost control of the youth across the country. He added that banditry was a social issue which must be addressed through justice and social reform. Now, joining us to discuss these, we have Joseph Hyab, who is the chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria in Kaduna State, and of course, Charles Otu, who is a political analyst. Gentlemen, it's great to have you join us on Plus Politics. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you for having us too.
All right.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, so I'll start with you, Joseph Hyab. When you hear the Christian Association, or when we hear the president of the Christian Association of Nigeria and the Sultan of Sokoto speak together about the state of the nation, this is something we don't hear or see on a regular basis. So what exactly should we make of it?
In the past few years, efforts have actually been going to bring these two major religious groups together, and the leaders have been leading by example. There is synergy, there is understanding, there is platform, or there are platforms that these two religious leaders have been meeting, not just the two of them, but with other representatives to begin to talk about Nigeria, to begin to find solutions Nigeria, to begin to offer meaningful advice about Nigeria. Because we've realized that in the past, the divisions that have always come out in the public domain are the things that the enemies of Nigeria use to continue to suppress the country, to continue to cause havoc. Because when you deal with an enemy like this, and all the enemy will want to see is division, so that instead of you calling him or mentioning his fault, you will be busy fighting one another. I think time has come that leaders and all of us are beginning to see that unless we unite, unless we begin to speak with one voice, unless we come together to look at Nigeria as our country, to look at the issues that are confronting us as a problem on every Nigeria, not on Christians alone or Muslims alone, not on Southerners or Northerners alone, we cannot solve the problem. So for me, I actually applaud this effort, and I commend those who facilitate that meeting to bring that togetherness. And I just hope that they will continue, because it's not just because of 2023 election, it's about Nigeria. We need to be on the dialogue table as Nigeria, speak as Nigeria. Look, there's nothing wrong on that table. We exchange words and express our grievances, or express our pains, but at the end, we still embrace one another. That is how we can offer meaningful advice to this country, and that's when we will begin to have leaders, and we will hold those leaders accountable. But as long as we are divided, our leaders will want to do what they want to do because they know we are divided. We will not even hold them accountable. Instead of holding them accountable, we will be blaming one another.
All right, Charles Otu, what are your thoughts in relation to what your counterpart, Joseph Hyab, has said? With these two leading figures coming out to speak about the state of the nation, we're well aware that religious leaders have been speaking a lot in recent time, well documented. There's a lot of mistrust between both faiths, and especially when you look at the north and southern divide. Do you think that this is something that would change the narrative as far as the country is concerned and remove the mistrust between both faiths as far as polity and the nation in general is concerned?
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you, Reverend Hyab. He has
actually pointed out a very critical fact, and that is the fact that the insecurity does not select who should be a victim. You recall that the train that was hijacked by terrorists on its way to Kaduna, the terrorists are concerned about the figure, the number they are having to negotiate with, or to cause the government to negotiate with. They really isolate people to say, oh, you are a Christian, we want to take you and keep you in custody. You're a Muslim, you can go. So that move by the various religious groups, the Christian Association of Nigeria and the Sultan, is a very good move and it's commendable. It's actually sad that we are referring to it and then making an analogy of how it's going to affect the 2023 general elections, not minding that Nigeria will need to survive even before the 2023 general elections, and that if present trend continues, there is no saying that it is a real threat to the election, because what it shows is that people have acquired massive arms. What it also shows is that with the political temperature rising speedily, there could be alignments with people who are armed to disrupt the process of the election. We pray that doesn't happen to Nigeria. But then, if the recommendations made by these religious groups are not taken very seriously the way they should, we could be heading to that doomsday. Our fears could be very founded, because they could be well founded, because what have been their recommendations? They are saying, look, the generality of the security architecture needs to be repositioned. You shouldn't find a scenario wherein the Inspector General of Police, for instance, visits Kaduna, parades and confirms that the road leading to Kaduna is very safe. And the very next, within 48 hours, people are kidnapped on that road, people are killed. I mean, if people are sitting tight to their positions as security heads, what it means, therefore, is that what the National Assembly told us may be correct, that security in Nigeria has become a cash cow business. Insecurity in Nigeria that is plotted, harvested, and then people are making a mincemeat of the nation from it. Look at the budget that has gone into security since this dispensation in the last 7 years. You will see a progression towards, of course, the recurrent expenditure. Nobody is talking about what has been budgeted, where has it gone into, and what has been the response towards those budgets. If we budgeted for Toscano aircrafts, nobody is asking, have they been purchased? Who is responsible for what? What kind of arms and tactics have these security heads gained? And that is why I personally accept the views of the religious leaders that the leadership of the various security heads need to give space for people who have a new sense of ingenuity to take over.
Okay. All right. Interesting. We've been having these, and I'll go back to Joseph Hayab. We've been having these statements in the past, especially before elections. I mean, we've seen things like the National Peace Council. We've seen things like, politicians, leading politicians and candidates of the leading parties coming together to sign peace pacts in the past. And we still have violent elections. Now, we're just not talking about violence during elections. We're talking about the state of the nation and insecurity that may threaten the 2023 elections. But nothing changed in the past. So what can you say, Joseph Hayab, to convince me and the rest of our viewers that the statements of these elder statesmen, religious leaders will go far or hold any water?
I think we must give credit to the efforts that have been put together in the previous or in the last two elections. Nigerians will agree with me that in 2015, this Nigerian Peace Committee, whatever they call themselves, did a good job by engaging all the political actors at that time. And somehow Jonathan became the hero by showing leadership and conceding to defeat. And in 2019, they also did a lot of effort. I'm not sure we actually have records that during those elections, people were killed, as I'm hearing from you. What we do have record is that there is insecurity in the country. Not that it happened. So the insecurity in the country have grown to the extent that we are now scared that we may not even do the election. And so these leaders are calling and appealing that government should wake up and ensure that the country is safe, because we must have a country before we vote for someone to lead us. If we don't have a country, if we vote for you, who are you going to lead? Are you going to lead just your family? So I think this also, because let's not confuse the whole conversation into as if there has been total failure.
But Joseph Hab, what I'm saying is we've had these statements in the past, during elections, before elections, and I can give you examples of states across the country where violence, electoral violence was recorded, even pre-election violence was recorded, or election-related violence was recorded. We had religious leaders, and elder statesmen, like we're having now, visit some of these states. And the leading candidates were made to sign peace pacts. They came out, they even cut cakes and stuff. But people still died. There's still armed thugs who went out and scouted elections, and they killed themselves. Also, who used, security agencies who used them. So,
this cannot be the fault of the peace committee or the religious leaders.
Yeah.
We understand the kind of political class we have in Nigeria. People who have no ideology, people who have no agenda, people who just want to rule us by force, people who want to become leaders whether people like it or not. Unfortunately, they are taking advantage of the poverty in the country. They are taking advantage of the low education among many young people and giving them drugs and giving them money to go and burn and destroy homes just because they want to win election. And that's why we feel strongly that there has been a shift, because in the past they do those things because they will use it to rig election or use it to manipulate election people. And we are just believing that somehow we are making progress with the signing of the new Electoral Act, but that's not enough. We are talking about the country in general, not just about election. There is no peace in the East. There is no peace in the West. There is no peace in the North. Every day people are dying. Every day numbers are being thrown out there telling you that so number. Like yesterday in Plateau State, 80 people killed. This is terrible. And in Kaduna State, it's like an everyday business. You hear the one you hear, and many have been just kept. People just mourn in their home without necessarily complaining. So what we are saying today is that, look, there's a growing insecurity in the country, that even the relative understanding we used to have during election time may not be possible come 2023. Can we start doing something at this moment? Can we take steps that will stop and bring about sanity, so that when we come, people can come out to vote? But when we don't do that, people may likely not come out to vote, because people must be alive before they vote.
All right, interesting, Joseph Hybe. Charles Otu, I don't know which of the religions you belong to, whether you're an atheist. I mean, that's your prerogative. But I do assume you've sat in an occasion. I'm assuming you've sat in an occasion where you've had VIPs, for instance, governors or ministers, and you've had maybe a clergyman, either an imam, a sheikh, or some sort of a priest. Are these religious leaders part of the problem? Why wait till some months before the election for things to get to this crescendo of insecurity before say these things? For instance, we talk about the volatile parts of the north of the country, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Mr. Charles Otu. The northern part of the country, northeast, east, northwest, and north central, predominantly Muslim. Another volatile part of the country, southeast, predominantly Christian. You have Catholics, Anglicans, and then, of course, the Pentecostal churches. Have our religious leaders spoken truth to power enough?
Well, thank you so much. It does appear like we're echoing what, of course, I'm a Christian, and I'm happy this conversation is coming. I'm now coming across religious groups or divides. It is no longer, some people trying to say, oh, that, or pretend or sit on the fence about it. It echoes what a clergyman in the eastern part of Nigeria said, that most times what pastors and other religious heads, including reverend fathers, do in the country, just like the imams, it's at best awful. Sometimes you see them, they just want to sit on the fence and build in the good book of the present government of the day, without knowing that their duty actually as religious leaders, because these governors, these senators, the lawmakers, and all sorts of people that are in politics come to them to pay obeisance. And that is actually an opportunity to speak truth to power. Even in the faith I practice, which is Christianity, you see people in the days of the old, in the biblical examples, wherein leaders got to church and they were told, this is how you should act. And that has been lacking sincerely among our religious leaders on both divides, both Christians, both the Muslims and the traditionalists, and of course, all manner of religions. We've seen people get to power and they are just, the church is the only interested in the politician completing a building project for the church. And the church is shut off for that same reason. I will cite an example in my state of Ebonyi, for instance. In Ebonyi, you will find out that the CAN chairman is a member of the State Executive Council. Not just a member of the State Executive Council, he is even the closest person to the governor of my state, David Omar. And you still find out that, look, this man, if he had been advised rightly, he shouldn't be taking certain actions, which means the priest is there. Another priest, for instance, who is a Catholic priest, Reverend Timothy Nguta, is detained or remanded in prison. And the same Catholic priest, who is a member of the ESCO, is not talking about or doing so much to cause about that can lead to his release from prison. What are the issues? The church depends largely on these political demagogues or these politicians to survive. And because of it, they have taken away the power to speak truth to power to them, from them. And once that is taken away, as has been the case in the last 7 years, you see things going as awful and ugly as it has gone, and you see the church only lamenting and complaining. Same goes to the Islamic religion. Of course, you heard about the sheikh in Abuja that was suspended. What was his crime? That he said, look, this is security has gotten out of hand. People have to sit up to their responsibilities and take charge. And the imam was suspended. From suspension, he was sacked. So you see, it cuts across religious divides. But if the leaders continue to hear these truths from religious leaders, not just when election is coming, they come to bring them together to sign peace plans and talk about how it is affecting how it's going to affect the election. What we are giving is just a structural arrangement that makes it readily make people think, okay, all these preparations is towards the election. So if you have an election, what comes before, what comes thereafter, after an election? So that has made it difficult. The church and the Islamic leaders, the church leaders and the Islamic leaders alike, have not held the government reasonably accountable because they have the pulpit. None of the leaders walk away from the church. None of the leaders walk away from the mosque, being told the truth.
Okay.
The highest that could happen, what happened, they can be slammed with suspension. But if it becomes a norm that you cannot have a safe haven, if you enter this church, you're going to hear the same truth. If you enter this mosque, you're going to hear the same truth. You have no option that you begin to think about how to redress your,
Okay. Charles, so too interesting. I'll come back to you, Joseph High, about the Christian Association of Nigeria. You've said him. I've asked him a question. Are our religious leaders speaking truth to power? He says point blank, no. What do you think about this? Because all these politicians, they attend church or they go to the mosque for their prayers. They get laid hands, they receive laying of hands. Some receive prophecies and anointing. And I've said it before that never before, especially from the last administration into this one, before in the history of Nigeria, has the church or the religious circles, maybe even the mosque or Islam, had as much influence in the polity. It's never been as much as it is in these days across the country. We can go back to liberation theology as propounded by the famous Peruvian theologian of the Dominican, a priest of the Dominican order, Gustavo Gutierrez, and we saw what he did for the people and how he spoke truth to power. So what do you say to Charles Otu's remark that our religious leaders have not spoken truth to power? It's a pretty long question, but I hope I was able to pass.
Well, I think the recent development should have changed his thinking, but that's the truth. The truth is that we've not had enough religious leaders speaking truth to power. We must own up to that. Because when you have a large part of religious leaders and you just have probably 10 or 20 speaking truth to power, it's not enough. Some of us who do come out in this station, you know that I've always been here. I think this is the first time in the past 6 months that I'm even smiling. Every time I come on this media, I am frowning, I'm angry because I've lost a loved one, things are not going in right, Kaduna is on fire. But you see, just one voice speaking every day, those in power will just tag you as an enemy or give you some names. So I quite agree with him that we've not really been doing enough. Many of my colleagues should wake up, because if you allow just one person, let's start example, when the Imam came out and speak what was true, many clerics are agreeing that what he said is true, but how many of them have come publicly to agree? Even if they say they agree with him, they're just saying that behind the scene. Why? They don't want to come publicly and say we agree with him, because they are thinking they are going to lose their friendship with those politicians. But what that man have done is to set the pace, and more clerics supposed to come out in support and condemnation of evil. Because how on earth will you be asking for election? Well, we have almost a large number of people in the hands of the bandits. The bandits are even threatening the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, are saying that, look, you know what we want. We're not asking you for money. Do what we want. Who are they? Our government should be strong enough to show them the might of government. But because nothing is really happening. So if you ask me to put the answer very simple, not many clerics have actually been speaking truth to power.
Okay.
But there are clerics who are speaking truth to power.
Yeah.
They have been called names. They've either been tagged as supporting a particular political interest. I want to encourage those few clerics that don't give up, continue to speak truth to power. I don't want to beat my chest and say whether I'm one, but those who have been following me can tell.
Yes,
whether
yes,
I am
we
one
know about that,
power
especially
or
those
not.
of you.
But the truth is that not enough. About 2 weeks ago, I watched something that was quite disturbing. On one of the national television stations, clerics, Christian pastors, people who dress, to be honest, to be candid with our viewers here, that sometimes people who go to the market and buy certain regalia and dress and call themselves bishop, and they were binding and losing and claiming that some people are supposed to be president. The fact that they are even saying that those people are gift to Nigeria. As a Nigerian, I know the history behind those people. I can't even understand you calling them gift to Nigeria. Well, they've not been able to do anything in the state where they are governing, or they've not been able to do anything where they are operating. But you see, this is the kind of system. But here is the crux of the matter.
Okay.
There is so much hunger in the land.
Yeah.
So people now hide under religion, wanting to get food. That's why they cannot speak truth to power. So I quite agree with Brother Charles that not many religious leaders have been speaking truth to power. But this effort by the Sultan and the current president must be commended, because at least now the leaders are speaking. So others should follow, so that the voice will be added. And when more people begin to speak, then those who think that they will not be wholly responsible know that we have woken up from our slumber.
All right, I want to thank you, and for the good work you're doing, and you've been vocal. Before we round up, Joseph Hayab, apart from speaking truth to power, we know the genesis of these conflicts in the country. I do not know if we'll be talking about this banditry if Boko Haram had not started like a joke that was treated with kids' gloves in the time of Chief Olusegun Obasanjo when their leader was killed. But these guys profess to be followers of Islam, and I do not know if it's impossible for the Islamic clerics led by the Sultan, with all respect to him, to have along the line interface to make sure, see what they can do. We go down to the southern part of the country and we know what is happening in the southeast. Of course, we have the Biafran agitation, but we know how devout people from that part of the country are, to the Christian faith. Would it not have been possible for the leaders of the Christian faith and the Jewish faith in Nigeria to interface with the proponents and those who started these agitations? Because whether the gunmen are known or unknown, it would not have been this way or this bad if that agitation had not gone the way it did. So I don't know what you have to say about that in just a sentence or two.
Yeah, the truth about it is that it may not be in the public domain. It may not be in the public domain, but I'm fully aware of efforts by certain bishops, because they've not asked me to mention their names. I've known about series of meetings that they've been holding with the Biafra youth groups that have been agitating.
This year, last year.
The fact about it that they even visited Kanu in prison.
Well, maybe it's become too late. When this thing started, some people were promoting it and defending it and encouraging, cheering on.
The agitation in the southeast was wrongly managed by government. When government is supposed to initiate dialogue, Government thought that she could just crush them. Let's be honest to ourselves. You see, that's why one of the famous outspoken senator of Nigeria, former senator, said that when it comes to bandits of northern Nigeria, they are being treated with kid gloves. When others act the same way, then they use big sticks and start pursuing them.
Right.
Let's call a spade a spade. The problem in this is the poor approach to these people. But if you think that religious leaders have not spoken to them, they are speaking to them. And that's exactly one of the things that Gumi went out to do from my conversation with him. The only place I disagree with him was when he started coming publicly on media and was changing who they are to calling them another title. That was when but I realized that he may have done that, I'm sorry, with due respect to him, out of fear, because they did admit that when they approached them, the people were violence against them. They even quoted all the various interviews they've ever said on television
we have
radio,
to go.
and they were coming against them. So they begin to speak nicely and mildly to win the support of the bandit. But there are efforts going on. It may not be in the public media because of certain reasons, but honestly speaking, I know there are efforts going on.
Thank you very much. Charles Otu, I was going to come to you, but I've been informed that we're out of time. So I want to thank both of you for your interesting contributions. Sincerely appreciate it. Joseph Hab is a chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria in Kaduna State, and Charles Otu is a political analyst. They've given us an interesting analysis of the issues at hand. Gentlemen, thanks for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having us.
Then thanks for staying with us. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll discuss the possibilities of zoning in the All Progressives Congress in Rivers State, of course, and what's happening ahead of the 2023 governorship elections there. Stay with us.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on PlusTvAfrica, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Welcome back. Governorship aspirants on the platform of the All Progressives Congress in Rivers State have signed a peace accord agreeing to support any one of them that emerges as the party's governorship flag bearer. The aspirants, in a communique issued at the end of their meeting in Port Hackett, the Rivers State capital, on Monday, said they have resolved to collapse their political structures in favor of any one of them that secures the party's governorship ticket. They also resolved to zone the seat of the governorship to the Riverine Ijaw area of the state. And joining us to discuss this is a chieftain of the All Progressives Congress in Rivers State, Honorable Golden Chioma, good evening to you. Thank you very much for your time.
Good evening.
All right. As a member of the party, the All Progressives Congress, and a chieftain of that party, what's your reaction to the news that the aspirants for the position of flag bearer or governor on the platform of your party have zoned the governorship ticket to the River Niger on their own?
It was not zoned by anybody. The party has not zoned the office. And the last time the office was zoned was in 2014. And it was zoned to the River Southeast. And it has not changed at this time. So what I'm aware of is that the senatorial zone, the River Southeast, is supposed to produce the governor. In that same senatorial zone, we have the Ijaw elements also. And we have the Ogonites. So that senatorial zone should produce. And that is the zoning I'm aware of. That was done in 2014. And since then, no governor have come from that zone since 1999.
That's talking about River Southeast?
Yes.
Okay. But are you not aware of the meeting by these governorship aspirants? And the statement was signed by Dawari George.
Yes, I'm aware of it because it's also in the media, in the news. But let me explain to you. What you saw was an amalgamation of people who are scared of Senator Magnus Abe, who is supposed to come from the River Southeast. Because of his candidature, the benefactor of all those you saw single-handedly did say that he was zoning it unilaterally without consultation with anybody, that it will go to the River Rhine, which means now that all parts of the state, including the senatorial zones that have produced governors before, are up for it, leaving an entire senatorial zone that have not produced the governor. For me, it will not hold water. But they have the right to so claim, to so agree that if any of them becomes the candidate, that they would collapse their structures. But I doubt the structures they have. Apart from one or two of them, the rest do not have any structure.
So we're looking at, you're saying it's based, are you saying the zoning formula, even if it's unwritten in River State, is based on a senatorial district arrangement? Or, because yes. I know the upline riverine arrangement, some call it dichotomy in River State, having worked there and lived there for 10 years. Should it not be an upline riverine thing?
Yes, Kofi, the state right now, the issue of riverine and upland is no longer tenable. There is virtually no part of River State that car cannot get to. Prior to now, we used to say that the riverine people have to go to Waterside before you have to get to Bonny Waterside for you to get to Bonny. Now, as I speak with you now, the road leading to Bonny is 95% completed. Cars get to Abonima and Bukuma. Cars get to Opopo. So there's no longer the issue of riverine and upland dichotomy. We are all rivers people. If we want to say that ethnicity should be the brain of distribution of offices, then we'll know about that. We'll go to that. In 1999, it went to the other senatorial zone, where the Calabaris belong to. In 2007, it came to my senatorial zone, where the Okrikas belong to. And the Minister of Transportation went. Now it's supposed to go to the other senatorial zone, the River Southeast. And let me explain to you, in 2014, when it was properly zoned to the River Southeast, it was between two candidates, Senator Magnus Abe and Right Dakuku Bitasai. Both of them qualified because they come from that senatorial zone. And it was between both of them. But just because of the fact that Senator Magnus has gone forward to tell the whole world that he's competent and capable for the office, which they are all aware of. The reason why they are trying to microzone it to the Ijaw stock is only to deny a competent, capable individual from aspiring for the office. That's the only thing.
But is Senator Magnus Abe, does he even have an aspiration to be the next governor of Rivers State, to vie for the position of governor on the platform of the APC? Because when I checked, his name was not on the attendance register of that meeting.
Yes. Just as I said, the meeting was called by the other faction of the All Progressive Congress in Rivers State. And if you also look at the people that signed that list, they all share the same benefactor, the Right Honorable Chibuike Rotimi Amaechi. And what they have espoused in that letter is to say that they are loyal and subservient to their benefactor. And that I give to them.
Okay.
And I'm very aware that Senator Magnus Abe is a man aspiring to lead Rivers State on his own accord based on his competence.
So if he aspires to lead Rivers State, will it be fair, because of course we know that there's been some sort of division in the party, will it be fair to say that all those who are aspiring, the likes of Tonye Cole, the likes of Dakuku Peterside, the likes of Dawari George, the likes of the former chairman of the APC in Rivers State and former chairman of our Saratoga local government area, and co. Will it be fair to say that they are, loyal to Rotimi Amaechi when, in times past, we know that the APC in Rivers State would have had one candidate, one person, and all of them would, that's a consensus candidate. You rightly said in 2015, it was Dakuku Adol Peterside. In 2019, it was Tonye Ko. This time around, we're seeing that as many as 10 of them have come out. So doesn't that show that there is some sort of freedom and that not one person is being dictated to or pushed forward, rather, as the consensus candidate?
I'm of the opinion that all those you saw, or those who signed that paper, derive their powers from Right Honorable Chibuike Rotimi Amaechi. I don't think, except one or two of them, that has the zeal and capacity to claim to wanting to contest on his own accord. Apart from that, the rest of them are hinging on the wings or the aprons of the minister. And I'm saying that we have passed that level. In the state, we are an opposition party. We need a credible and competent candidate to face the party in the state. It is no longer party, it's no longer the issue where somebody will say that I've anointed one person. We want people to aspire. We want people to show their capacity to taking up the mantle of leadership. I wish them well in their endeavors, but I'm only saying that what you have seen there is a conglomeration of those loyal to the minister. But I also want to disagree with you. In 2019, it was not Tonye Cole, because the APC was also not on the ballot. But the APC had two parallel congresses. One produced Senator Magnus Abe, the direct primaries, and the other one, the indirect one, produced Tonye Cole. Unfortunately, the court decided otherwise, and we didn't have a candidate. But for you to say that in 2019, no, the party was not on the ballot in 2019.
I wouldn't want us to go into that because I think that is what under the bridge now. But I just want to go through the names of those who were at that meeting. I was actually George Tolofari I was trying to refer to. But the names there include Prince Tonye Prince, who you know very well, Dr. Dakuku Peterside, that's number 2. Dr. Dawari George, number 3. Architect Tonye Ko, whom you've just talked about, number 4. Engineer Biopo Mabo Awara, number 5. You have Honorable Ojuka Eflaga Makri, Number 6, Honorable Mina Tenda. That's number 7. You have Honorable Ibinabo Michael West. Number 8, Sokonte Davis. And then, of course, the final one is Chief Francis Ada. So if these are the candidates of the All Progressives Congress or the aspirants, why wasn't Magnus Abe at that meeting? Bearing in mind we have one chairman of the APC, we have one APC now in River State, united under one chairman. Hello.
Kofi?
Yes.
Yes, Kofi, you're making statements I wouldn't want to join issues with you. I felt would have allowed those controversial aspects outside this interview. But let me tell you one or two things. Senator Magnus Abe, I'm not speaking for him anyway, maybe he wasn't invited. 2, he is not a protege of the Minister for Transportation. Just as I've said, all those there draw their influence or their support from the minister. Now, from the names you read out there, you will find out that there's a common denominator. They will claim to come from the INC part of River State. That I give to them. But the election we're talking about will not be decided by the INC part of River State alone. So it comes to the fact that we have senatorial zones already, which could be referred to as administrative conveniences. And let me explain to you, all aspects or all parts of the senatorial zone of River State have riverine elements, if we want to go to that. So this zone we're talking about is the Rivers East that have not produced the governor.
Okay.
And that is where the governor should come from. Anybody from that senatorial zone is qualified by me.
All right. All right. But how about the fact that you've had, if you go back to, you've talked about senatorial zoning, but if you go back to the upland riverine zoning, yes, I know you said, you can now drive a car to Opobo. But we all know that Opobo is still a so-called upline, or the Ijaw Rivers, if you want to call it that. We're talking about places like over 10 local government areas, Andoni local government area, Opobo Nkoro local government area, Boni local government area, Okrika local government area, Ogubolo local government area. We have Asaritoro, Degema, Akukutoru, and Abuadual. Even Port Harcourt South is what they call it. We've had people from the so-called upland parts of River State in power for, this will be 16 years, Honorable Chairman. This will be 16 years. So would it be fair to allow a so-called
20 years.
20 years, okay. Would it be fair to allow a so-called maybe senatorial zoning where possibly an upland person will still become governor?
Yes.
In a state where the Ijaw Rivers people control, like you said, INC, Ijaw National Congress, control about 10, not less than 10 local government areas.
Kofi, politics is all about numbers. Let us not reduce this thing to issue of ethnicity. I come from a Che local government area. And in the last 21 years, if I'm not mistaken, my ethnic group has not gone to the Senate. What we are talking about here has to do with the governor of River State. Everybody is eminently qualified, irrespective of your ethnic grouping. In 1999, Ebenezer Ezekere lost the governorship with whiskers. He would have been the governor of River State. It has nothing to do where he comes from. Let's be fair to ourselves. Ebenezer Ezekere would have been the governor in 1999. Dr. Odili, who became the governor in 1999, was from a minute ethnic group, if you want to put it that way. He's a minority in a local government, which is Anaga. His ethnicity or his ethnic group is a minority in that local government. But he became the governor in 1999. It has nothing to do with your local government. It has nothing to do with your population spread. In 1999, Senator Hussein lost in the political intrigues to Dr. Odili. What I'm trying to explain to you, Kofi, We should not reduce our governorship position to ethnic space. No, I don't agree with anybody.
Okay. All right. Even
all
the
those-
fact,
sorry,
Honorable Chairman, even the
see,
fact that the
Akame,
People's
no,
Democratic
Akame.
Party has names like the current secretary to the state government, has names like current special assistant to the governor on projects, Dax George Kelly, and so on and so forth. These are the names being peddled. It seems the PDP might be tending towards a Riverine Ijaw person, candidate. Should that not even be an indication of this?
Yeah, Kofi, let me explain to you. I'm not a member of the People's Democratic Party, but I'm very aware that the PDP is waiting for who clinches the ticket in APC. I can tell you authoritatively, if the APC makes a decision to give it to the Ikwe stock, PDP will be running down to get an Ikwe candidate. Rivers State is an APC state. We mishandled our opportunities in 2014 and 2019 not to be in charge of the state. As I speak with you, all the names you have mentioned in the PDP are because of the fact that they are of the opinion that because of the position of the Honorable the Minister for Transportation, that the party may be looking towards that angle. So they are also going there. But I do not want to join issues with them. I wish them well.
Okay.
But I want to tell you that the party, APC, will do the right thing right at this point because we need to be in government in 2023.
All right.
We can't afford to be out of government for another 8 years.
Okay, but you're confirming that the APC now in River State is together united under one chairman and one leadership.
You're raising issues I also do not want to answer, but let me answer you because you have brought it up for the second time. The party at the national have recognized a faction, and that we must all agree. They have recognized my friend on the other side as the chairman. That does not mean we do not exist. We are still a faction. We still maintain our faction. We still strive to making sure that the party comes together.
Who is your chairman as a member of the APC in River State?
You're a member of the press, and you have the opportunity to investigate who was recognized.
All right. Thank you very much. Golden Shoma, former member of the River State House of Assembly, former chairman of a faction of the APC in River State. He's been our guest tonight. Thank you for your time, sir, and see you sometime soon.
Thank you very much.
And that's the size of our package right here on Plus Politics. We return tomorrow, but thank you for staying with us. I'm Kofi Bartels. Enjoy the rest of our programming.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@PlusTvAfrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Tehran's Haftetir Square is a hub of activity even at night. Along with shops and restaurants, there's also underground business taking place. It's known as one of the neighborhoods where prostitutes and their clients can meet.
همه جای شهر میریم فرقی نمیکنه همه جا مشتری هست.
In Iran's religiously conservative society, prostitution is not only illegal, even discussing it in the media is taboo. But RFERL's Radio Farda was able to interview sex workers from different walks of life, as well as their clients and employers. They spoke openly, using pseudonyms, about a thriving business that often takes place just out of view.
شوهرم میدونه ولی به رو خودش نمیاره برای اینکه بچه‌های اون نیست بچه‌هامو میسپرم دست مادرم برای اینکه خرج بچه‌هامو در بیارم شوهرم نخواد پول اونا رو بده پول خرجیشونو بده فعلا خفه شد.
Studies by independent researchers have found that around 50% of Iranian sex workers are married. Many are university students or still in secondary school. And an Iranian welfare organization found that girls as young as 12 work in the sex trade. But crackdowns by the police are rare, according to Pari, who works as a so-called auntie, arranging business for other women.
کلا مامورا خیلی به پرپاتون نمیپیچن؟
حالا نکنی نه کاری نداره اون نهایتش اینه که حق حسابشو میگیره ولی نه به من که گیر نداره
چرا؟
حالا نیستم
If someone is caught, a judge can impose prison time or lashes. And punishment is more likely to be handed to sex workers than to their clients. That allows some clients to take a casual attitude toward paying for sex, even counting it as a routine expense.
الان اگه نرخ امروز بخوام بگم کمترینش 200 تومنه بیشترینش هم دیگه 1 تومن 2 تومن اینا هست. من خودم مثلا شاید ماهی مثلا 2 تومن اینا ولی دوستان هستن که مثلا ماهی 5 تومن قشنگ دونن.
A number of women described the harsh economic pressure that drove them into sex work. Iran is in the midst of its worst financial crisis since the 1980s, driven partly by punitive U.S. sanctions.
اوضاع خرابه ما خیلی خوشمون نمیاد ولی دیگه مجبوریم الان همه چی گرون شده بعد یه جوری خرج زندگیمون رو در بیاریم
دیگه پول بخوام کار نداشته باشم خب دیگه این کار بلدم دیگه
اگه یه کاری پیدا بشه که درآمدش بیشتر باشه بازم انجام میدی؟
اگه کاری پیدا بشه که درآمدش بیشتر بشه قبل از این پیداش کرده بودم.
The economic pressure has only worsened during the coronavirus crisis. Sex workers who can't afford to lose their incomes must add the threat of COVID-19 to the other risks they take.
قضیه تکیه کنم دیگه من هیچ جا باید نباید برم دیگه یعنی دیگه باید گشنگی بمیرم بخوام از مریض بترسم انقدر واقعا نیاز دارم مجبورم برم بخوام خیلی هم رعایت کنم و خیلی
Some women also spoke about being coerced into sex work, even by family members.
اولین بار من چند بود من 17 سالم بود که به یه پسر پولدار بود به مامانم گفته بود این دختر تو اگه بیاری مثلا من باشه من یه اون موقع نرخ حالا مثلا 80 تا 150 تومن بود گفتم من 1 میلیون بهت میدم دختر تو بده یه شب پیش من باشه از اون زمان من دیگه واقعا دختر نبودم که هنوزم دیگه ادامه داره دیگه با مامانم با هم میریم ان مامانم جدیدن دیگه یه سالی نمیاد خب منم خیلی حالا نسبت به مامانم خیلی بیشتر طلبه داشتم به قول معروف
Sex work is shrouded in secrecy in contemporary Iran, but the situation was different before the 1979 Islamic Revolution. One Tehran neighborhood was a legal gray zone. Prostitution was tolerated there. But many women and girls were the victims of trafficking, as one woman explained in this 1966 documentary.
اینا هم که 9 سال، 8 سال، 10 سال، 15 سال دارن اینا را توی جمشید شبا میبرن استفاده میکنن میبرن تو خیابونا میفروشن شبا به راننده ها به مثلا مردمی که میخرن به مردای مثلا عرق و فلان میبرن میفروشن.
In the midst of the upheaval of 1979, the neighborhood was attacked by revolutionaries who set an apartment building on fire. An unknown number of residents died. Months later, 3 well-known madams were executed on the orders of a conservative judge.
خدا می‌فرماید قاتلوا ائمة الکفر با سردمداران فساد پیکار کنید و حالا هم وقت اون رسیده است.
Today, with prostitution driven underground, some sex workers are in favor of legalization, saying that would give them greater safety.
اگه بتونیم کارمون رو قانونی انجام بدیم و بهداشتی باشه، هم برای خودمون بهتره، برای سلامت خودمون بهتره. همینی که دیگه آسیبی به جامعه نمیرسونه.
But that seems impossible in an Islamic theocracy like Iran. The women who try to earn a living this way must do so in the shadows, with all the dangers that entails.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on PlusTvAfrica.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Vicky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Good evening. I am Jacinta Obiuku. This is the news update. The All Progressive Congress at the party's 11th National Executive Committee meeting held at the Transcorp Hotel in Abuja also made the decision to choose its presidential candidate through an indirect primary election. Among those who will be contesting the APC presidential primary are Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, former Lagos Governor Bola Tinubu, the Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi, Ebonyi State Governor Dave Umahi, and Governor Yahaya Bello of Kogi State. Others in the APC who are rumored to be nursing the presidential ambitions include Ekiti State Governor and Chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum, Kayode Fayemi, the Minister of Labour and Employment, Chris Ngige.
To my person and unwavering sacrifice for the unity of our great party as we approach the coming elections. I plead with all aspirants who were not elected to put in efforts in support of the leadership of the party to achieve our goal of success in the forthcoming elections. Furthermore, I am pleading with all litigants to withdraw cases against the party and put faith in party mechanisms.
Half-truths, outright lies, and deliberate misinformation are the well-known weapons to attack against the incumbent government. You do not need to hear from me that the Buhari administration is the sole subject of vilification in and outside the media. Some of the criticisms and lies are so unkind as to create the impression that this administration has done nothing positive for the country. It is even years in office.
The National Executive Council of the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, has the National Assembly of All Progress APC Senator Abdullahi Adamu governors and other party chieftains. The NWC will henceforth take decisions that might require the intervention of the NEC meeting. The National Secretary of APC, Senator Yola Omishore, told the gathering that Senate President Ahmad Lawan moved the motion and was seconded by Governor Nasir El-Rufai. In another development, the All Progressives Congress has pegged its presidential nomination and expression of the interest forms at 100 million naira. The party's National Publicity Secretary Felix Moka, who disclosed this shortly after the 11th National Executive meeting, said the nomination form would go for 70 million naira, while expression of interest forms would go for 30 million naira. Opposing an earlier announcement by the party's national women leader, Betta Edu, that the women will get free forms. Moka said women are entitled to free nomination forms but will pay for their expression of interest forms. The governor of Sokoto State and presidential aspirant under the People's Democratic Party, Aminu Tambuwal, has promised to unite the country if elected as president. Tambuwal was speaking after submitting his presidential nomination form at the party secretariat. He is hoping to be picked as the consensus candidate if the party toes that line. The Nigerian Air Force has revealed the identities of the personnel killed in the Super Moshak trainer aircraft that crashed on Tuesday. The personnel are Flight Lieutenant Abubakar Mohammed Al-Khali and Flight Lieutenant Elijah Haruna Karuto. A statement signed by the Director of Public Relations and Information, Air Commodore Edward Gabwet, the Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Oladayo Amor, commiserated with families, friends, and colleagues of the deceased. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Air Force has constituted a panel to probe the training aircraft that crashed on Tuesday and to determine the main cause of the crash. A statement by the Director of Public Relations and Information, Air Commodore Edward Gebwet, the Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Oladayo Amao, promised to ensure a painstaking investigation into the incident. Amao said that the trainer aircraft crash is yet again a tragic reminder of the perilous nature of the military flying profession, as well as the risk NAF pilots continually take daily to secure Nigeria's territorial integrity. The troops of 232 Battalion, in conjunction with local hunters, ambushed and neutralized several fleeing ISWAP Boko Haram terrorists around Kompre and Ukodach in Borno State. This, according to the Nigerian Army headquarters, is in continuation of the ongoing operations being conducted by the armed forces. The troops also recovered weapons from the terrorists. The Inspector General of Police, Usman Baba, has ordered all commissioners of police, tactical commanders, and GR supervisor and Assistant Inspector General of Police to boost security around schools and colleges. In a statement, the IG also ordered the review of police personnel and operational assets deployment to schools and colleges around nationwide. According to the Force Public Relations Officer, Olumuyiwa Adejobi, the order followed a review of the general security in the country and isolated incidences reported in some schools. According to him, the police wing has also been directed to extend its aerial patrols to the 6 geopolitical zones of the country. The National Examination Council has rescheduled the 2022 National Common Entrance Examination to give states with low registration of candidates the opportunity to register their candidates for the examination. The examination, which is conducted for admission into federal unity colleges, will now hold from April the 23rd to May the 7th, 2022. The Council advised all candidates, parents, guardians, and relevant stakeholders to take note of the new date for the examination and also to download the new examination timetable from the Council's website. Lagosians are unhappy that no work has commenced on the Eko Bridge weeks after a fire incident burnt goods worth several millions of naira and caused serious damage, forcing motorists to use the alternative routes. That's on Street Views.
We have a government in this country. You have leaders. They don't care for us. They don't care for us. They're just doing anything. The bridge affects us so much. Let the government open the bridge.
They should fix it now so that we won't have this stress when driving. We are praying that Sanwo-Olu should please do it for us.
As you can see, it's affecting everybody. So they should come visit everywhere in abroad now. 2 hours they've done it. So Nigeria government should move fast.
It's affecting us every day. Like what we are passing through here every day. Sometimes we spend more than 1 hour before we can go through the traffic. It's affecting us. We are begging government to just help us fix it.
Fix it quick now. Now the bridge all of us they use. If you know bridge, no us. Make it feed us, make all of us seafood to feed for our family.
We spend 2-3 hours. Like on Monday, we spend 5 hours. 5 hours of hold up. It is stopped every day. Not only one, it stops every day. It's very, very critical. It's stopping every day. Please let them know, let them help us know what they will do there. I beg. It's affecting us very well. In our buses, they keep complaining every day. You understand? One woman delivered a child last week inside the traffic last week.
Other parts of Africa, the Nigerian Minister of Communication, Muhammadu Zada, has been jailed for his alleged involvement in a high-profile embezzlement case involving 3 billion CFA francs, more than 4.5 million euros, when he was managing a public company between 2023-2021. The company manages the Nigerian state holding in mining companies operating in the country, including uranium. A judge of the Economic and Financial Division of Niamey, who questioned the Muhammadu Zada, ordered his incarceration in Kolo, a city located about 50 kilometers south of the capital, according to this source. Outside Africa, the Russian armed forces have continued to strike Ukraine's military infrastructure, according to the country's defense ministry. The strikes were said to have hit 73 military facilities in the Ukraine, including 4 control points, 57 areas of concentration of manpower and Ukrainian military equipment, 7 strongholds and 4 ammunition depots. Other destroyed included 6 tanks, 9 armored vehicles, and a battery of 152 millimeters, while up to 40 people were killed. More than 4.9 million Ukrainians have fled to other countries, with over 7 million more internally displaced, according to the UN Refugee Agency. And in business news, the tech-heavy Nasdaq-led Wall Street main indexes higher for a second straight session on Wednesday, as easing treasury yields and overall earnings optimism helped counter a plunge in the shares of streaming giant Netflix. The Dow Jones Industrial average rose 51.5 points, or 0.15%, at the open to 34,962.67. The S&P 500 rose 10.1 point, or 0.23%, at the opening to 4,472.26, while in Nasdaq composite rose 45.7 point, or 0.34%, to 13,605.37 at the opening bell. And entertainment news, the number of Netflix subscribers has fallen for the first time in more than a decade. The streaming platform lost 200,000 members in the first 3 months of the year, the company said on Tuesday. The decline came after the firm raised prices in key markets, including the US and UK, while pulling out of Russia. But Netflix warned that more losses are coming, and it hinted it will start to crack down on account sharing as it pushes to sign up new members. That's the news update. For more stories, please follow us at PlusTvAfrica on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and just subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I am Jacinta Obiuku. Thanks for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on PlusTvAfrica as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on PlusTvAfrica, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
I was pushed to the point that I had to start something not norm. And I'm a big risk taker and I enjoy doing things that nobody really does. I wanted something different from every other art form that has been pushed out there. I didn't have that fulfillment in what I was doing and I really wanted to express myself more as an artist, and I decided to resign and go into practicing art full time. I loved subjects that had illustrations or drawings in them. I just kept pushing it and went to the extent of studying art in school, so it's been art all my life. I try to conceptualize what I want to create in my head. Even in as much as scattered as it might be, I create it in my head first, then I put it on paper. I sketch, then I try to pick colors, and I proceed to the main piece. A friend of mine told me, like, there's really nothing that could be achieved with graffiti here. The piece behind me is titled Bold Steps. So I'm just trying to put my own as an abstract journey of African fashion has come so far. The word there is Ikeakpa. Ikeakpa is a Bini word for movement. So we are it's just a movement, and we have the shoes here, which shows the flow and the storm which the movement creates, while working. I'm Osa 7. I'm an African urban artist and design consultant.
Juggling, acrobatic display, and dancing are some of the acts you will see from the God Knows Best Academy, a local unicycling team in Lagos. The team was started by Olalekan 6 years ago. He tried to get a job but could not, so he tried his hands on comedy, football, skating, before he settled into cycling, training young boys and building a team.
I actually started from my family house, family compound back then, in about 6 years ago. That's in Bariga. So I started riding it because I couldn't gain admission, so I started skating, and all of a sudden my friend introduced me to this recycling thing. So I was like, what is this stupid thing, this one-tire bike? I never knew the bike is my destiny. So actually the bike has taken me to a lot of places. Fortunately for me, I'm African representative of it. I've been to a lot of shows, I've been to a lot of events through this unicycling of a thing. When I was doing it alone then, you know, to me, I felt like it would be very nice if we can be many, like only me. I think I was very happy and I got some popularity, like, hey, he's doing the Oyibo thing, this one, that one, but I felt bored along the line, like, why only me doing this thing? Maybe I should teach others. So I tried to teach the adults then, so I found out that it's more difficult to teach the adults, that the kids are better because they have nothing to think about or to care for. So I think, so that was when I discovered that it's better for me to look at age 12 downward than 17, 18.
I was outside of our house the other day, so I saw them riding a one-tire bicycle. So I was like, how do they ride this one? So my brother told me that, are you going to learn? So I decided to say that yes, I'd rather learn unicycle to go and do a business or to learn a work. So that's how I joined the unicycle. We go for a show, we go for an event, so we go to different types. I've been to a hotel, I've been to one Lagos Fiesta, so we won 1 million. So the money that we got from the 1 million, we used to do all this in cycle, so our coach used to feed us.
Starting the academy was more difficult because unicycle was barely known. Like they're like, I'd rather put my children in dancing, in singing, than this one bike thing. That what's it used for? What's this one? But along the line, we started getting attention, recognition, newspaper, TV interview. And like, wow, I want to be my child. I want to be my daughter. This year so far we've had about 3 shows now. The 4th one is coming up in Ibadan. Yeah, Bengade in Calaf Matters. When I take them out, they get paid. Like, take this 2K, that was the beginning, take this 10K, give it to your mom, give it to your dad. So like, are you sure say you know if the money comes? So the boy or the girl like, call my coach now, he gave me. So they're like, wow, this thing is making money. Definitely the future will be bright and clear. So that's one of the first conviction they had, like, if this thing, if they bring money for my child, then why is he not doing it? So I think their only fear was, it should not break leg, it should not break hand. And for every parent that's not close to me, I think they are the most scared one, like, it go break leg, go. But then I will not tell them, this team money they deal. So that's how I really convince some of them. So far, I think God has been good to us. Even the most difficult trick we had, like riding on the bare bottle, I can tell that we really have like maybe 10% of injury out of 100. So we don't always have a critical injuries or anything.
My parents told me that the other day that they saw me with this unicycle, they told me that, are you not going to break your leg? So I tell them that, no, ma, I'm not going to break my leg. We have a coach, so our coach is going to put us through how they ride this unicycle. So since that day, my mom and dad saw me riding a unicycle, so they was like happy. So they decided to tell me that, oh yeah, are you going to start going to train? And I decided, I said that, yes.
Most of his cyclists are male. Why aren't there more female cyclists?
You know, for a female to stay with us is a very big, difficult issue. But I think when we have a proper academy, we can definitely have rooms for them.
6 years down the line with 17 students in his God Knows Best Academy, Lekon has big dreams, including owning a physical space he can train more cyclists.
Currently, I think we have a space issue, like we need a proper academy. We need funds, like we need help with their school as well and other kits. 2 plots of land will be fine for now. Like, so I'm thinking of buying property in Bariga, which I started from. So I feel like building it there. There is no Western African unicycling competition, but there is World, which is Unicorn. Unicycling competition. It takes place every 2 years. So it's one of my biggest dreams. And also maybe I can win Grammy someday like Bonabo. When I started, my first goal was to make unicycle a global image, like for example in Nigeria. So when I met the International Federation, they were like, they never knew unicycle sports exist here in Nigeria. That the two things they know about Nigeria, one is crime and second one is poverty. That's what the media are showing to them. That, but here is a black man doing this kind of stuff. So they were so excited to support me then, because it's only South Africa that is well recognized on international level. So right now I think I'm taking it beyond the unicycling thing. I'm trying to make it like a music brand, like a comedy brand, whereby there's no events in Nigeria or there's no big events in Lagos State that you will not need GKB. So it's now beyond unicycle. It's more of circus of different acts now.
We hope all his dreams come true.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
"60 Minutes with Angela" starts right now.
Listen to this, quote, "Let it be known that I will not hesitate to commence the process of mobilizing, sensitizing, and conscientizing like minds and team up with other stakeholders to drum up the necessary support that will birth a Southern candidate for the People's Democratic Party," end of quote. So says my guest today on the program, a former information commissioner in Edo State under Governor Adams Oshiomhole, He's also spokesman for former military president Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, and in 2019, he was the spokesperson of the Presidential Campaign Council of the People's Democratic Party. Kazim Afegwa joins me on the program today. I wanted to introduce you with PDP, People's Democratic Party, but I wasn't even sure if you are still in that party. Are you still in the PDP?
Well, I'm still a bona fide member of the PDP. Since I rejoined the party in 2017, I haven't left.
Right.
It's true that in 2020 I was suspended for 1 month. So after 1 month, I was reintegrated back to the party.
Okay.
So I have no other party for now, and I've told myself if I must join any other party, it has to be retirement. I don't want to stay, move here, move there, no.
And be active.
There was a reason why I actually left the APC in 2017, because having been part of the process in 2014, 2015, I was expecting to see, a spontaneous takeoff of action that will help to relaunch the country on the superhighway of development in terms of reforms, in terms of issues, in terms of policy formation and all of that.
Yes.
The APC had a manifesto that was very
robust,
edible, that you can eat. But no sooner the president came on board than he jettisoned it, and that became the fundamental flaw, ab initio, of APC's several faulty steps.
Because I remember you were a commissioner for information in Edo State under the APC administration of Adams Oshomole, and some people say you run with the rabbit and you hunt with the hare. You're on both sides.
It wasn't that. I joined Adams Oshomole in 2011, to campaign for his second term, because he came asking for my support. And I gave it after the election. He insisted I have to work in the government. I said no. He insisted, he prevailed. 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and all of that. Then the final analysis, I said, okay, let me go and work. So I became his special advisor on media.
Yes.
I've been issued. Then later, when the opportunity came, he made me the Commissioner for Information before the expiration of the tenure in 2016.
Yes.
And so for me, I'm not an itinerant politician. I don't see myself as one. I see myself more as a media practitioner who is busy doing his work, but found himself in the environment of politicians. And because of the rules of the game, you have to belong to a party.
Yes.
If they want to appoint you, for example, they will say, come and become a party member and all of that. That's just it. But other than that, I see myself more as a Nigerian who is passionate to see, a difference in the way and manner we engage, governance in this part of the world.
Yeah. Thankfully, you said you are still in the PDP. It appears to me that the party does not seem to want to restrict the presidential ticket to the South, perhaps because they see President Buhari as APC's northern candidate, and they feel that they, the PDP, are entitled to have their own northern candidate. Of course, the last president of the PDP was the late Umaru Musa Yar'Adua. May his soul.
That's a northern
candidate. Yeah. Northern president was Yar'Adua. May his soul rest in peace. And so his tenure was truncated after 2 years. So perhaps there is a sense, of right or wrong, whichever way you want to look at it, for the party saying, we want our own northern president.
I find it very distasteful, very discomforting and quite disheartening when I hear people who are supposed to be elder statesmen, when they come up with curious arithmetics to begin to bifurcate the country on the platform of, oh, the North did this one and this one, there's 2 years left, and so it is nauseating. The point is, Nigeria got independence in 1960.
Yes.
Till date will be 62 years, October 1st, 2022. That means we will be 62 years old. Now, you cannot be using the fractional, arithmetics of 1999 to date to write the whole history of Nigeria as if we started the country in 1999. No. In those years, 1960 to date, the North had occupied power for 48 years.
Out of 62.
Out of 62. So, where is even the morality ab initio for you to even begin to say you are aspiring under any guise after President Buhari that the power should remain in the North again? That's one.
Yes.
Secondly, the President Buhari will be completing 8 years next year. He's not president of the All Progressive Congress. He is president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and commander-in-chief of Nigeria Armed Forces. His policies and programs are for the entire 200 million plus Nigerians. So my agitation and my position is very clear. Keep all your curious, dubious arithmetics aside. Let us look at the country in a plural society like Nigeria, where you have over 417 ethnic configurations, with the delicate balance of our heterogeneous components. You need to balance all the power algorithms. You need to balance all the equations so that people will have sense of ownership of the country, sense of belongingness to the union. Otherwise, once you put in place measures that tend to suggest that some persons are more Nigerian than the others,
yes,
then politics of exclusion will now be the order of the day rather than politics of inclusion. So my position is very clear, and I think it's also audible to the deaf and visible to the blind, that all these agitations going on in the country are a function of the dysfunctionalities in the system, one, the obvious marginalization, the injustices, and the lack of fairness. That is why you kept hearing diction like nepotism, favoritism, selective amnesia, cronyism, all taking place within our geopolitical landscape. If the order were to be right, we won't be hearing of all of this. Look at agitation in the Southeast. What are they asking for? Look at the Old World Republic agitation. What are they asking for? Look at armed banditry. Look at kidnapping. Look at all of this. When you listen to them, there is a missing link in the connecting dots that make up this country. So when I hear all these kind of permutations, arguments, commentaries by persons who some of them who possess PhD, for God's sake, and I'm wondering, Angela, is it about pecuniary interest, or because you feel that your stomach infrastructure is one that should drive your mental, acumen, or what could be the motivation?
The motivation for some people are saying, look, the North has 19 states, and it would seem that they think they have the numbers. So if the APC fields a southern candidate and the PDP fields a northern candidate, it appears that many people think all the northerners will queue behind the northern candidate of the PDP, and that with their 19 states, they have the numbers to swing that election.
Another product of lazy scholarship. I call it lazy because I am trained to interrogate, and using empirical foundation or basis or statistics, I should be able to connect the dots in our political equation. How do I mean? Now, in 2019,
yes,
we fielded a northern candidate in PDP who, in our estimation, will be popular enough to contend with a failing President Buhari. With all the agitations, with all the crises, hunger, poverty, impoverishment, dislocations, economic predatories, we thought our candidate will be able to shine. From the Northeast zone. So when I hear this kind of narration, PDP is trying to be strategic.
Yes.
You want to give the North.
Yes.
Who told you that the anger in the minds of the Southerners will allow them to vote for a PDP candidate if the candidate is not from the South? Haven't you had leaders of thoughts of the Middle Belt zone saying that they don't want a northern candidate in 2023, that they should give to the South because they duly deserve to be so given? It is not so much about the geopolitical zone of the individual. First, it's about whether there is equity in such recognition as a candidate,
yes,
whether there is fairness, whether there is some level of balance. In 2019, the southern aspirants dropped their aspirations to allow room for all northern aspirants to be candidates of the PDP. There was no single southern aspirant in 2019. In recognition of the fact that in 2015, President Jonathan was the candidate, and so for that reason, there is a need for us to balance the equation.
Yes.
They allowed the North. Now, it's only natural, Angela, if it is not a product of greed, that the northern aspirants allow the South to produce a candidate in show of reciprocal love, affection, understanding, and balance.
So when you see people like former Senate President Bukola Saraki and Atiku Abubakar of PDP's Tambuwal, Governor of Sokoto, all coming together and saying they're looking for a consensus candidate for the PDP, what comes to mind then?
It is morally wrong for aspirants of a particular zone of the country to be driving a consensus without integrating and involving other aspirants from the southern zone. That is where the conspiracy comes in.
So I read your opinion on the former Vice President, Atiku Abubakar. You've used some words like perennial, aspirant and all that. You said, I'm quoting you now, those urging him, that's Atiku, those urging him on are just after his money. No more, no less. End of quote. You still stand by this?
Yes, of course. You see, at this age, which is the age of ideas, you need leaders like Atiku Abubakar to urge and guide the younger ones to take up the gauntlets from the point of failure of his own generation to a new generation that is interrogative, that is constructively engaging, and that can collectively bargain for what should be the future and the vision of a new country, Nigeria, in the 21st century. I don't want us to be detained by continuously indulging the excesses, quote unquote, of those who are already fatigued, who are tired, who should be resting, so that they don't convert the Aso Villa to a retirement home. You see, your strategy is as good as the persons you are using to execute them.
Yes.
We can say, okay, do not have it, PDP. The APC, they will produce a southern candidate, right?
Yes.
On election day, rather than for me to travel to my village to ensure that I deliver my polling units, I will sit down in Abuja and be drinking my coffee. what happens? The votes you will have gotten as a result of my intervention in my little village of Okbela, you won't get it. Because I want to sabotage the system. Or, alternatively, I can say, okay, my followers vote for APC, since they have a southern candidate. You see, in politics, the much I have read about democracies in plural societies is a study that people must learn from. As small as Switzerland is, their democracy is structured along 7 constitutional bases. If you are president, this group takes presidency, the VP goes to this.
Yes.
The other person takes this and all that. That's why they have lived and they have developed. Nobody is going to say this group is dominating. If you produce a president this time, we already know that next time this group is going to produce. And in other societies that are plural in nature, how do you balance the political equation? If you don't balance it, Angela, what you get are going to be protestations, agitations that would distract the government in place from performing its governance responsibility. People are not looking at that. They see not allowing the South to produce a candidate in PDP or not producing even presidency in 2023 from the South will spell doom for this country. Go and write today's date down. People just think that Nigeria is still a work in progress. Fine. But the challenges facing us, they are so daunting, so enormous, that the politics aspect of it must be stabilized, must be cultivated to a desired end. Go and check revolutions in countries where they have happened. They play on the sentiments of the loopholes. They play on sentiments of injustices, marginalization, exclusion, to gain the momentum of other citizenry to go out there and ask for regime change. Those people who are carrying out those curious arithmetics and figures and telling you this, telling you that, please, next time they do that, ask them. If in 2023, another candidate is given now, and he fails the exam, that's the election, are they saying in 2027 again, because he didn't win, they should still give them the candidature until they win?
Join us again after the break. Now, you are also angry at the former vice president. You said that after 2019, Atiku Abubakar retired to Dubai in the United Arab Emirates and abandoned the party. And I thought, well, having lost that election in 2019, what was he supposed to do?
You don't say you lose election until after you have dispensed with the tribunal and the litigations arising from that election. Right. After the election, it's like a general that has gone to war. Mm. When the dust of war has not simmered, the general escaping through the back door, allowing the troops to find their way back to the barracks. That would be a poor marksmanship in military parlance, so to speak. Now, he was the one who led us to war in 2019. We expected him to return to the barracks, sit down, take a critical assessment of what happened at the war front, so that we can learn from that. The party can also learn from that. He instead ran away to Dubai for 2 good years, incommunicado to a lot of us. And we were here, we prosecuted the tribunal. Imagine how it would have been if Alhaji Atiku was seen sitting down in that tribunal in court.
As the candidate?
As the candidate, looking at the judges to say, okay, let me see what you are going to do this time. Because we had very good grounds, to knock off that election. But again, there's what they call public policy in law. Hey, if you are crying more than they believe, and the person for whom is the epitome of the candidature, the symbol of the struggle, is not seen. In the minds of the judges, they will seem that, oh, okay, the man has even given up. After all, he's not around.
Yes.
So he's in Dubai. So why are you people bothering yourselves? So it's like us crying more than the bereaved. That is not a good sign of leadership. And when people keep talking about, oh, Atiku is a leader, is this, is that, I'm wondering, I say, what kind of leadership? It's like me watching Dino Melaye a couple of days back on Channels TV, saying that God spoke to him that Atiku Abubakar will be the candidate and will be the president of Nigeria in 2023. And I'm saying, what? My friend Dino again. I said, no. You told us about President Buhari in 2015 that you saw him as a messiah.
Yes.
And we have seen Buhari now that is more like an excess luggage than what is desirable for Nigerians at this time. Well, all of us, everybody, whether you like it, the Buhari brand has been completely defeated and deflated. My advice to Alhaji Atiku was a very profound one. But when people speak truth, because in politics, when you speak truth, you are almost considered a lonely man. Because politics is a game where those who speak the truth are in the minority, those who speak the lies, tell the lies, falsehood and all of that, they are in the majority. But I would not stop telling a man like him, first on account of his age, second on the fact that he has been perpetually contesting presidency since 1992. During MKO Abiola Kegibe era, he contested.
This is even way before
our democracy, yes. So if you have spent 32 years of your life contesting and seeking ticket to preserve the country and you're not getting it, Angela, the onerous thing to do is for you to take a bow. People must know when to exit from the corridors of power. It doesn't remove anything from your content, from your character, from your name. Be an elder statesman, guide the younger ones through an evolutionary process of acquiring power and sustaining same. Instead of continuously saying you want to be the king rather than being a kingmaker. Yeah. It is possible that the destiny of life that God did not make you, did not add you being the king in your own destiny.
Yes.
Or if you want to force your way, too bad. So my advice is a patriotic one. But the people have been calling me all manners of names.
I was going to go there because some of his supporters are really miffed at you, and they're saying that the only reason you're criticizing Atiku Abubakar is because you have a candidate you're promoting within the PDP, and that candidate is from the South. So I'm going to ask you straight up, are you working for the Rivers State Governor, Nyesom Wike?
You see, they have said all manners of things to the point that even if possible, they might also conclude that I'm being spoon-fed each time I have opportunity to eat a meal. Please, when you see Wike, tell him that I really want to work for him. I'll be proud to work for him or any other person from the South who has the courage, the guts, the boldness to look at issues on the face or persons in the face and say it as it is. And I have my admiration for Wike. He may not be the best of individuals in terms of his style.
Yes.
What has style got to do with this? But Wike is not one person who will govern or preside using body language. You must know where he belongs. You must know what is in his mind.
Because he will tell you.
Because he will tell you. He will speak out. Oh, some person is coming. Oh, if you know Wike, tell him he shouldn't be talking. Somebody should be talking for him. Why would he not talk? We need an unusual Nigerian from the southern part of the country to solve an unusual situation that we find ourselves. That Wike is an unusual Nigerian in his style. A man who doesn't believe in psychophancy is my kind of person. Or rankadede kind of politics that, other persons are used to. That's my kind of person. Blunt but fair. I would rather go to war with such a man who can risk his own life wanting to die for a cause than support an Atiku Abubakar or someone else who, when they hear the sound of knockout, they will escape through the back door to Dubai. Angela, I like people who can confront situations boldly with uncommon guts. That is the only way we can solve our problems.
The question of the Southeast now, saying that they're marginalized, and everyone saying, well, you know, people of the Southeast, they've always voted PDP. And even till now, they're still partial to the PDP. Now, if the PDP will zone it to the South, you think it is fair for the Southeast to get the ticket? And if you do you think fielding a man like Nyesom Wike, Nyesom, being an Igbo-sounding name to me, will that satisfy the agitation of people of the Southeast?
You see, let's get it straight. It's not even about Nyesom Wike. It's about the propriety of having a Southerner as candidate of the PDP and a Southerner as candidate of the APC. From the reality so far in the political landscape, APC is sure going to go to take its candidate from the South. PDP should also take a candidate from the South. Now, when they see that opportunity to us as Southerners, the operators, the stakeholders, the leaders, the chieftains of the party may sit down to say, can't we do consensus arrangement?
Now that it's in the
Now
South.
that it is in the South?
Yes.
Then, that way, they can commence the process of discussion for consensus. And if, peradventure, the consensus fails,
Then
who
you
says
go to
they can go to
election.
election? The Southeastern can win the ticket. We have good candidates there.
Yeah.
So somebody say, oh, it's about merit, it's about competence. Angela, there is no way in this country where you don't have the competence, the merit, and all of that. How do you even underscore merit or competence when the person has not been given opportunity?
Yeah.
We should be interrogating what they are doing in their respective states now, those who are governors and those who are not governors, what they did before, so that we can also interrogate whether they have the competence to lead the country.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
And when they have not had that opportunity, then they need to participate, they need to perform before we begin to talk about merit and competence. But we have people who are presently governors from the South who have been well. We can use that one as a basis to measure their performance.
Yes.
Having Northern presidency for 16 unbroken years in the North. Kai, Angela.
You think Nigeria will recover from that?
Nigeria will implode. I can tell you that for free. I'm old enough, I'm networked enough in the system to know that for a plural society like Nigeria, that sense of belonging is key to driving the national narrative. And if you are unable to build national cohesion, it will lead to polarization. And once the country is polarized on ethnic and religious lines, you are likely going to have national anomy. And when you have national anomy, anarchy sets in. And when anarchy sets in, it's to your tent, O Israel.
Join us again after the break. Now, I wanted your opinion as well on religion. You mentioned religion, you mentioned ethnicity earlier on. Should the next president be a Christian? And is age a factor?
Well, when I was taking up Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, I used age as one of the criteria. And someone called me and said, no, Biden is 78.
Yes, Trump was 74.
Trump was 74. I was just laughing. How can you compare darkness and light? Age in America is different to that of Nigeria. In Nigeria, our leaders, because of the numerous crises in the system, they have become fatigued at 77 Angela, I don't pray to be running around campaigning for election at 77. No. They are fatigued. We don't want Aso Rock to become a retirement home for the aged. I want to grow old and be a responsible father to my grandchildren. So, back to your question.
Yes.
The president of this country in 2023 should be a Christian. You need to balance the algorithm. I keep saying this.
Yes.
Be a Christian from the South. Because people are already introducing the sentiments of religion, which also has brought up the word religious bigotry.
So that brings us to the matter now of the aspirants, those who have actually declared that they want to participate in the race. Yeah. For instance, you know, let's look at the APC. On Monday the 10th of April, the current vice president declared. The Friday before that, the Minister for Transportation, Rotimi Amechi, he also declared. And Amechi comes with a lot of history. He's been Speaker for 8 years, Governor for 8 years, now Minister for 7 years. He's representing the South-South, but some people say maybe his candidacy will satisfy the people of Igbo extraction because his middle name is Chibuike. And then, of course, we have other people within the APC all aspiring. We also have the former Lagos State Governor, Bola Tinubu, coming in. He's a Muslim. So if we say that the next president should be Southern, the APC has considered that, Buhari being a Muslim, the next president should be Christian. Why are we seeing people who are Muslim still throwing their hat in the ring?
That's mine is just a matter of opinion. I'm not in the minds of people who will decide their fate in their primaries. The delegates will vote, and based on your ability to network the delegates,
yes,
the outcome may be. But interrogating the aspirants of the APC, I do not personally think that a Rotimi Amechi, for example, has the mental stability to preside over this country.
Why not?
He's quick to temper.
He's temperamental.
Temperamental. The little I've seen of him, he's my friend. But just look at when he went to the train attack. He is part and parcel of the process. He is part of the federal government that has crippled Nigeria up to this to this level. Now, he tells you, oh, you see, I told them to approve XYZ of money so that we can do security surveillance on the rail track. They didn't. They play politics with it and all of that. Look at what has landed. Can that money equate to the lives we have lost now and all of that? Leaders don't speak like that.
Yes, but what about if he was coming from a place of frustration?
You see, let me tell you, but he was coming from a point of frustration. But when we now read the memo of why that contract was refused,
yes,
you could see a company that has 84 million naira turnover asking to do a contract of 3.2 billion.
Yes.
Come on. A company that was registered in 2019.
And the Procurement Act is clear.
It's very clear on all of
yes.
this. And the company that was registered in 2019 wanted to do that kind of contract, and you want the money to be paid all front because the company does not have the financial wherewithal to execute that kind of job. For God's sake, can't you be fair for once? Did you hear him talk again? Rather than even paper down the tempers, in the polity, barely 5 days later, he went to declare that he wants to be president of Nigeria. Come on, who are your advisors? Nobody does that. The timing of his declaration was completely wrong. And he loaded the Amese Maker Stadium in Port Harcourt to full capacity, and he was running around. Are you running on top of the graves of those who were killed? Or the 167 that are still being kept in captivity? Come on. We should show some level of emotional intelligence when we do things. We are talking about Nigerians, we are talking about lives. Is your ambition more important to do than those who have been killed or those who have been kept in captivity? Can't you even say, because I have failed in this aspect and we have failed in this thing, I'm not going to run? What is this craze? What is this craze about power? You understand? I understand quite clearly that power is a crazy aphrodisiac. Everybody want to make, they say it makes men blind to their intentions. But for God's sake, if you possess the emotional intelligence, you will have the stability of mind to be able to react to situations when they occur.
Yes.
And for an Amechi to go and declare an aspiration to govern this country when the country was still mourning, for me, is a carriage of excess kindness, which anybody does not need at this point.
Right.
It's a slap on our collective faces. If you like, call it Bianca slap.
Oh my God. Okay, so I want your opinion on this. The vice president. There's been a lot of reaction from people.
I hope you know, before you even ask your question, I hope you know that I'm a member of PDP.
I know.
And that I'm not going to be advertising or selling an aspirant.
No, I'm not bringing
but
in the...
If I'm talking from the point of view of the individuals,
Yes.
I would say that the vice president...
Do you see it as a betrayal? That's where I'm going. Because a lot of people are talking about betrayal, he's a traitor. If someone is your mentor and your godfather, you shouldn't go up against him. My argument is this. If a man gets to the post of a vice president, and another man who is his mentor only ended up at the post of a governor, what other aspiration is left for a vice president? I don't see a vice president heading to the Senate or to the House of Representatives or even wanting to be a minister. The only logical place for a vice president to go next is the presidency. But supporters of former Lagos Governor Tinubu see it as a betrayal. Do you agree that he has betrayed?
Well, I'm going to raise 3 points.
Yes.
While interrogating Professor Yemi Oshibanjo. And in raising those points, first, he has a right under the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to aspire to any position. The point of betrayal is on the aspect of morality or lack of it. You see, the point is, for him and the circumstances that threw him up or gave him some level of political ascendancy,
yes,
I will expect that he's been able to rub minds with his benefactor, Bola Ahmed Tinubu in this instance, reach a conclusion with him before declaration.
Yes.
If he didn't do that, well, to some extent, those who are saying it's betrayal, that aspect may hold water.
What if he did and the other one says...
Let me...
Okay,
the other point is, Osibanjo's aspiration is also going to be a hard sell.
Why?
You know why? Hard sell in the sense that he's being unable to insulate himself away from the Buhari halitosis, the Buhari's bad market politics, so to speak. When you see or listen to his declaration speech, that introductory part of it slaughtered the entire speech. Because Nigerians are trying to see an individual who will be man enough to look at the system in place and say, no, we haven't gotten it right. Perhaps because I have been a vice president who is unable to take decisions or self-delegated, we have found ourselves in this cul-de-sac. At any rate, we will not lose hope, because there's a tendency for me to interrogate issues better than what we presently have. You see, when you have individuals who cannot look at their boss's face to tell them the home plain truth, who are afraid to lose their position because of what the benefit, I don't know. Yeah. I find problem and I find quarrel with that. Go and ask anybody who served in the Edo government when I was there. As a commissioner, even as a special advisor, I interrogated Adam Soshimole. When it's time to take a decision, I said, no, you can't take this kind of decision because this is the positive, these are the negatives. And I'm not going to be part and parcel of it. If you go ahead and take the decision, the backlash, tell your other persons to manage the backlash. I can say will not be part of it.
Do you think it would have looked good to the vice president to throw President Buhari under the bus in his declaration speech so publicly?
You see, the vice president is contesting for president. President Buhari is not going to contest for president again. President Buhari is also a bad market for any aspirant who wants to think that they will continue from where Buhari stopped. We are suffering bad leadership. We are suffering from incompetence. We are suffering from cluelessness. We are suffering from, poor policy implementation. ASU has been on strike for only God knows when. Our university education is dying. I will sit down here, I will keep talking. This is the bedrock of any nation. Where is our science academy? What are they churning out? We are a consuming nation. They are borrowing left, right, and center, night and day. Trader money presided over by Yemi Osibanjo. Where has that taken on? Has it brought some level of financial inclusion amongst the informal sector? These are the issues. So when you want to talk, because you want to contest for president, let Nigerians see you as Yemi Osibanjo, as an aspirant, not Yemi Osibanjo, the vice president. That's why I said that speech, or whoever wrote the speech for him, did damage to him. That's the truth. Because you take away the Yemi Osibanjo that is vice president, you put him as Yemi Osibanjo, the aspirant. What are your strong selling points? He's a professor. The second point is an articulate middle-aged man. The third point, he understands the issues. The fourth point, he can be a man of himself.
Yes.
The few times he was acting president, he took far-reaching decisions that tend to suggest that this man, if given an opportunity to be president, he can make sense out of it.
People did not see that in his declarations.
No, they didn't see that. Even you and I, we didn't see that. We saw a man who was telling us about President Buhari's integrity. What integrity? Integrity, my foot. They're talking about the presidency as a patriotic Nigerian and other patriotism. Yes. What kind of patriotism is? How do you define it? They're telling Nigeria that you have traveled far away Nigeria. Now, in those places you are traveling, what are you seeing? You are seeing blood everywhere. Kidnapping, economic dislocation, IDPs, internally displaced persons. That's what you see everywhere in Nigeria, everywhere you go in Nigeria. Insecurity everywhere. Even these days, is it not curious that you are not even hearing of armed robbery again? What you hear is armed kidnapping and armed banditry. Are you not surprised? We used to dread armed robbery. But these days, is little talked about. People now talk about kidnapping. They talk about armed banditry. They want to speak to President Buhari. 167 being kept in captivity.
Since the train incident.
Yeah. They say they want to talk to President Buhari. They don't want to talk to anybody. They are not asking for ransom. Are you saying something? There's some level of conspiracy. So I want to see an individual who can come forward with, tested solutions to our problems. How do we solve insecurity? Osibanjo is the part and parcel of the process. What is he going to do differently that this government is not doing? It's a big problem.
It is, because but then that question will go to anyone coming from the APC.
Of course, it is easier for anyone to take this government to task because the government has been the one on the throne since 2015.
Yes.
And Osibanjo is part and parcel of it. It's a joint ticket, isn't it? So, if you blame President Buhari, you must blame Osibanjo. That's why I tell you that it's a big problem because it will be difficult for people to insulate him away from the image of a Buhari, who is seen as a nepotist, who people accuse of favoritism, cronyism, or what have you.
Yes.
Even in terms of appointments, in terms of projects, in terms of anything. Go to the other today and see the number of projects that have lined up in that place. What is the contribution of that community to the entire country?
On the final note, Mr. Febwa, Who do you see in the final analysis, the PDP candidate and the APC candidate? Who do you think will emerge? Just looking
it's
at
not about who will emerge. You see, I'm a member of PDP. I like to be a member, just a member, so that I can interrogate anybody in the party. Whether you are the chairman, I can speak my mind.
Yes.
Because you see, I've gone past the stage where some people will say, no. Why are you criticizing the chairman? If a chairman of a party is not doing well, you speak to him. If you speak to him in private, he's not listening, you speak to him in public. It's about our country. What is of primacy to me? It's about the wellness of my country. How many people are able to wake up in the morning and they are able to make a living out of their legitimate aspirations? If you look at the World Bank classification of the poor and why they classify Nigeria as the poverty capital of the world, Angela, you will shed tears. We are talking about a family of 5, for example. The food at home can only feed 2 out of the 5. Then the mother and father, they now ration. These are our 2 youngest children. Let them eat this one. Let us go and hustle. Whatever we get, we'll give to the 3rd. Then before we can consider ourselves.
Yes.
We're talking about a situation where education, access to education, a child will have to trek some 10 kilometers to get to the nearest school. Or you want to see the kind of shanty that was displayed on Facebook a couple of days back in Kogi State, one community like that.
Yes.
Under a shanty and those children. Those kind of scenarios. So these scenarios permeate the length and breadth of Nigeria. It's the reason why they call it the poverty capital, because those who are going through these kind of situations are in millions. They say about 100 million people. And then you ask yourself, what is the government policy to address these critical sectors of the economy? The education of the rural, the health of the rural. Is sick, no hospital, no dispensary to go. Water supply, housing. They are living in shanty. Even the space available cannot accommodate a family of 4. They sleep on top of themselves. When it's raining, it's dripping down. These are all scenarios that this current government has not been able to address. So, for us, for me, I want an individual who can speak or take action. I may be sentimental. I am not close to Wiki, but I like and I love his style. I like people who have guts, who are not carried away by their own position, who speak to us like ordinary citizens, who can go on the streets, bare feet, and confront situations. When I saw him entering the forest to go and stop bunkering, and those who are committing that kind of crime in River State, I said, yes, this is my kind of person. I want a man who can test out and pick bullets for me and for the entire citizenry, who is not afraid to die for a cause, just like Zelensky of Ukraine, who says, no, I'm not going to follow your corridor of escape, and rather chose to remain even within God, that he wants to go and confront Russia invasion.
Yes.
So those kind of leaders are rare, and that's the kind of person I've seen in Wiki. They've been accusing me of being his lackey, or he's the one sponsoring him. Please, when you see him, tell him that I want him to sponsor me. to speak truth to power. No, they are not interrogating what I am saying. They know I'm not telling lies. But the convenient way to blackmail me is always being sponsored by Wiki. And so what? I want to be sponsored so I can speak truth to power. I can speak the minds of the voiceless millions out there who have been exploited over years, by economic buccaneers, who are masquerading as politicians, going about contesting and becoming perpetual aspirants and candidates. So for me, I want to see a new Nigeria in 2023. And a man who has the gravitas, the grits, and the uncommon guts to look at you in the face and say, Angela, you have stolen 2 billion naira. Go and return it now before I take you up. Go and refund that money now. And not the one who will say, Angela, you know, you have stolen 2 billion. Just return 100 million. The remaining one, send this one to this place. Take care of my wife's interest. Take care of my son. He's in UK and all that. That's not the kind of leader I want. So leaders who we cannot know their body language, who cannot speak when the issues are burning, they are not my kind of leaders. And it is the unfortunate scenario we find ourselves under a Buhari presidency. Because for him to speak against banditry was a problem. For them to condemn herders who are killing farmers in their farms and all that was a problem. He even came about and said that he was going to retool the law, 1960 law, of herders grazing routes across the country. My God, 21st century, you are still engaged in those barbaric and primitive animal husbandry? No. This is the age of grazing. You know, not open grazing, ranching.
Ranch them.
You ranch them. They produce more for you. Even the quality of the milk will be more profound than what you get now. Even the cows in Nigeria are complaining. Too much of trekking. They killed them in the process. A man was killed in Gwagwalada area. This is the chairman of Magma Mietiala. You know, because they said they went to sell cows when he was coming with the money and all that. You see, everybody is complaining. Cows are complaining. Goats are complaining. Everybody. Because of insecurity. And we have a president who hardly talks to us. A monologue cannot help the cause of the aspirations of 200 million Nigerians who are very, very active, you know, active population, going everywhere and all of that. So, 2023, I pray that PDP wins.
Thank you for
because that is the only party that presently resonates hope. And you know why? APC, even to organize convention, was a problem. The government was confused, the party was confused. And as we speak now, the party is still confused. They don't know how to solve the problems they left behind. They are still just, it's just like bottled anger, you know, here and there. The government in place is still confused. The good thing you will give to this government, they are experts in condolence letter writing. They know how to write condolence messages. They have a template. And the second thing they know how to do good, birthdays. Anybody who is doing birthday, they know how to write. But let them speak to us on issues. They will be insulting us. They will tell us heaven will not fall. Oh, fuel scarcity. Heaven will not fall. It has happened before. How can you be detained by the past? We are talking about Nigeria of today. You imported adulterated fuel. Heads did not roll. Did you hear that anybody was sacked or fired? That cannot happen under a wicked presidency. He will fire the person and make the person to face the full wrath of the law. We were queuing up here. The president went, national grid collapsed. The president left here, went to London to go and take care of his health. He's like telling people, if you people can, if you like, shout from now till thy kingdom come. Let me go and take care of myself, medical tourism. This is the same president who told us in 2015 that why would he be traveling overseas to go and seek medical help? Today, 7 years after, Angela, name one legacy health sector hospital that can take care of the health needs of the president that we have. Even our soul clinic, the one they told us, the wife complained at some point that the budget money, they don't see the money. So what is our problem? What is wrong with us? You can't come out clean? Is it about integrity? Who wants to eat integrity? Is integrity a menu that I'm going to serve my family in the house? Who cares about your personal integrity? What's the meaning of that? Corruption is all over the place, walking on the streets of this country. And here you people want to tell me, hey, the president is a man of integrity. Integrity, why do you define it?
Thank you very much for speaking with me today, Mr. Afegwa. It's been...
Angela, it's been a pleasure. You know, I can tell you that the way I'm boiling inside me is because I do not have any other country I can call my own. I don't have a second passport. I don't intend to have it. I want to live and die in this country. But I want a country where my two lovely daughters will have a say. They can sleep without the fear of somebody burgling the house.
And thank you for watching. I'm Angela Ajetumobi. Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Hello, this is Face and Style, your weekly dose of real estate education, and I am so delighted you're sharing your evening with me. On the previous edition, we started the conversation around the importance of estate survey and valuation, and luckily we still have our amazing expert come to continue the conversation with us. And also we have other segments on the show to provide you with trends and tips to put you on the top of your game in all your real estate transactions. My name is Olamide Unifade, and I will be back in a moment. Welcome back, and thank you for staying with us. Earlier before the break, I stated that we are still discussing the essence of estate survey and valuation. And please join me to welcome Mr. Osato Osawaye again, a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Estate Surveyors and Valuers. He is the past chairman of the Faculty of Plant and Equipment, Nigerian Institute of Surveyors and Valuers. He has worked with various companies ranging from Knight Frank and Rutley to Odudu and Associates and Sultan Nigeria Limited. Presently, he is the founder of Osato Osawaye & Co. and also the team lead of Barra Builder Services Limited. Thank you for coming again.
Thank you for having me again.
I'm so delighted that you're coming here again.
It's my pleasure.
Yeah, so last week I had a conversation around valuation. Why do I need an estate surveyor and valuer instead of an estate agent? We talked about what can help you to boost your valuation reports. We talked about why you need a valuation report. So going forward, I would like to say, this quackery of a business, what is the Nigerian Institute of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, what are they doing about it to eradicate them from the street? And I know why I'm saying this. It's even tedious for us in our business as lawyers to conduct our business. They come, you want to transact a business, you have a closing to do, and you see all of them in your office fighting over fees and all that. They call you at odd times. They don't understand when you're talking to them about title. They don't even understand. Theirs is, I've brought a client and we need to close the deal today. They don't even give you adequate time to do your search and all that. So it's a bit, their activities is a bit unpalatable. So I would say, what is the Nigerian Institute doing to combat this menace?
All right, thank you, Lamide. It's good to know that you're a lawyer. You understand that every profession has its own challenges, you know. And agency is a legitimate business. Like I keep saying, the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers has tried and is still trying. And what we have done now is to have an association of estate agents, you know, supervised by the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, to try and remove all the cobwebs, all the bad eggs in the estate agency business, and get them to work supervised by a professional body like us.
Okay, to cut you, and sorry to cut you in, it means that's going to be an all-comers affair. You don't have to have any training in that regard. You can just
you need to have. You need to have some form of training. Like I keep saying, agency, anybody can be your agent, but it is the value you place on your asset that determines the kind of agent you approach. But what the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors has done further is to sanitize the practice of agency. One of the things we do, apart from a whole gamut of other things we do as estate surveyors and valuers, is agency. Agency just means I am representing you as an agent to sell whatever you want to sell. That's not all that we do. And we understand that agency in all climes, it's a free entry and a free exit thing. An housewife can be an estate agent to her husband. A son can be an estate agent, an agent to his father. But we need to guide and supervise their activities so that the issues of quackery and somebody running away with your money is being dealt with when you have a supervisory body that you can report that fellow to or hold that person accountable to. That is why the Lagos State government is having estate agents registered to practice in Lagos.
But you are combating that. Your institution is combating that.
No, we're not combating that. Okay. What we're saying is that they do not regulate the practice of estate surveying and valuation. They can regulate an aspect of our profession, which is agency within Lagos State. It is the duty of every well-meaning government to do that, just like they are trying to regulate the issue of advance payment of rent. We're trying to protect its citizens, to say, look, if I put my money in the hand of this estate agent, I should be able to go to sleep, that I will get value.
Soon, and I think you're going to come back to discuss that issue of this monthly
advance
rate.
Payment of rent.
Yes, and monthly rent and all of that. So this takes us to the question of why do landlords prefer to use the services of lawyers as compared to using the services of estate surveyors, who are the ones that are trained in the art and science of property management?
You see, the issue of your preference is a function of your enlightenment. You know, when you choose to use a lawyer, it's because you don't understand the benefits of working with an estate surveyor and valuer. A lawyer can only deal with one aspect of your real estate holding: egress and ingress of tenants. But estate surveyor can advise you beyond just putting a tenant in your house. The maintenance aspect of the house, the making sure the house can continue to return value for your investment. These are all the skills that the estate surveyor and valuer has that the lawyer doesn't know, doesn't have a clue about. But it's a synergy. But I will advise any discerning landowner or property owner to always go to the professional. The lawyers are there to draw up the agreements, to manage the tenancy cycle of the property, of the asset. But the property management itself is the job of an estate surveyor and valuer. We work in synergy. You know, we need each other to render professional services to our clients.
Thank you very much, Mr. Osawaye. We are due for a short break. Please don't go away. Thank you for staying with us. We are still talking about estate surveying and valuation, and Mr. Osato Osawaye is still here with us. But please stay with us. We're due for a short break. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everyone, and thank you so much for staying glued to your screens, and you're still watching Space and Style. And I have Mr. Osato Osawaye with me. Thank you again. I can't thank you enough for always coming here. So, the last time we were talking about property management and all that, but there's also an element which is project coordination, project management on site. I have heard arguments from estate surveyors saying that it is within their jurisdiction to coordinate all the professionals on site, on building sites, from the conception to the completion and to probably the sale of the property. I don't agree. Why do you think it's so?
Well, you see, the estate surveyor is a unique professional. We are trained in almost all the aspects of the built environment. You know, so we understand some elements of law, a lot of elements of law, some elements of design, some elements of construction. So we are a rounded professional. That is why we can handle the conception of the project. From the time you think of a project, I want to invest in real estate, you need to consult an estate surveyor and valuer to tell you what aspect of real estate you should actually throw in your money. Is it residential? Is it commercial? Then when you're coming up with a design, the estate surveyor can also tell you, if you put this type of building here, you are assured of this type of rental income or this type of capital value if you want to sell. So that is the unique role the estate surveyor has, or the unique role the estate surveyor plays. So we're the best among the built environment, the construction team, to be able to advise you from inception to the conclusion of the transaction. And the transaction is not concluded when you finish the project. The project needs to be able to render income in terms of rental income or sales income if you want to sell. So who is best to handle project management than the person that is there when you are conceiving the idea to the person that will manage the already conceived idea when it's in brick and mortar. That is why we say the estate surveyor is the best project manager.
Okay, I see your point. So what is viability, what is feasibility of property investment?
All right, thank you. Feasibility, as the word implies, you want to see if is the project feasible. Can I put this structure here? Based on zoning, based on land use, based on government regulations, is a block of 12 flats feasible in Magodo, Shangisha?
Okay, so you're telling me that you have...
And based on also, sorry to interject, based on also the land, in terms of the terrain of the land. Can it take a 12-story building?
Are you telling me you have elements of structural engineering knowledge?
That's part of the, that's why the estate surveyor and valuer is the most rounded professional in the building industry. We do engineering, we do graphics. We are almost like a jack of all trade and a master of all trade to some extent.
So you also liaise with government regulators?
Yes, we can handle the issues of approval. We can handle the issues of consent, because these are terrains.
Don't go there.
These are
Don't
terrains
go
that
there.
we're very
Don't go
familiar
to documentation.
with. Not documentation.
That's the exclusive preserve of
Not
lawyers.
document. All right, let's not go into that. Maybe for another. So that's why the estate surveyor, the feasibility, like I was saying, is this land feasible for this project that I have in mind? Then the viability is my investment worthwhile? Will it generate the expected income that I have in mind compared to the alternative uses I could have employed my ₦1 or my $1? So feasibility and viability is a combination of the things you need to do before you part with your money. Do I invest my 100 million on the mainland or on the highland? Do I build a commercial property or a residential property? Do I do a mall or I do a shopping complex? They are two different things. Do I do warehouses or do I do open parking for trailers?
Because I can see a lot of sense in what you're saying, because most times clients come to us and say, please source for a land for us. I get the services of an estate agent. We just look at the land. Oh, is it good? I go on to do the search and boom, it's built.
The man buys and he can't get returns for his investment.
Wow.
And he's wondering, oh, Lamide, why did you get me to invest in a trailer park at Tinkan?
Some don't even know that there are particular designations for, building. Sometimes you can go and buy a farmland for residential purpose.
Yes, you can, if you don't get the proper
I know
advice.
a client that got into that quagmire. You already bought, you already paid, and it was coming to
And the agent has walked away with his fees.
The agent, they are so good at hurrying you up. They tell you there are about 10 people on this project.
Gimmick.
They are paying this week. Please pay. So what I tell my clients, investing in us is the best decision you can make. Yeah. And it's a lifelong decision.
Take your time.
Take your time. If
Do your due diligence.
I'm telling you, if that land goes, another one will come. Another one would come. But agents, because they want to get their money, so I'm always very, very wary of them. So most transactions, I'm not friends with them, because they were like, lawyer, what to do? What's the problem? But I would say, just take your time. Thank you very much. I've really learned a lot from this conversation.
Same here. I've also enjoyed
And as usual, we're out of time. So quickly, can you take us through tips on buying and selling? And what I mean is, what should inform your decision? Aside from all the other stuff you talked about the viability and feasibility, we're talking about hospitals. Should it be a determining factor? Schools and all that. Do you think they're determining factors to buy property or even sell?
Well, it depends. To buy a property, you must look at the alternative, what we call the opportunity cost. There's always an opportunity cost for every naira or dollar you want to spend. Alternative investment. So if I'm investing in treasury bill compared to real estate, is it worth my while? So if you're investing in real estate, you must make sure, are you investing for rental income or for capital appreciation? These are issues that you need to discuss with an estate surveyor and valuer. It is not something you can discuss casually. You need a professional with depth of the market to advise you that go into the market for rental appreciation, go into the market for capital appreciation. These are things that you need to consult an estate surveyor and valuer for. And Lamide won't like to render that service for free, because that is why we're called professionals, and that's how we earn an income.
And especially you, who is a fellow. So tell me, what does it take to become a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Estate Surveyor and Valuers?
It takes expertise, it takes mentoring, and it takes development, and it's something that you have to earn. It is not a right, it's a privilege. It's the institution that will deem you privileged enough to be endowed with such pinnacle of your professional practice.
So it's equivalent to the status of a senior advocate of Nigeria in the legal profession.
Yes.
Wow, I'm really impressed. Thank you very much for coming.
You're welcome.
I am so grateful. I really had a nice time, and I hope that when we call you, you'll come again.
Definitely.
Thanto you very much, Mr. Osato Osawani.
You're welcome, madam.
Thank you very much. I hope you had a nice time. I did. So moving on, we have the design tip of the week.
My name is Dr. Maureen Kebasharu, CEO Creative Director at Dewey Options Limited, an interior design firm. So today, we're going to talk about the common mistakes we make in design or decorating our spaces. So I'm going to start with colors. Some people use dark colors in small spaces. So it's important we know what's the use of color, the importance of colors. So we can use colors to make a space look bigger. So you can imagine you have a small space and using very dark colors. So that means you make the space look smaller. So that's a common mistake that people make. Another mistake is not taking measurement, of the space you want to decorate. So you have a really big space and you're putting like a sparse number of furniture in there, or you're not putting furniture of appropriate sizing, to space. So when people don't take measurement of their spaces, they can place inappropriate furniture or inappropriate decorations in the space. Another mistake is actually the curtains. So you have people put their curtain just above the window sill, and you have very high ceiling, and that looks quite inappropriate in the space. So when you have high ceiling, even if you have normal ceiling, you want your curtain to start from up there, really close to the ceiling, to give that feel of height, for the ceiling. So let's note that mistake as well. Another mistake actually is the rug size. So your rug is actually supposed to have all the furniture around it sit in it, right? So let's take the dining space, for example. You don't put a rug that just hides under the table or under the chairs, so your chairs are away from the rug and you have your rug right there in the dining space. So your rug must be big enough to have your dining set, which is the table and the chairs all sit in it. So we must pay attention to the rug size in the living room, in the dining room, even in the bedroom. You should use appropriate. You can have a really huge bedroom and you just put a very tiny rug. Your rug must be appropriate to the size of the room you're trying to decorate. So another thing is the lighting. So like we all know that lighting, is what gives life to your design project or to your living space anyways. So some people will use lighting just in one corner in the room and the other spaces look kind of dark and spooky. So you have to have lighting across the room. So lighting is very important. We have to understand that lighting must be spread across the room in a nice way. So another thing is actually the painting placement. Oh my God, I see this all of the time. So some people place the painting, it's a wall art for crying out loud, to decorate your space. They put it so high up there and people come into your space and they have to raise their head up like that. And the same vein for your television. So you want to place your TV on your feature wall and you place it so high up. It shouldn't be like that. It should be at the eye level. It shouldn't be too low and it shouldn't be too high. So placement of your wall art or your TV must be at eye level. So that's important as well. So let me give you a tip. When you're decorating your house yourself, pay attention to these little things like placing your wall painting, which you can cut a piece of cardboard, put your painting or your wall art on it, and mark it on the cardboard. Take the cardboard, take it to your wall and knock your pin at eye level, right, for an average eye person. And then you can hang your painting right there. So I hope today you've been able to learn one or two things. See you again next week.
And lastly on the show is the artisan spot. And for some reason, it's my favorite. Enjoy.
Ti wà ní ẹnu iṣẹ́ yẹn sí ọgbọ̀n ọdún. Ó wà fẹ́ ti wà torí situation iṣẹ́ wa yẹn sì.
bí dọ́là yẹn ṣe ń rise ni owó orin yẹn náà wọ́n máa ń gbówó ẹ̀ sókè so whatever ń sìn assuming irin tá a rà ní bí 1,000 tí dọ́là bá rise wọ́n lè ta fún wa 3,000 so àwọn tó dẹ̀ ń gbéjẹ́ fún wa náà ọ̀n ní fẹ́ fowó kù ṣùgbọ́n míì kan ti mọ̀ wá pẹ̀lú iṣẹ́ yẹn kò sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣe ju pé káwa náà tẹ́ wọn lọ́rùn challenges pọ̀ gan-an nídìí iṣẹ́ yìí ìgbà míì wà tó yẹ pé iná máa disturb wa a ní rí iná ṣiṣẹ́ generator tá a dẹ̀ ń lò kò powerful bí iná ó ti yé yín so àwọn challenges tá a máa ń face a máa ń dojú kọ lórí iṣẹ́ nìyẹn so táwọn oníṣẹ́ bá dẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ fẹ́ gbéṣẹ́ kò dẹ̀ sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣe ju pé ká wá miss láti fi parí iṣẹ́ yẹn iná generator náà lálẹ́ lè lò àsúnmì tó bẹ́ẹ̀mi ṣe wà yìí máa ń ní program fún iṣẹ́ mi so mo lè níṣẹ́ 3 4 so àwọn ọmọ tó ń bá mi iṣẹ́ wà tó yẹ pé tí bá ti níṣẹ́ tó pọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ máa pọ̀ pé wọ́n wá àjọ handle iṣẹ́ yẹn so lórí iṣẹ́ yìí náà àwọn ọmọ wà tó yẹ pé àti kọ́ iṣẹ́ tó yẹ pé èmi wà nù wọn tó yẹ pé ó ń lọ school ó ń ti school tó bá close in school á wá síbi á wá kọ́ṣẹ́ yẹn so ó fi ń ṣe part time so along the line ó dẹ̀ náà ti wà láyà rẹ̀ client wà tó yẹ pé èmi wà ó lè lóun fẹ́ gba iṣẹ́ òun níbi ọ̀sẹ̀ kan tíṣẹ́ mi dẹ̀ ti wà lọ́wọ́ mi so mo lè fún grace fún ọ̀sẹ̀ 2 tó bá lè afford ẹ̀ so I go ahead so èmi ìtàn dẹ̀ ti mọ iṣẹ́ wa so kò ní doubt and okay kò sí problem wọn á ṣe so láti bẹ̀ lọ iṣẹ́ ẹ̀gán lè má tó time tèmi wá dá fún yẹn á gbé àwọn irin tá à ń lò àwọn irin quality so àwọn nǹkan tá a dẹ̀ fi ń ṣe ó máa ń last débi pé ẹlòmíì gan tún máa padà fún yàn ni ìyàtọ̀ tó wà nù foreign àti local nìyẹn foreign bóyá wà ẹ́ kò ń strong ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n máa ń wo finishing tiwa dẹ̀rẹ̀ finishing tiwa ó lè farapẹ́ díẹ̀ ni ṣùgbọ́n tiwa ó máa ń strong ju wọn lọ ìyàtọ̀ tó wà nù finishing foreign ni pé materials wà tó ń mòdì kíní yẹn fún wọn lọ́hùn tiwa ń bí ọwọ́ làwa fi ń ṣe irú ìsìn ìgbà táwa fi kọ́ṣẹ́ tiwa ń gbà yẹn àwa lo 6 years a tún fi 6 years sin ọ̀gá ṣùgbọ́n ń sìn láyé òde ìlú àwọn ọmọ tó ń kọ́ṣẹ́ ń sìn grace wọn ò ju 1.5 years 2 years so àwọn náà ti wà wọ́n ti gbàyàn dá àwọn náà ti máa dáṣẹ́ ara wọn ṣe. Nígbà tí mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ yìí gbà yẹn mo wà ní bíi 19 years mo fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ yìí nígbà yẹn so ẹ̀kọ́ rí méjì mo kọ̀ rí lórí iṣẹ́ yìí ni pé ìgbà yẹn náà mo fẹ́ kọ́ ṣùgbọ́n àwọn òbí tó bí mi wọ́n ti ríran jù èmi lọ so àwọn ní iṣẹ́ yìí ló máa kọ́ along the line bọ́ọ̀lù ohun mi kì í gbá ṣùgbọ́n mi ò fẹ́ tàpá sí òfin àwọn òbí mi ni mo ṣe ìyànṣẹ́ yìí láàyò ìgbà tèmi náà dẹ̀ wá wọnú ẹ̀ mo á rí i pé iṣẹ́ tó rọrùn ni iṣẹ́ rí iṣẹ́ wẹ́dà ọ̀pá àti obìnrin ṣe rá àwa ọkùnrin wa gan láde ní ayé ìsìn ọ̀hún fẹ́ kọ́ṣẹ́ wẹ́dà torí iṣẹ́ tó le ni iṣẹ́ ojú ni ó ti yẹ nǹkan tó máa fi ń sá fún iṣẹ́ yẹn nìyẹn.
Space and style.
We have come to the end of the show this week, and I hope you had a nice time through the insightful discussion by Mr. Osato Osawaye and all the other segments. Please stay with us next week. I am Olamide, and thanks so much for watching. Until next time, this is Space and Style.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back at the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
Good evening, I am Maureen Minongwe-Zigwe, and this is News Update. The All Progressive Congress have made the decision to choose its presidential candidate through an indirect primary election. Among those who will be contesting the APC presidential primary are Vice President Yomi Osinbajo, former Lagos Governor Bola Tinubu, the Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi, Ebonyi State Governor Dave Umahi, and Governor Yaya Bello of Kogi State. Meanwhile, the National Executive Council of the ruling All Progressive Congress, APC, has transferred its powers to the National Working Committee of the party under the leadership of Senator Abdullahi Adamu for the next 90 days. At the 11th National Executive Committee meeting of the party attended by President Muhammadu Buhari, Vice President Yomi Osinbajo, National Chairman of the party, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, governors and other party chieftains, the National Working Committee will henceforth take decisions that might require the intervention of the NEC meeting.
At a critical time, and the entire party
has high expectations from you. The critical task ahead of you remains to continue to forge the unity of purpose among party members and to seek and to keep securing needful compromises in the interest of our great party. I enjoin you all to follow the due process in all the party processes, and more importantly, to develop more mechanisms against corruption. I call on all party members to abide by all extant laws, rules, and regulations, and to leaders of our party to avoid imposition of candidates that cannot win popular elections.
Half-truths, outright lies, and deliberate misinformation are the well-known weapons to attack against the incumbent government. You do not need to hear from me that the Buhari administration is the sole subject of vilification in and outside the media. Some of the criticisms and lies are so unkind as to create the impression that this administration has done nothing positive for the country. It is even years in office.
Sir, Senator Abdullahi Adamu has just taken over. I can see he is going to lead us in the fight against protecting our party and our administration. I would appeal to all of us to continue to project and protect the image of our administration and our president. Some people, recently, of course, someone was even contemplating or suggesting an interim administration in this country. We will see and hear a lot of this kind of distractions. I think it becomes all of us, especially those of us in leadership, to continue to promote what we have been able to achieve in this administration and in our states, and also protect our party. The onslaughts will be very high and very tough as we move towards 2023. But I think with what we have been able to achieve, we have everything, every possible ammunition to project the image of our president, this administration, and our party.
There are indications, and we're trying to stem that tide, of many members trying to drift, go to one party or the other. The reason is very simple. They're very happy in APC. They love the party. They love the principles of the party. But like I've always said, survival and self-preservation is the first instinct of any human being. In terms of primaries, please let our members, I'm not asking for favors for our members, but let our members have a fair shake in the primaries.
In another development, the All Progressive Congress has pegged its presidential nomination and expression of interest forms at 100 million naira. The party's National Publicity Secretary, Felix Moka, who disclosed this shortly after the 11th National Executive Meeting, said the nomination form would go for 70 million naira, while expression of interest forms will go for 30 million naira. Opposing an earlier announcement by the party's national women leader, Beta Edu, that women will get free forms, Moka said women are entitled to free nomination forms but will pay for their expression of interest forms. And as political appointees and others begin to resign from their current status to contest the 2023 general elections, all eyes on how those offices will be run in a short term. A legal practitioner, Liberus Oshoma, and a political analyst, Olufemi Lawson, are advocating that those in charge of checks and balances adopt structures to ensure that there are no gaps. Our political correspondent, Jacinta Obuku, takes a look at the issues.
There have been contentious positions as regards the constitutionality of Section 84(12) of the Electoral Act 2022. In fact, President Muhammadu Buhari protested the constitutionality of the controversial provision of the newly assented electoral law. Others have argued that the section of the Constitution is able to disenfranchise people from vying for electoral offices. A legal practitioner, Liberos Oshoma, countered this.
It does not disenfranchise anybody because the provision of the Constitution actually limits participation for civil servants. That if you are in the employment of the government of the federation or of the state, that you cannot contest for an election except you resign 1 month before the election. And the Court of Appeal had held that political appointees are not employed in the government of the federation or of the state for the purpose of that section. And so once that, what that means is that if you're a political appointee, you can remain in office till even contest for election, whilst in that other office.
A political analyst, Olufemi Lawson, shared the same view. He insisted that a section of the law would limit the excesses of the political class.
I would want to say that morally, it is, I don't think we even need a law to this extent to tell you that, come, you have an ambition to pursue in Jigawa State, then why are you sitting in Abuja as a minister? If truly you are a very serious candidate.
One of those vying for the highest seat in government is the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo. There are questions about how his latest ambition could cause a divided attention in carrying out his current duties as the nation's second in command.
The VP's attention certainly would be divided, just the same way a sitting president who is vying for a re-election's attention will be divided. So, and the question is, what we should do is to ensure that there is proper monitoring, not just a divided attention, to ensure that the job and the functions of that office is properly carried out.
The truth is that pursuing a political ambition is a natural distraction. Politicians will continue to aspire for other higher positions. Politicians will continue to even demand for what they do not deserve. But it is the duty of you and I to say, no, you don't deserve it. So those who have had competent ministers as deputies should hand over to them, brief them. Those who have not had should use the next few days to get them carried along so that the duties of state will not suffer.
INEC has given political parties between April 4 and June 3, 2022 to conduct primaries. This means that public office holders seeking to be elected must resign before June 3rd, when INEC expects that all issues on party primaries must have been resolved. Meanwhile, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, ought to have issued a circular stating a deadline on when they should resign, but he has not, as President Buhari has not given directives to do so. Nigerians are watching to see how this pans out. Jacinta Obiuku, PlusTV News.
The Nigerian Air Force has revealed the identities of personnel killed in the Super Mushak trainer aircraft that crashed on Tuesday. The personnel are Flight Lieutenant Abubakar Mohammed Al-Khali and Flight Lieutenant Elijah Haruna Karatu. A statement signed by the Director of Public Relations and Information, Air Commodore Edward Gabwet, the Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Oladayo Amao, commiserated with families, friends and colleagues of the deceased. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Air Force has constituted a panel to probe the training aircraft that crashed on Tuesday and to determine the main cause of the crash. A statement by the Director of Public Relations and Information, Air Commodore Edward Gabwet, the Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Oladayo Amao, promised to ensure a painstaking investigation into the incident. Amao said that the trainer aircraft crash is yet again a tragic reminder of the perilous nature of the military flying profession, as well as the risks NAF pilots eventually take daily to secure Nigeria's territorial integrity. The National Examinations Council has rescheduled the 2022 National Common Entrance Examination to give states with low registration of candidates the opportunity to register their candidates for the examination. The examination, which is conducted for admission into federal unity colleges, will now hold on April 23rd to May the 7th, 2022. The council advised all candidates, parents, guardians, and relevant stakeholders to take note of the new date for the examination and also to download the new examination timetable from the council's website. Lagosians are unhappy that no work has commenced on the Eko Bridge weeks after a fire incident burnt goods worth several millions of naira and caused serious damage, forcing motorists to use the alternative routes. That's on Street Views.
We have a government in this country. You have leaders. They don't care for us. They don't care for us. They're just doing anything. The bridge affects us so much. Let the government open the bridge.
They should fix it now so that we won't have this stress when driving. We are praying that someone should please do it for us.
As you can see, it's affecting everybody. So that you can't visit everywhere in abroad now. 2 hours they've done it. So Nigeria government should move fast.
It's affecting us every day. Like what we are passing through here every day. Sometimes we spend more than 1 hour before we can go through the traffic. It's affecting us. We are begging government to just help us fix it.
Fix it quick now. Now the bridge all of us they use. If you know bridge, no us. Make it feed us, make all of us seafood to feed for our family.
We spend 2-3 hours. Like on Monday, we spend 5 hours. 5 hours of hold up. It is stopped every day. Not only one, it stops every day. It's very, very critical. It's stopping every day. Please let them know, let them help us know what they will do there. I beg. It's affecting us very well. In our buses, they keep complaining every day. You understand? One woman delivered a child last week inside the traffic last week.
And that's news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I am Maureen Menongwe-Zigwe. Many thanks for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. Thank you so much for joining us today. On this episode of Red Carpet, we have a film addressing police brutality in America, an all-female exhibit celebrating women in art, and a Malian filmmaker's documentary about the plight of women in her country. Let's get on with the show. And let's start off with some film news. Young filmmaker Fatih Wale Mohamed Issa, who is from northern Mali's conflict-torn region, has made a documentary called Tamazret about the plight of women in her country. Here is the story from AFP. Her documentary follows a 15-year-old girl named Fatima, whose family fled to neighboring Mauritania because of the conflict, but then returned home. The young documentary filmmaker from Mali's volatile north says her goal is to shine a light on the plight of women in the conflict-torn Sahel state.
I made this film in the hope that it will touch our community, hoping it will shape their opinion about young girls and their education, and also to the state, the authorities too. It is a story of sensitization, in fact. I do it as a form of advocacy, to the state and also to the community, so that they take notice of the education of our girls and so that the state gets more involved.
Mali is a conservative Muslim majority nation of 21 million people, where swaths of the country are in the hands of jihadists. There, the pressure for women to conform to traditional gender roles is strong. Issa comes from the same traditional nomadic Tuareg background as the character in her film, where education for girls isn't a priority. The filmmaker fled to Mauritania and returned to Mali and had to pause her schooling because of the conflict. Last year, Issa applied and was selected by an American NGO called Accountability Lab to make a short film about the status of women. The result was Tamazret. Zaina Mohamed Ali, a project manager at Accountability Lab, explained that the NGO wanted to give a voice to women.
In general, the project consists of training 10 young women who come from various regions of Mali with diversified themes that speak to the problems faced by Malian communities in general. The idea behind the project is also to give women a voice so that they can express themselves.
Issa screened Tamazret last December alongside 9 other films commissioned by the NGO, which dealt taboo topics such as prostitution and domestic violence. Filmmaker Ryan Coogler, director of Black Panther, was briefly detained by the police in Atlanta after being mistaken for a bank robber. That is according to video footage released by the Atlanta police. Reuters News has more. Coogler, 35, was detained by police before being released on January the 7th after he went to Bank of America to make a transaction. That is according to a report from Variety. From we got the call, sounded like someone was trying to rob the bank, one of the officers says in the body cam footage. The director handed the bank teller a withdrawal slip with a note written on the back that reportedly read, "I would like to withdraw $12,000 cash from my checking account. Please do the money count somewhere else. I would like to be discreet," the Variety report said. The bank teller misinterpreted the situation as an attempted robbery when the transaction amount exceeded $10,000 and informed her boss. That's again according to Variety magazine. Bank of America did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Black Panther became the second highest grossing movie at box offices worldwide in 2018, heralded for its vibrant celebration of African culture and applauded as a milestone for racial diversity in Hollywood. The film was nominated for 6 Oscars, including Best Picture. It won 3 Academy Awards in the Best Original Score, Best Costume Design, and Best Production Design categories. Now, technology used to make a deepfake, that is a synthetic image of a person, may soon be helping foreign language films become more accessible. Matt Debo has the story.
How to make a movie work in another language. For decades, there have been only 2 options, subtitles or dubbing. Many viewers resist watching films with subtitles, which can distract from the action. And dubbing, which replaces a film's dialogue,
"This is the first time I've ever heard the word coward applied to the valiant warrior Bomia,"
usually results in mouths out of sync with the words they are supposedly speaking. When director Scott Mann first saw a foreign language dub of a film he made,
I was kind of appalled and devastated because I saw how different it was.
This got him thinking that there might be a technological solution. He co-founded Flawless, a company that uses a kind of visual artificial intelligence to digitally modify the faces in a film to match the new words.
Mit einigen der bekanntesten und kriminellsten Familien in dieser Stadt in Verbindung bringt und
The system is taking a very detailed look and an understanding of how a certain character talks. The system's able to kind of retime those mouth movements, like subtly alter them so they fit the new dialogue.
C'est amusant, monsieur.
Flawless uses voice actors who are fluent speakers of the new language. Another company, Deep Dub, uses AI to simulate the original actor's voice in the translation.
That's not something that happens to me. No es algo que suele pasarme.
We need only a sample of 2 to 5 minutes of the actors' voices in order to create what we call a voice model.
The new technologies promise to accelerate a growing appetite for content across language borders. But in the process, the line between humans and machines continues to blur. Matt Dibble for VOA News, San Francisco.
Now, 30 years ago, the Washington, D.C. neighborhood of Mount Pleasant was at the center of a national conversation on race, social justice, and police brutality. On May 5, 1991, people took to the streets of the mostly Latino community to protest the police shooting of Daniel Gomez, a young man from El Salvador, following a Cinco de Mayo celebration. And now a new film, La Mamplesa, by local filmmaker Ellie Walton, examines the root causes of the unrest that she says has contemporary resonance with the Black Lives Matter protests of 2020 that called for the end of police brutality in the country. The documentary, shot mainly in the Mount Pleasant neighborhood, features testimony from people who were around during the protest, using music and street theater to amplify an issue that echoes a familiar message in many of the recent social justice movements. Cindy Centano, a first-generation Salvadorian American, is the producer of the movie.
The inspiration for the film really started with everything that happened in the last 2 years with George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and countless others. We were seeing a lot of this conversation about the relationship between communities of color and the police and what was going on. And we really wanted to make a film that was sharing a piece of history that is not known as much, something that happened over 30 years ago, but isn't talked about in schools, that isn't addressed, that doesn't come up in the history books, as an example of how history continues to repeat itself. And so it just felt like a really important time to share this story and to do it in collaboration with the artists and leaders and activists who lived during that time, who were there during the uprisings, and honestly led a lot of the change that we see a little bit of now.
To start in the United States.
The film has become a favorite at local festivals like this one at the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. Walton says that her goal was to tell the story of police brutality and systemic racism facing the city's Latino, Black, and immigrant communities from the viewpoint of the people who live it.
Hosting their will.
I grew up in the Mount Pleasant neighborhood in D.C., and it was a neighborhood that really raised me. The block parties, the porch culture, the Latino festival. And, I'll never forget, when I was 9 years old and hearing the gunshot, walking up the block from my house and seeing, Daniel Gomez being taken away in the ambulance. But more than anything else, I'll never forget just the expression on people's faces that night, May 5th, 1991. The anger, the frustration, the sense of enough is enough. And that feeling has always stuck with me and was one of the reasons I became a filmmaker, because I recognized this need to confront some of the injustice I saw that day. So fast forward, almost 30 years, I remember walking these very streets of Mount Pleasant and just being really struck by how few folks knew about this history, knew about the history that they walk every day. And that made me really mad. And so that, as well as, the movement on the streets to confront police brutality, just felt like this film needed to be made.
And let's close the show with some art news. An all-female artist exhibition has opened in London to highlight a lack of representation of art by women historically and today. In honor of International Women's Day, the exhibit called The Divine is launching at Hoffa Gallery. The exhibit includes renowned female artists from around the world. Here is the story from AP.
12 female artists from 9 different countries are bringing their works together for a special exhibition in London's Mayfair. The Divine at Hoffa Gallery, which is the House of Fine Art, aims to bring a stronger focus to a lack of female artist representation within the industry, as well as doing something to address the issue. Mary Ronine, an artist from Ireland, is showing 4 of her works, created in enamel paint and featuring scenes including women enjoying ski and afternoon tea. She says her humorous pieces are designed to intentionally disarm at first viewing.
I'm showing 4 pieces at this show, 4 large pieces. They're painted using enamel paint, which is a very different medium to use. You don't find it in an art shop. You have to go to B&Q or it's a domestic paint. And my pieces are humorous, so they intentionally disarm at first viewing. And then I'd like you to look a little bit more at them and go, well, what am I saying here? So it invites you in, almost like as if we were a child. We see it, we respond to the color, and then we look at it a little bit more depth.
Another artist showing her works is Susana Anaya from Mexico. She creates 3-dimensional artworks, many of which are round to represent wholeness.
I start like the old masters with pigments, and I start mixing them with the line oil, and then impasto until I create a plasticity, and then I started with the knife, just put it on and on and on. It takes a long process because it's oil, but this is like at the end I really love the result.
Hoffa's head of sales, Alex Pirinoli, says it was important to the gallery to represent modern-day female artists along with those from history too.
More broadly, 48% of galleries globally only represent 25% women artists or less, and 10% of galleries was found in Art Market UBS report 2019 that represent no female artists, which is a worrying statistic. And certainly in here at Hoffa, we feel that it's important that that female artists and the contributions to the arts, not only from a contemporary point of view, but also historically, are recognized. I mean, I think there's few people, maybe perhaps even within the industry themselves, that can maybe name 5 women artists, and maybe one of them is most likely to be Frida Kahlo. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed. And
The Divine runs at London's Hoffa Gallery through March 2022.
And with that, we come to the end of our show today. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. For more entertainment news, remember to check us out at voanews.com. We are also on all social media platforms. We are on Facebook, on Instagram, and on YouTube, where you can watch our videos. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. Until next time, I'll catch you right here. Goodbye, everyone.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports on Plus TV Africa. It's Wednesday, and of course you have me as your host, Mikhail Tinubu. It's been a terrible night, last night that is, for Manchester United fans. Firstly, the talismanic striker that would have made a big difference in the match could not be available, and of course that might have contributed to the further humiliation they received at the hands of Liverpool. But we'll get to that soon. Firstly, we'll start with Nigeria's Super Eagles, who have been drawn alongside Sierra Leone in the qualifiers for next year's African Cup of Nations in Ivory Coast. The Nigerians will also face Guinea-Bissau and Sao Tome and Principe in the group stage of the 2021 AFCON. Nigeria has been assigned to Group A in the qualifiers, which will begin in June. The tournament is divided into 12 groups, with the top 2 teams from each group automatically qualifying. The draws took place at Super Sports Studios in Johannesburg, South Africa. I have Victor Godfrey with me today. Victor?
Good morning, Mukai. How are you?
Welcome on the show. I really appreciate your presence, and I think it's worth mentioning that Nigeria is still in the middle of trying to nail down a coach going forward. Regardless of who that coach ends up being, we've heard stories that Mr. Majupinik prefers a foreign coach, and Pissarro is favorites to take that job. But we're not going to talk about tactics or setup. What I want to know is, does Nigeria have a chance at redeeming its glory in the next AFCON?
That's a very funny question to ask when you say, do we have a chance? Because it gets to a point whereby when you're nervous of a qualifying group that has Sierra Leone, Guinea-Bissau, and Sao Tome and Principe. By the way, Lagos, in terms of geographical size, is bigger than Sao Tome and Principe, just to add.
Yes.
If you get with these teams, that tells you the level you've gotten to. In the famous words of the Portuguese legendary coach, Jose Mourinho, he says something called football heritage. Based on football heritage, Nigeria should qualify. But obviously, we know that we have played very poorly against even a team in that group called Sierra Leone. We played at a 4-4 draw.
Exactly, which is my motivation for asking the question. Even a team like Sierra Leone, when we are playing so poorly, when there's such inconsistency in the principle of football that we're employing, when homegrown talent doesn't seem to make its way into the national team, homegrown managers don't seem to make a difference, and the Amajupinik administration will continue to be at the helm going forward until we play this qualifiers, until we probably end up, if we end up qualifying, going for the tournament proper. If this administration has done so poorly, what is the likelihood that it can change the fortunes of the Super Eagles? What is the likelihood?
So as we've all seen now, based on the results of this administration talking about our football, they have performed very poorly in terms of the development of Nigerian football. So we're not coming from that point of view. If it's from a merchandise or branding, I mean, I'm pretty sure during the qualifying series we'll wear brand new jerseys from our sponsors. We'll look all beautiful like a fashion show, and then obviously we'll have our hearts in our mouth in certain matches. You would expect the toughest opponent in that group will most likely be Sierra Leone because they performed well at the Nations Cup. I was in Japoma in Douala when they played out a draw with Algeria, almost winning that match even. So, and Algeria at the time were defending champions. So Sierra Leone are no pushovers in that group. Based on administration, we know that we're going to. I mean, we will suffer. That's the truth. So the only way we're going to win this match is just through the grit and determination, and most likely skill level, and perhaps luck on the day if the players just click on that particular day. If Osimhen has his goal-scoring boots on, if he's going to play, or whatever the case is, if our goalkeepers, either Maduka or Zoro, don't make incredible goalkeeping errors, then we may just win the game and qualify. I can assure Nigerians we're not going to have a 100% record. We're not going to get 18 points from those matches. That's not going to happen. So it's going to be a very tough. Let's wait and see if they play a draw. But if we win 2, get 3 points.
Victor,
different Nigeria. Yeah.
I do have one question that is significant regarding the Majapinic administration, our perceptions as a football-loving nation. Do we need to boycott watching the team?
Unfortunately, football is one of the very few, if only I would say, I dare say if only, unifying factor we have as a country. I mean, we are well aware, if we stop talking about football, we are aware that Nigeria as a nation is in dire straits. So football is it's like an opium, it's like an escape, a source of escapism for many Nigerians. It's for that 90 minutes, we are united as one, with one voice. Like there is no division, no nepotism, no tribal prejudice. Everything is just, we are one Nigeria. So it's going to be very difficult for fans of the Super Eagles. I mean, most of us, like myself personally, minus working in the sports media industry, I love the Super Eagles as a part of the first team I supported as a boy. So it will be hard to say I don't want to watch my team. But it is also very hard to watch your team suffer all these years. And the only good thing you have about the Super Eagles is just beautiful jerseys. I keep saying this. So yes, the administration made our football suffer. Like you mentioned, we don't really have any homegrown Super Eagles. I mean, the last time we won the Nations Cup, it was a home-based Super Eagles player that actually scored the winning goal at our last Nations Cup victory.
Yes.
It wasn't a foreigner. With all due respect to all the players we have in the diaspora who are mixed or biracial, that have mixed heritage from Europe or other parts of the world, we still need to develop our own here. And
even our captain at that time was a player who started his roots in Nigeria.
All of them did, actually. But bulk of the team that won it in 2013 all had wonderful footballing careers in the Nigerian Professional League or the Nigerian Premier League, as it was called back then. All of them, Enyama, who, from my own point of view, the best Nigerian goalkeeper yet, till date. We all saw his exploits with Enyimba winning the CAF Champions League. That showed you how good Nigerian football was back then. Even though at that time we were even still complaining like, oh, our football is is a mess. But now, compared to what we have now, that was fantastic times. With all due respect to foreign players, like we've established, most of those players can't play in their birth countries. I mean, Ademola Lookman came to play for Nigeria because he obviously can't get into the England national team. Our current number one goalkeeper, Maduka Okoye, has German heritage. I can bet you that Maduka Okoye is not getting into that German setup. There are many great goalkeepers in German football currently, and there's no Maduka will make the top 4.
All right, Victor, I do want to move on quickly because we have limited time. Of course, we have to talk about the Liverpool match against Manchester United. Mohamed Salah scored twice as Liverpool comfortably beat old rivals Manchester United 4-0. The truth is, this result was not unprecedented, not unforeseen, and the fact that Ronaldo was missing in action, not available for selection, it was a virtual certainty that Manchester United would not be able to respond in kind with any goals or any goal threats because the defense is obviously a shamble. The only option is to try to attack. And unfortunately, I watched the match and even the forward line looked completely bereft of ideas. Victor.
Only one department in Manchester United that's actually working right now, and that's the goalkeeping department. David De Gea, and perhaps maybe the second choice goalkeeper in Dean Henderson. But the rest of the squad, like you mentioned, even the younger players, the likes of Elanga, and there's a young man that made his debut yesterday with the fuzzy hair. I can't remember his name. All these players don't even have a good example. The only example that they can follow is that of Ronaldo, and we can see clearly that he has been the shining light for United this season. The decay at United is obviously just like what we're experiencing in the Super Eagles. The administration at the club is in shambles, like you mentioned. And quite frankly, the transfer policy is also to play. They have actually not signed the right players. And then for some weird reason, the ones they have there think they're actually top-level players. Though they are in certain instances, like when they play for the national teams, you can't deny that Paul Pogba, a World Cup winner at every level, is not a good player, or even Bruno Fernandes. These are top-level internationals that play for their countries. Even Fred, and to just mention it, even Maguire, as fate will have it, as funny as it sounds, when he plays for England, he is actually half decent. But you ask yourself and you scratch your head, like, what happens when they don the United jersey? You mentioned that the game, it wasn't a surprise to football analysts and experts. We all knew, even football fans knew that they were going to lose, but nobody thought it was going to be as bad as it is. I mean, United find new levels of lows to showcase to their audiences or to their fans. Another example, another team that perhaps has played as badly as United that were once great is only Arsenal. So I think United has joined that Banter FC league, and it's just Arsenal and then United now. In that, just like it was back in the day when there were two good teams, they're now with the rivalry of which team can embarrass their fans the most.
Before we move on, Victor, I want to listen to what both managers actually had to say, their assessment of the match.
My moment of the game, even when it was very important and a great result, was the 7th minute when our people showed pure class, and the whole stadium together showed pure class in a moment where we obviously everybody knew since yesterday, since I heard first time about it, so many things that are much more important in life than football, and obviously we really feel for Cristiano and his family. So that was my moment of the game, but other football moments were obviously absolutely outstanding. Yes, Mo scored 2, set up the first. Luis set up Sadios and get the ball from Mo and all this kind. Diogo came on, set Mo's second up, all these kind of things, who couldn't have been better, to be honest.
I don't think so, to be honest. No, I don't think that they have mentally checked out. It's just a different level. They have better players than we have, if you look at it in total, and this is what was reflected by the result today. So there will be a rebuild for sure, but right now that doesn't help us because we still have another 5 games to play. So that there has to be a rebuild, for me, was clear even when I came in December, and after the first 3 or 4 weeks, for me that was obvious. But right now it doesn't help, and for us it's extremely embarrassing, also as a coaching staff, to have press conferences like the one we have right now. But we just have to admit they are better than us.
2 questions about this, and I want your quickest assessment, Victor. Do you agree with Ralph Rangnick that the players have not checked out? And secondly, is Liverpool a better team? Do they have better players than Manchester United?
Actually, on paper, Liverpool have better players than United. On paper, like if you single those players out individually, you think to yourself, "Wow, these players shouldn't be better than United," based on just being on paper. But on the reflection on the pitch, obviously, the Liverpool players do something that United players don't do. They work hard. They sweat and earn their keep, so to speak. Yes, United need to rebuild. That's obvious. And as for Ralph Rangnick's opinion, I'm actually glad that someone from the outside, who is not Roy Keane or Gary Neville, any of the old British, former players who always talk about these things, is being objective. And he has said the truth. Man, you need to build, and the players that they have are not good enough to play at the levels that they were once at one point, another Ferguson. So yes, they need to rebuild. The players may not be as good as they think they are, but they don't even put in the work. And yes, they've checked out mentally. Look at Paul Pogba's body language. Even the last match, there's a gesture he made towards the fans, towards when he was leaving the stadium. Put his hand to his ear as you are booing him. That tells you his mind is not in fact. I won't be surprised when he announces he's leaving United at the end of the season. That's for sure. All checked out. That's the truth. Marcus Rashford looks defeated. Rashford, that's not Rashford of 2 or 3 years ago. He looks like a shadow of himself, a shell of a man. And the list goes on with all the players. Bruno Fernandes, who can't play 2 seconds without complaining and moaning and crying like a baby. So Man is a club right now that just, if we can even end the season and say, you know what, we talked all the points from the last 5 games, and let's just end up wherever I want to end up. And they should forget about the Champions League next season. They need to rebuild slowly from the top up. Forget Europe. Forget the Europa League or Conference League. Just play normal league football and build in the next 3-4 years. Because Liverpool went through the same thing. Not this bad, but they had to rebuild. Klopp had time. We had about 4 years to build what they have now. Man, you need that patience. not sacking managers when maybe after five matches. You need to give them time. So I agree with that assessment.
All right, let's move on to another big team, another Manchester team. Manchester City manager Pep Guardiola said on Tuesday, April 19th, that every game was like a final as the Premier League leaders looked to hold off challengers Liverpool in the deciding stretch of the season and claim a second straight title. City have a 1-point advantage at the top heading into the last 7 games of the campaign. Liverpool can provisionally overtake City with victory, which they did over Manchester United. But Guardiola said their focus was only on Brighton, who won at Arsenal and Tottenham in recent weeks, with reports suggesting City were in pole position to sign highly sought after Borussia Dortmund striker Erling Haaland. Guardiola remained mum. Right back Kyle Walker will miss the Brighton clash after picking up an injury against Atletico Madrid in their Champions League quarterfinals last week. But centre-half Ruben Dias could return after a long layoff.
Last 2 weeks, or last 2-3 weeks. So it's the same, 1 point ahead, and we are going to play every game a final to give opportunity to play another one until the end. We are going to challenge, and at the end we're going to fight. That's for sure until the end. We'll try to play good and get results. I will watch the game as a fan. I will be at home tomorrow, have game at 8-9, so we have time tomorrow to focus, and I will watch the game as a fan. Of course I want to watch it. If you give me the result, I would love to, United take points. But what's going to change if we don't do our job the next game, and after next game? So I'm going to watch as a fan what they can do, if we can learn something, improve something for both teams, and that's all. I haven't a concern and business in my head right now to think about what is going to happen in this club next season.
As a side, your Manchester City side, have you recognised the need for a major recognised striker?
We are playing with a good striker this season, so I don't know what's going to happen in the future. It's next season, so I'm not going to talk. When you are not common coming here, but for a long time, for many years, I never talk about transfer windows, especially when we are playing for incredible things still this season.
It is typical for Manchester City boss Pep Guardiola to be coy regarding transfer rumours. But going into the final few games of the season, who has a better chance? Liverpool is just 1 point behind Manchester City. The game between both teams, the second Premier League matchup of the season, has come, has gone. No change in position, no determination about where it's going to end up. So what does the future look like for these two teams?
Man City actually wins the title, in my opinion. Liverpool are in rare form. They are trying to do something that hasn't been done in football, which is win the quadruple. But I just feel that Man City, minus their very unimpressive performance, of course, due to injuries and some players being rested, against Liverpool in the FA Cup over the weekend, Man City actually watched Man City play. They are the team that most likely are more assured in the back and also very, very deadly going forward. With Liverpool, they can score 4 goals in a game, but yes, still they could also be very vulnerable. They can concede 3. They are very, very, as much as they score, they also concede goals. People just don't realize that. So I would still give it to City. They have, on paper, the easier run of fixtures. Liverpool still have some really top teams. They beat United. United is not a top team anymore, in my point of view. But I'm sure they have other teams that will maybe give them a run for their money who are willing to work hard. So I think City will still do it. They have a tricky fixture today, I think, against Brighton, but I still feel City are the ones to win the title.
If Manchester City signed Erling Haaland,
game over.
Game over in the Premier League.
Yeah, that's it. There's not. What else? Let's be honest with ourselves. If Manchester City sign Haaland, which I think they will, I believe those rumors and reports are true, it's over because he's young. You've seen him Dortmund, and Dortmund don't even play half as much as well as City. So just imagine, De Bruyne, Silva, and all these fantastic forward, all these amazingly talented forward players just feeding him easy balls.
But do you think A lot has been said about the kind of football that Manchester City plays. So not just any kind of striker can come in and fit right in. Pep Guardiola did not want Cristiano Ronaldo, amazingly. Is Erling Haaland a right fit? He's a big man after all.
He is. See, Erling Haaland is a rare breed of players that we don't have anymore in world football. We only have about two of them right now. That's Benzema and Lewandowski. Lewandowski obviously is getting on with age. Benzema also is not a spring chicken like they say. Haaland is prime. He's young, big, strong, fast. He will fit in like a glove. But as a matter of fact, the only other option was Harry Kane. But obviously, with the drama at Tottenham and Spurs, that was not going to happen. But right now, trust me, should Haaland sign for City, it is game over. I mean, and I'm talking from both aspects. As a football fan and also an analyst, it is game over. We should just write the name of City on the ribbon for the next title. That's the honest truth, because he's young. I mean, just watch how his game will transform. He will score so many goals, except he's not injured though.
However,
but I feel like
Pep Guardiola's contract, I believe, ends in 2024.
Yes.
Yes. Buying such a player and then walking away, because it seems like he is going to leave at the end of his contract. Buying such a player and building such a team and then leaving. I mean, I don't know about you, but when I'm playing my simulation games, whenever I buy a big name player like that, it keeps me around for a little longer.
I would love to see that league table. But the most stressful though, we saw that happen just a few years ago, in fact, almost a decade ago, when Alex Ferguson bought a certain Robin van Persie just to win the league on his final campaign, and nobody even knew he was leaving, because he bought Van Persie. Oh, that's another 3-4 years of dominance again, and he just said, you know what, I'm done. So managers, believe it or not, are very egotistic. They are very myopic in terms of what they want to win for that season. They don't really think of the next season. It's always about what can I achieve this year. So, I believe that that is not any different from Mr. Pep. He has that mindset. He's an old school. He's a throwback manager, just like Sir Alex Ferguson and co, who want to dominate football and leave an impression when they retire. So, he will sign everybody, and he's just leave a legacy.
All right, Victor, it's been a pleasure having you. Thanks again for being on the show.
Same here, brother. Thank you so much for having me.
Have a wonderful day. And to everyone at home, I wish you the same. It's always a pleasure having you join us and choosing Plus Sports on Plus TV Africa as your destination for all of your sports news needs. My name is Mikhail Tinubu. As I always say, life is never boring with some sports. I'll leave you with some tennis, as Dominic Thiem had a comeback in tennis to match a comeback match to end in a 3-set defeat to John Millman at the Serbia Open. Have a wonderful day.
Game, set match, Millman. 2-0. 6-3, 3-6, 6-4. 6-3, 3-6, 6-4.
I don't know if when you get 100% fit, I'm going to...
My name is Demola Bakri. To the new entrants to my world, I am Honorable Justice Demola Bakri, a prince from the Jibosho ruling house of the Bagura nation. I was born in Ibadan, then the capital of Old Western State, now the capital of Oyo State. Those were lovely days of peace and tranquility. I attended UMC demonstration school at Okeado, Ibadan, and I remember after school work with my sister and other students from school compound through Imale Falafia College Crescent area. Then, we all never knew what life had in stock for us. It was a life of K, Sera. We had fun, just sleeping and waking up for school the next day. I remember the midday meal, sometimes yam, porridge, and vegetables. I remember fan milk. The dream was to be an electronic engineer, to understand how a voice from the box could reach so many homes. I remember Rediffusion, also my neighbor's television in the early 70s, and my father's struggle to buy one. I remember later my mother's struggle to buy a radio cassette player for the family. It was a compensation for our hard work at cleaning the compound. I remember the creation of states in 1976 and our usual weekend trips from Abeokuta to Ibadan. I remember the Ibadan-Abeokuta road and the Odeda sharp bend with inscription, "Sharp bend ahead, many have gone, be careful." It was indeed an era to behold. I remember the good old days of common entrance into secondary schools and the right to choose based on your ability when it was only 5 kobo per term as allowances. Today in reflection, I wonder why we cannot have a brighter future. Yes, our children deserve more. Let each of us rise to contribute our quota to see to a bright and wonderful future for Nigeria. We still have an opportunity to print our foot boldly on the positive sides of sands of time. Our children deserve a brighter and better tomorrow. Not just the good old days. Let's change the narrative. I join Shemore in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
Afenifere calls for Southeast presidency as they urge fairness. And Lagos State Governor's Advisory Council has approved a second term for Governor Jide Sanwo-Olu. This is Plus Politics. I'm Kofi Bartels. You welcome. Leader of Yoruba socio-political group Afenifere, Chief Ayo Adebanjo, has said that the presidential aspirants from the southwestern geopolitical zone in Nigeria, including Vice President Yemi Osinbajo and former Lagos State Governor Bola Tinubu, should forget their presidential ambitions. He also said it was the turn of Nigeria's southeast to produce Nigeria's next president after the regime of President Muhammadu Buhari. Now, joining us to discuss this development, we have Afenifere Chieftain Boyega Adejumo. Good evening to you, sir.
Good evening to you. It's nice to be back here.
Is this the opinion of the leader of Afenifere, Chief Ayo Adebanjo, or is this the opinion of the entire Afenifere socio-political organization, which in turn speaks for the Southwest?
It is the opinion of us, members of Afenifere. And let me add a little more to that introduction. The highest body, the highest organ that we have in Afenifere is the caucus, the National Caucus. And in that body, we're just about 60 in the whole of the Federation, in the, well, 8 states where the Yoruba are called naturally. And I'm a member of that body, the highest body, but I'm also a member of the executive of the Afenifere, and we're just about 9. In which case, if anyone should know, I should know. And if I'm saying that Papa has spoken for all of us, you can easily just tell from the bodies that I belong to that, yes, this is the stand of the Afenifere.
Interesting. Can you understand that this may be a shock to quite a lot of people, even those outside the southwestern part of Nigeria, who feel that those from that zone will support their sons who have and daughters who have presidential aspirations? Can you understand that this may be perceived in shock?
Well, and where has that gotten Nigeria? In which case, all we want to do is play nepotism of some sort. Now, those who don't know Afenifere, let me start by saying that, again, we are in a climb where we easily forget. We have even forgotten what the founders of the nation, the founding fathers, laid down. The Afenifere remains the only party of one of the founders, and we are very proud of that heritage. There is no party that you could say this is Ahmadu Bello's party. There is no party that is you're going to say this is Azikiwe's party. The Afenifere remains the only social-political party, even though we may not be in registration, that has followed the principles and the ethics of the Awolowo movement and what Papa Awolowo stands for. What I'm trying to say is this. Afenifere's credo is to remain on the high moral ground, as far back as in the late 30s, 40s, Papa Awolowo supported Ernest Ikoli, who was vying for the chair of the late Abba Macaulay, who was leaving the seat as the chair of the NCNC. He supported Ernest Ikoli against Prince Adeleke Adedoyin, who was not only a Yoruba man, but an Ijebu man like Papa Awolowo. But he did it on principle. It is not about us, ever, in which you will find that it is going to be a support to a supposed clansman. If we are that kind of an organization, then we won't be different from the people that have held Nigeria hostage. We won't be different from those who have this sense of entitlement to everything in Nigeria. I will go ahead and tell you that the Afenifere supported the Northern Cameroons joining Nigeria against certain people from the North who didn't want the Northern Cameroons to join Nigeria. Afenifere did that and got the Northern people of Gongola and Adamawa states today, who were originally part of the German Cameroons that were later transferred to the French. And then they did a plebiscite, which Papa Awolowo championed, and they became part of Nigeria. We did the same thing in southern Cameroon with Ndeli, who was our ally, but we lost narrowly. And again, we have demonstrated that times and times again. During the time of Alhaji Shehu Shagari as president, the ruling party then expelled Shugaba. And it was the Afenifere who went ahead and did the court case pro bono to have Shugaba brought back to the country. In fact, they repatriated him. And the list is endless. I'll tell you something for a fact today that many people don't know. The Afenifere remains the only political organization that is totally committed to the unity of this country. And I'll tell you why I have said so. In the First Republic, we were the party in power in the Southwest, in the Western region, as it were then. And then we were the leader of opposition in the North. Many people will find this to be absolutely surprising to them, to know that the action group then, of course, which was Afenifere, became the leader of opposition in the north. It was Alhaji Maito, who was an Afenifere member, was an AG member, who was the leader of opposition in the north. And we were the leader of opposition even in the eastern region. We made history with SG Koku, who was of the Action Group, who contested against his own father, who was in NCSC, and defeated him. And we had as many as 8 members in the Eastern House of Assembly, and we were the leader of opposition in the East. And that made us pan-Nigerian in nature. And we displayed that again recently when General Abacha deposed Sultan Dasuki. And we went to court. We took it up and said it was not exactly done due to a well laid out plan. It was done to just humiliate the man, and we went to court. We were the only group. No northern group did it, no southeastern group, no middle belt group did it. It was Afenifere that did it.
Interesting.
And again, let me finish, please. And again, in 2015, we supported Goodluck Jonathan and his vice, who was from the north, against a Buhari who had a Yoruba vice presidential candidate. And we did that based on principle again because of what we asked for, which we've been asking for since 1999, which is to repeal this constitution, to have a new constitutional conference, which we made Obasanjo to do by setting up a constitutional review, although the third term thing put an end to that. But Jonathan listened to us and then did the confab of 2014, and we wanted him to come and implement it. And you can imagine if Jonathan had been there. But again, we will always stand on that high moral ground because the youth of tomorrow must know what it takes, what it means to stand firm and to be just. So we are not actually rooting for an Igbo presidency. We are actually rooting for justice, for fairness. We are rooting for freedom, for opportunity.
But Boyega Adejimo, interesting history you've given us, looking at the Action Group days and the formation of the foundation of this group called Afenifere. Why the Southeast?
Well, because they've never been given a shot. We had, well, even if we are going back to just 23 years ago when we started this new dispensation, we had President Obasanjo of the Yoruba stock. He spent 8 years. We had Yaradua, who spent actually 3 years, because people will want to say Jonathan spent 6 years. No, Jonathan spent only 5 years and 3 months. So we had President Jonathan from the South, who spent 5 years and 3 months. And then we had President Buhari, who is on his 7th year and will make it to the 8th year. And again, where is the Southeast? Where has been the Southeast ever since 1966, January? They've only had a shot through Ironsi for 6 months, and that's all. And is it fair? Is it fair to a group of people who perhaps are the most industrialized? Many people in Nigeria today will wonder, why would a group with such an illustrious pedigree not be allowed near the presidency? You can see what they produce in the Southeast with all the marginalization that is going on. We have, St. Motors, we have the factories in Aba, and we have everything that should make every Nigerian to be proud of. So what we are rooting for is justice. They've never been given a shot. And if you don't want them to have a shot at the presidency, like they've been saying that they want to go, then let them go.
Okay. All right.
Why make it look as if only some people are entitled to the presidency? That is wrong. That is not the kind of legacy we want to live with our children. That's not the Nigeria of the future. Because it will be based on injustice. It will be based on fairness. It will be based on prebendalism. It will be based on kakistocracy. So we want equity, we want justice.
But is Afenifere as a socio-political organization that represents the southwestern part of Nigeria not in danger of alienating itself from the aspirations or the desires, and call it that, of the people in the southwest? We look at the All Progressives Congress. We look at the structure, political structure in the southeast. It's majorly the All Progressives Congress. You look at the likes of Bola Tinubu, who've held sway in the southeast, and these politicians, even the vice president, have groundswell followership in the southwest. We have had agitations in recent months and years for Yoruba Nation, citing several cases of marginalization and injustice, and you're very well aware of this. Won't Afenifere be alienating itself by going against what may be, and I use the word may, the larger desire, or the desire of the larger or the majority of people who come from southwestern Nigeria?
So, in other words, once we have a president from the southwest, then everything is fine?
I'm asking you.
In which case, it didn't matter if this country is going to end up being a failed state. All we want is a Yoruba man as president.
Are you saying a Yoruba man, maybe one of the two that your leader mentioned, if they come to power, Nigeria will be a failed state? Is that what you're saying, sir?
That's not what I'm saying, but what I'm saying is this.
Yeah. Okay.
It doesn't just make sense to believe that all that it is to what the Yorubas will aspire to be is just to have a Yoruba president. We've had a Yoruba president for 8 years. We've had a Yoruba president for a vice president for almost 8 years. That's like 16 years of Yoruba being at the top, either number one or number two. And what has it given us? As at this moment, you are right about many things. There is agitation for Yoruba nation. The Afenifere is not, let me say that again, is not against the agitation for a Yoruba nation. We've never been. In fact, we've supported all those who are asking for the Yoruba nation. The only thing is we are committed to still salvaging this country, if there's anything to salvage. And in 2017, the Afenifere organized what was called later to become known as the Ibadan Declaration. And in which case we asked for the critical minimum, which was restructuring. And we invited the other ethnicities. We invited the Johanese, we invited the Pande, we invited the Middle Belt Forum. And thereafter, the Southern Middle Belt Forum, the SMBL, was bathed by the Afenifere. And for 5 years, we've kept that going. And it is the strongest bonding group of ethnicities that this country has ever witnessed, because many of them don't even last a year. But here we are. This is our 5th year. And in that group, we have eminent men. We have the Hanese, we have Afenifere, we have Pandef, we have the Middle Belt Forum, we have Papa Clark as our chair. And that's another thing about Afenifere, we backed it. But why should we cede the chair to somebody else? But then Papa Clark has always been a patriot. He's 2 years older than Papa Debanjo, and is still relevant to the aspirations of those of us who want a better country with dignity. We want to live with dignity.
Interesting.
Everybody knows there's a war. There's a war going on in Nigeria presently. There's no part of Nigeria where there's no war going on. So how do we begin to look for peace? The very first thing a nation needs is peace. How do we maintain peace if anyone is going to face the truth today? We have all manners of insecurity. But the greatest insecurity we have is that in which there could be a dissolution of this country if some people still want to maintain that they have a total sense of entitlement to the presidency of Nigeria.
Which people are you referring to, sir?
Well, those who have the sense of belonging, you know them, they feel that north. Those who are even, well, Papa Debanjo made that statement. It was replied by the Northern Elders Council, Elders Forum, and they said that, well, it's laughable. If they return in Northern, nothing will happen. That is the kind of statement that can lead to the dissolution of this country. Why make it look as if only you have that sense? When they wanted the North to rule in 2015, they did everything. They came out and said it is their turn. For crying out loud, out of the years of existence since 1960, and we're talking about 62 years. Believe me, apart from about just 3 years in the 70s, he runs these 6 months in the 60s, and 3 months of Chineke.
Okay.
The rest have been the Northerners. And in this way, even Obasanjo's 8 years is going to be surpassed by the time we add 3 years of Yaradua plus 8 years of Buhari. That's going to make 11 years.
But is Afenifere not ignoring the peculiar circumstances that the political parties find themselves in? We can look at, for instance, the People's Democratic Party that is yet to zone its presidential ticket to any part of the country. That committee led by the governor of Benue State, Samuel Otom. For instance, in the PDP, which may yet produce the president of Nigeria, what some of the members from northern Nigeria are saying, and aspirants for the presidency, is that since the party came to power in 1999 and since the advent of the democratic dispensation, this republic, that they've held sway, or held the #1 position for only 3 years. Out of the 16 years the party has been the ruling party in Nigeria. You talked about Yaradua. That's all. Obasanjo has come and gone, 8 years. Jonathan has come and gone, 6 years. You said 5 years, 3 months.
5 years.
Yeah, 3 months. So what should the people and the members of the PDP from northern Nigeria, what should they do? Because they've not had that ticket beyond 3 years.
You see, let's not make this thing too simplistic. And then, of course, let's not make it an emotional thing. It's a rational thing. And all we are trying to say is that we are not doing the Igbo a favor. No. It is just going to be emotional to say, my party has not had it, some have had it. Those are just relying upon such arguments that at the end of the day will lead us back into 2015, just like I said. The idea of 2015 was not about Jonathan doing anything wrong as such. It was simply about not allowing a Southern Christian president to continue. They said it. It was in the papers. We want the power back. And now that they've had the power for 7 years, what have they done with it? Nigeria, has it become better?
But Mr. Dejimo, you talk about not making it simplistic. Maybe Afenifere is the one making it simplistic by not taking into account the peculiar circumstances in all the various political parties. Like I've just given you an example, the PDP. If you have what do you call it again, one sweeping statement for all the parties, one sweeping view, without looking at the peculiarities of the different parties, maybe you might not be doing us or justice to the situation on the ground.
Okay, now I will go deeper than that. When President Babangida was going to start his journey into handling the country back to politicians, he wrote to Papa Awolowo and said, please, Papa, come and help us. We want to start the process of returning to democracy. And I'm sure you know about what I'm trying to say here. Papa wrote back and said, he doesn't see anything happening. And he charged those members of Afenifere to steer clear of what Babangida was going to do, because he had seen it beyond what anybody would want to see on the peripheral. This is not about the surface matter, but a deep, intense scrutiny. And he said, don't go there. And how did it end? Papa Debanjo in 1999, when he went to Kutapane, he said almost the same thing, that without this constitution being changed, without this structural defect, that Nigeria is going nowhere and that it might lead us into war. People thought the man was joking at the Kutapane. Go and search YouTube, you will find it. But then Obasanjo realized there could be something in it. He set up a commission to look at how to effect changes in the Constitution. If he wasn't convinced, then why would he do it? We said the same thing to Jonathan. He set up the 2014 confab, in which case, maybe all that we are trying to do is to think ahead, to look at 20 years. People are looking at tomorrow. They are looking at 2023. They are looking at selfish interests. And where will it end all of us? We are trying to solve the problem. There's so much unrest in the East. The IPOB are there. Those who are the movement for the emancipation of the Igbo is there. There's so much killings going on. And what do we have? Rather than kill or go after the terrorists in the north, what do we have? These terrorists that will go, right today, we are even told that these same terrorists went to an army formation, a military formation in Borno or thereabout. They've gone to the NDA. They've had their strikes in Kaduna that has no less than 8 military installations. What we are trying to say is this. If you are going one way and things are not working, and you keep doing the same thing, you keep asking for failure at each time.
Interesting. Mr. Dejimo, because of time.
I need to land, please. And if that failure is going to be recurring, it's like a marriage in which we have a separation. You are not yet divorced. You can be separated and living in the same house, but all is not well. The next logical thing is a divorce. Before we get to that divorce stage, we are looking for a solution. The people that are so restive right now are the people of the Southeast, and they have a reason to be. Rather than go after the terrorists, IPOB has been labeled a terrorist organization. Rather than call terrorists, they are being called bandits. We are not fools in this country.
But a court has given a ruling on that, and upgraded their status to terrorists. But talking about restructuring and the view of Payaya Debanjo regarding this, sometime early this year, he said that he and indeed the Pan-Yoruba group, Afenifere, will not queue behind any presidential candidate until Nigeria's constitution is changed, calling the constitution, quote, a military constitution. He said, and I quote, "We are not contending who is the president now. We don't believe in the constitution that we have. Until that constitution is changed, then we will talk about where the president will be. We have no candidate now until that constitution is changed because I don't want to go on an uncharted sea." That is the implication now. So what has changed? The man said he won't queue and the organization will not queue behind any candidate. Why the U-turn?
No, there's no U-turn. Actually, what has happened is this. We have told them nothing short of restructuring is going to work. It is a statement of fact. If they decide that they want to go ahead, we are not participating in the polls, but if they decide to go ahead, we've told them a panacea. We've given them a way out of this logjam. And we are saying, if you want peace, then go for an Igbo presidency. It is advocacy. We don't have the reins of power to determine any party the kind of presidential candidate they should throw up. So it is not as if it is within our power to make a decree or to make a categorical statement that must be followed. That is not what is happening. It is like a father who has said it is not going to work. Nothing will work. Go back to restructuring. Go back to the 1963 Constitution. Don't follow this presidential election. But if people are not going to listen, at least let their conscience be the judge. Now listen, today it came out that for anyone who is aspiring to be president, you must buy a form for 100 million naira. You are actually telling that person to go and look for the money any which way. And the first thing the person would do, if he wins, is to steal the 100 million back from you people. Your money is going to take it back. You think it's not going to forfeit 100 million? And those who lose will have to be compensated. We are saying that this system is not working.
We have to
go back to the parliamentary system. In which case, it is advocacy. We belong, like I said, to a group that we formed. We backed the group. And the group and us have come out to make a joint statement, in which case, what Papa Banjo has said is just echoing what the Southern Middle Belt Forum, the SMBLF, have said.
Okay,
For peace to reign,
Yeah.
let an Igbo man be president.
We have to go. We have to go. I would like to thank you very much for your time. We definitely would love to have you back again, and we'll be doing that as soon as possible because the issues are still germane until we cross that bridge in 2023. Boyega Adejimo, chieftain of Pan-Yoruba Sociocultural Organization, Afenifere.
Socio-political group. We are not a social-cultural group.
All right, political
we
group.
in that when
Okay.
we left the Egbe or Modudua.
Thank you
So
very
we are
much for the correction.
socio-political.
I appreciate your time, sir. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for staying with us on Plus Politics. We'll take a short break, and when we return, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has gotten the approval from a group to run for a second term. We'll be right back.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Welcome back. So Plus Politics. The Lagos State Governors Advisory Council has given its approval for the second-term bid of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. According to Sanwo-Olu's Chief Press Secretary Boyega Akosile, the governor was also given a pass mark for staying true to the developmental agenda of Lagos State. The GAC, which is the highest decision-making organ of the ruling party in Lagos State, the All Progressives Congress, headed by the party's national leader, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, had in 2018 kicked against the second term of bid of former Governor Akinwumi Ambode, which led to the emergence of Sanwo-Olu as the flag bearer of the All Progressives Congress in the 2019 general governorship election in the state. With this interesting development, we're glad to say we have joining us to discuss it the chieftain of the People's Democratic Party and a strategist, Demola Olariwaju, and of course, political analyst, Alistair Wilcox. Gentlemen, good evening and thank you very much for your time.
Good evening. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you.
All right. Let's tell you, Alistair Wilcox, what exactly is the Governor's Advisory Council? Because I know we've heard about that council right from the time of the second term bid of former Governor Fashola, if I'm not mistaken. What is this group called Governor's Advisory Council, and what do they do?
I guess that's because I'm not a member of the party. And I guess that question will have been best answered by Demola. But if I just have a scratch at it, it's been all over the media as one of the organs of the APC in Lagos, which is like elders forum or consultative forum, whereby the parties are fair in Lagos with respect to policy of the government, nomination of candidates for the governor's office and all. It's been discussed. So that for me, as a layman who is an outsider, that's what I understand because it's been on and on. And it came to fore really for me when everyone was saying Tinubu is the sole determinant of who rules Lagos and who doesn't. But in 2019, when the Ambode saga came up, it was obviously clear that it's a bigger body and not just Bola Ahmed Tinubu as a sole individual that controls the parties at the nomination of candidates in Lagos with respect to elective offices. So it was during the Ambode period that we all know that it's a bigger body other than just that of a one man calling the shot. So maybe Demola will help us so that I can also learn better as to what the GSC does in Lagos. Thank you.
All right, Demola Olariwaju, what are your thoughts on this? Are you aware of this group called the Governor's Advisory Council and the role they play?
Well, I mean, the Governor's Advisory Council, as much as we know it, as it plays out in Lagos, is just a group. It's informal, basically, because it's not anywhere in the APC constitution. It's essentially, like my brother said, Alistair mentioned earlier on, it was created to kind of create the impression that Bola Tinubu is not the one who is in control solely. But everybody who is appointed there is appointed there at his discretion. There's no election into it. And even the standards, used to appoint members into it is obscure. For instance, we know that Babatunde Raji Fashola is a member of the GAC, but Akinwumi Ambode is not a member of the GAC. We know that Akinwumi Ambode's deputy, Idiat Aderanti Adebule, who was loyal to the plan to remove Ambode at Ambode's expense rather than being loyal to Ambode as governor. She's a member. But former governors like Sarah Shoson, who was Babatunde Fashola's deputy, is not a member. Adefulire Wilokwe, she's also not a member. So the GAC is a contraption, it's an extension, as I see it, of Bola Tinubu's rule. And then, supporting the second-term ambition of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu makes it clear that they're carrying out Bola Tinubu's will, basically. So the GAC, as far as I see it, is an unconstitutional body that is a group of people who are loyal to Bola Ahmed Tinubu rather than to the people of Lagos State or even to APC as a party.
Back to you, Alistair Wilcox. Demola Olariwaju has said, it's just a group created to give the impression that Bola Ahmed Tinubu is democratic and is not calling the shots as far as Governor of Lagos State is concerned. It's just a smokescreen, as if you want to use another term. Do you agree with this?
like I said, I'm not a member of the APC. I am just a keen on watcher of events with respect
So, okay,
to the
so
party.
because you said that it shows that Tinubu is not the only one calling the shots.
Yes.
Are you saying now you don't know?
No. What I'm saying is, before 2019, I don't want to contract what Demola says. He is a member of the party. He wears his shoes, knows where he pinches him. But before 2019, the GSC was not that popular. As a matter of fact, the GSC was not very popular before 2019. When I don't know the membership of the company, but I know it's not. It's like an advisory council, government advisory council. It's like a body of elders that decides, okay, which way forward do we go? And so in 2019, that was when we begin to see that it was not just Bola Ahmed Tinubu that caused the shot. There's a group of persons also. He might be the chairman that helps to call the shot. So that in itself makes it. It's not a recognized body like every state. I'm sure every people have a way of going about their business. So it's not a recognized body by APC constitution. It's also it's like a pressure group or an advisory group or a bloc.
But what Demola is saying, and by the way, Demola is a member of the People's Democratic Party. He's saying that there's nothing democratic about this.
PDP, not APC.
Yes, and he's saying that it just gives the impression.
APC, really, he can't speak for APC.
Yes, but he's saying it just gives the impression that Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not calling the shots. But he says that is not the case.
I mean, as a Lagosian, if you look at the composition critically, you have people like the deputy governor of Bola Tinubu, Abiodun Guleye, who was deputy for a short period, Otumba Henry Ajomale, Tajuddin Ulusi, Dr. Yomi Fini. Basically people appoint and picked by Bola Ahmed Tinubu. There's no clear parameter for membership.
Okay, so these are Tinubu loyalists. That's what you're saying.
Exactly, they are Tinubu loyalists. Okay. So it's just a way of making people feel that, it's a more democratic decision. Bola Tinubu is not taking decisions alone. But essentially, the people who get there are people who are loyal to Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And I've given the example, Akinwumi Ambode, who was considered not loyal to Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is not a member, but his deputy is a member. Now, if a former deputy governor of Lagos State is a member, then you expect that other deputy governors of Lagos State would also be members. But that is not the case because you have about 3 other deputy governors who are not members of that GSC. So the GSC, as far as I'm concerned, is an extension of Bola Ahmed Tinubu's political rule in Lagos.
Okay, sir. Then, now that I know that my brother Demola is of the PDP, then let's take it from the outside. I mean, then that means both of us are outsiders of the APC. So we're taking it from. Let's take it from observation, which Demola has also do. I'm also a Lagosian. And as a Lagosian, I also have a view. Well, the fact is that we know and we have established the fact that the GSC is not a recognized body within the APC structure in terms of the constitutionality of APC. It's a quasi-body made up of persons that can drive an interest. Of course, you don't bring in people who do not drive, even in the PDP, you will not bring in people who will not drive their interest because it's not illegal, it's not a constitutional body. It's a body of interest. That of course we've established that it's not a constitutional thing. It's a body of interest. So of course, in a body of interest, you have to bring a person that will also promote your interest. But what that shows is the fact that yes, it might be an extension of the Bola Tinubu hegemony or Bola Tinubu, but it also shows the fact that there are persons eminent. You've mentioned some good names. Ajomale is not a pushover. Fini is not a pushover.
They are all within APC. And you see where the problem comes in with GSC.
I'm coming, sir. Those names you mentioned, they're not pushovers. If a man like former Governor Raji Fashola is a member of the GSC, then they are not pushovers. Now, if Ambode was not invited as a member, Ambode already had issue with the party. I mean, there was bad blood brought to the 2019 election. So there was already, such a person cannot be in a board of interest. So for me, it's not a constitutional body. Yes, I agree, we've established that. It's a board of interest. And in selecting those who further an interest, it must be persons of the same interest. So they all come together and decide what they want.
For me, it is at the detriment of Lagos State.
No.
Because you see, what you are having No, sir.
It's a detriment of APC.
No, it's at the detriment of Lagosians. Because you see, what you have is that you have created, look, the constitution of Nigeria might be imperfect, but in line with the context of Nigeria, it is expected that the governor will be accountable to the people through the legislative arm of government. Now, when you have another body acting as the apex body over the governor, carrying out the oversight functions of the governor in pursuit of a selfish and narrow interest of one man, then you have a problem. And that's where the problem has come for APC now.
No, that I will not agree totally. You see, the fact remains that when a governor is elected, you see, we should really be grateful that we have a Lagos where there is a resemblance of the fact that the legislature works. Now, can you say that of Rivers State? I'm from Rivers State. Do you know who is the Speaker of Rivers State House of Assembly? Can we say that of Benue State? Can we say that of Edo State today? So, you see, sometimes you don't understand, you don't appreciate what you have until you lose that thing. Now, I am not saying what is in Lagos is perfect. But you see, Lagos has shown, I'm a Lagosian by residence and by everything. I pay my tax for over 20 years, so I can even contest my election in Lagos State. So I'm a Lagosian. So the detriment, if the GAC chooses a wrong candidate for Lagosians, the PDP is there to have their candidate, the other parties, they are there to have their candidate. So if GAC, as a quasi-interest group, choose a candidate, it's not to the detriment of Lagos, it's the detriment of APC. Now, where you go, that is the internal politics. When you go to the field with the PDP candidate, with the ABGA candidate, then Lagosians will choose. Now, except you are saying that the moment a candidate is chosen, either by Bola Ahmed Tinubu or by anybody, then that candidate is already the governor of Lagos State. Then that means the PDP and other parties submitted to the fact that they can't compete in an election.
But so is that not the case? Is that not the case? Because the only reason or the only way that Fashola was able to scale through to become a governor for the second term was after Bola Ahmed Tinubu and this group, if I'm not mistaken, but Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I'm sure about that, had to openly come out to say that he had finally agreed after a meeting of stakeholders, I need to check if it's the GAC, that Fashola can go for a second term. And that's how he emerged. You remember that history very well.
Yes.
And when the same group said, of course, that led by Tinubu said Ambode would not go for a second term, it didn't happen.
No, we are not saying this. I think we are mixing up the issue.
Yes.
You look, you cannot ascribe powers to GAC that GAC should ordinarily not have. It is not only unrecognized by the Nigerian Constitution, it is unrecognized by the APC Constitution itself. And I'm telling you that if you are here defending the interest of a body that is protecting the interest of one man, then there's clearly a disconnect. Because when the interest of that man is at variance, for example, the governor of Lagos State presently should be going all over the place, commissioning projects, street projects, market projects, housing projects, to deserve a second term. What we are seeing him doing is showing more interest in the presidential ambition of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in the lifelong presidential ambition of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, rather than furthering the interest of Lagosians, because he understands that as long as he protects the interest of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he is guaranteed a second term. He believes he is guaranteed a second term in that regard, as long as he is protecting the interest of one man. And so he doesn't feel any sense of loyalty or commitment to you and I as Lagos residents, to you and I as Lagos indigenes, to you and I as Lagos voters. His sense of commitment is more to Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And now that he has the approval of GAC, he will not fix your roads, he will not fix your water, he is not fixing our housing. He doesn't care about those things because his loyalty is strictly to one man.
My dear,
so let's not mix the role of GAC up in this situation.
My dear brother Demola,
to facilitate that semblance of credibility for the second term, and hoodwink people, not even you, because I know that you know the differences in these things when it comes to politics. You know the reality, and you've explained it that
Demola, let's allow
but when that interest is being protected at the expense of Lagosians, then it becomes a problem for some of us.
All right, let's say
Deborah Demola, my response to that is the fact that it will be uncharitable and very, very absurd to say that Sanwo-Olu is not commissioning projects, he's not fixing Lagos, he's only fixing maybe Bodlon Road or I don't even know where he comes from. Maybe if he said he's fixing Bodlon Road alone and not fixing Lagos, then that for me will not sell the entire picture, Demola. I am not oblivious of the fact that Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu has a big command of Lagos politics with respect to APC structure in Lagos. But that is within APC. That is within APC. And so even if the governor chooses to be allegiance, have his own allegiance to the governor, to Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that is still within APC structure.
Where it becomes a problem, where it becomes a problem is when it is at the expense of the people.
Sir, let me make my point. At the election, PDP has always given APC for a run for their money in Lagos elections. So why are you checking out? That
what we are saying now is that we are exposing to Lagosians that the reason that in as much as this is happening within the APC, the reason why the governor of your state, Lagos State, who is not just a member of APC, but also our governor of everybody who is a Lagosian.
Oh, sure.
The reason why he is
Demola.
I'm explaining to you, the reason why he is not more loyal to us as expected by the Constitution is because
he's loyal to you.
By the interest of one man.
The governor has been fixing your road. The governor has been fixing your road. He's loyal to you.
My brother,
the governor has been fixing.
Gentlemen, before we round up, this brings us, gentlemen. Hello. Okay, this brings us to the final point. This group, the Governor's Advisory Council, has given Babajide Sanwo-Olu a pass mark as a governor of Lagos State for staying true to what they call the developmental agenda of the state. So we have development and we have pass. I will start with you, Demola, very in one or two sentences. Does Jide Sanwo-Olu deserve a pass mark as governor? Demola, are you there, please?
Because everybody keeps talking about this developmental plan, but there's no developmental plan anywhere. We are not seeing the developmental. Is the developmental plan the idea of handing over all the parks in Lagos State to MC Oluomo as the enforcement arm of the APC? I think not. And I think that Lagosians are going to make it clear in 2023.
All right. Wilcox, pass mark for Jide Sanwo-Olu?
Yes, I think I will always ask Demola that please go and recharge. Let the PDP recharge their machinery, or what they will tell Lagosians. Because if you can't tell Lagosians what you just told us now, then sorry, you are heading back to remaining oblivious in Lagos. Jide Sanwo-Olu deserve a pass mark, just like Ambode did. You can discover that in Lagos, since the advent of Ahmed Tinubu, there has been a progressive developmental plan in Lagos, and each governor comes and tries to surpass the other. Even Ambode did quite extensively, and now Sanwo-Olu is doing.
Sanwo-Olu performed better than Ambode.
Yes, sure. Sure, you are taking it to the next level. Yes, he's taking it to Lagos. I'm a Lagosian like you, Demola. You are taking it to the next level. Forget about the past.
Can we allow Wilcox land? Wilcox, you have the floor. Just very quickly so that Demola can respond.
So I would say in a nutshell, sir, that if you judge all the governors in Nigeria, maybe you can only compare. You can only have two comparisons. About three. Ganduje in Kaduna, in Kanu, Zulum in Borno, and then Sanwo-Olu in Lagos. These are the people we can talk about. Are you going to talk about that? So who else we want to talk about? What do you call him? Ifeanyi Okowa or Wike in Rivers State, or you want to talk about Shea Makinde in Oyo State? You can talk about them. You can talk about Sanwo-Olu, yes. You can talk about Zulum, yes. You can talk about Ganduje, yes. Oh, okay, maybe you can talk about Emmanuel Udom in Akwa Ibom. Okay. Oh, you can also talk about this man in Ebonyi. These are people you can talk about in terms of governance. You want to talk about the man in Abia, you can compare them. So I think we Lagosians, we should be grateful to God that we have governors that are still continuing on the track. I'm not saying the PDP cannot present a good candidate that can defeat the APC. No, they should present a good candidate. Lagosians are watching. But
so he says,
we must appreciate what we have.
Yeah, we should be grateful to God that we have the likes of Jide Sanwo-Olu as governor of Lagos State, and I appreciate
This
what
is
we
a
have.
joke. That's a very, very joke. It's a big joke of a comment. That we should be expressing gratitude to God for giving us somebody in a state of so many people, in a state like Lagos State, where we are not seen. We are in a state where basically your electricity, your housing, your water, everything, you do it by yourself. I hope that this situation changes in 2023 so that Lagosians can finally see the difference between good governance. Because what you continually have in Lagos State is governors who are more loyal to a cabal within the APC than to the people of Lagos State. When that chain is finally broken, Lagosians will for the first time enjoy good governance. Because right now, what you have is a governor who is more interested in opening the post. I mean, if you go online right now, immediately you will see that the first person that paid for his form, for the nomination form, the money has been made available, 100 million naira. By the time you look into it, within the APC, by the time you look into it, you will find out that this thing is one way or the other connected to the treasury of Lagos State. And it's bad for the people. So for me personally, I'm not here to express gratitude to anybody for coming to govern Lagos. He's not Messiah, he's not Lord and Savior. We want better governance as Lagosians, and not just as a political thing. We want a government that is loyal to the people of Lagos State, a government that puts their interests ahead of the interests of any cabal, ahead of the interests of any individual, and ahead of anything except the people that voted you in. And I think we should be clear on that because that is the standard of democracy, and it's how advanced countries move forward with democracy.
All right.
Okay, so finally for me, I wonder how Fayose paid for his 40 million. If Bala American cannot pay 100 million, I wonder how Wike paid his 40 million. I wonder how P2B paid the 40 million. If a man of Bala American cannot pay 100 million without Lagos Treasury. I mean, come on, Demola, we know better. Who are we going to benchmark?
Look, I'm telling you that online there's a news. A certain Honorable Sulaiman.
Forget the online news.
That he has received 100 million naira. No, he confirmed. Hold on. Let me explain it to you.
Demola, you can contribute that money for him.
He has received it.
Demola, you can contribute that money for him. Demola, you can contribute that money for him.
If he makes me governor of Lagos State, if my loyalty is to him, and not to the people of Lagos, then I will open up the treasury of Lagos. Because now it seems that the qualification for you to be governor of Lagos State is your loyalty, your sense of loyalty to that political interest, which is what happened to Ambode. Ambode was building Abule Egba bridges, believing that if he can please the people, then the people will vote him into office. If he had known that all he needed to do was to be at the airport when Bola Ahmed Tinubu is returning from sick treatment abroad, be at the airport and get to the reception venue, be at the airport to receive him, and also get to the reception venue before him. If he knows that is what he needed to have done, then perhaps he would have done it and he would have gotten a second term by you.
Gentlemen, we have to call it a day. We definitely will have both of you back sooner than later. A member of the PDP and a political strategist, Demola Olariwaju, thank you for your time. And Lester Wilcox, a political analyst who has not told us which political party he sympathizes with. Thank you very much for your time, gentlemen.
Having me. It's always my pleasure. Demola, thank you very much for the nice discussion.
Thank you very much, Alessa. It's a pleasure to see you. Thank you very much.
Maybe we have you both in the studio next time. I think that'll be an interesting one. So at least I would like to know when you are back in town. And that's so much you can take right here on Plus Politics. It's been quite interesting with all the conversations that have been ongoing right here on the program. It sure promises to be interesting all through this week as we count down to the 2023 presidential elections. So on behalf of everyone right here at our studios in Victoria Island, Lagos, my name is Kofi Bartel. See you tomorrow.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
My name is Yemi Shodimu, the son of an Egba chief from Abeokuta, Ogun State, and a mother that hailed from Isalofi in Lagos Island. My early days were spent in the serene but beautiful city of Abeokuta. I experienced a community of people that cared for each other and elders that looked out for each other's children. You could not misbehave outside and believe that could be done with impunity. Someone was there to reprimand you, which of course was a better option. 2, you're being reported to your parents. Of course you knew the consequences of that. This automatically kept us in check. I had the privilege of growing up in the palace in Ake with my late grandmother, Olori Adejoke Gbadibo, who was the wife of late Oba Adeshina Gbadibo, Alake of Egbaland. This exposed me to the way our people celebrated our culture and tradition, even while mingling with people from other religions, such as Christians and Muslims, without any acrimony or rancor. The dignity of labor was also inculcated in us quite early in life. Apart from the normal house chores, which I mandatorily did, in spite of the presence of house helps, I hawked old newspapers after school so as to learn the importance of contributing something to the home economy. Abeokuta provided the right ambience for the arts to grow and prosper while creating the desired recreation for the people in a friendly environment. The cinema affair, that is free cinema screening of cowboy and Indian films, was a favorite pastime. There was also the ancient Centenary Hall that was home to most of the Nigeria's traveling theaters. My grandmother was a lover of live theater, so I had the privilege of seeing the Ogun Days, Ogunmola, Duro Ladipo, Baba Salah, Baba Miro, and a host of others live on stage. This later in life influenced my career path. The social celebrations, including family celebrations, could run late into the evening or night without any apprehension about safety. This also afforded me my early exposure to popular music. I haven't seen Ebenezer Obey, Yusuf Olatunji, and Ayinla Omowura perform live. I got so sucked in. Much later in life, all I wanted to do after my national youth service was to become a backup singer in Ebenezer Obey's band. In all, life was good then. There was a quest to achieve things in life. Parents pushed us to work hard, but there was also contentment that discouraged greed and avarice. I believe we can get back on track if we collectively decide to bestow on the generations coming after us a sane, dignified, conducive society. Let us talk about a brighter future and not the good old days. I therefore join Shemori in this collective and bold attempt at changing the narrative and doing it right for a better future.
This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
When I start hearing the shoot of guns.
Whatever I have done
every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshuke.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. Right, no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you don't talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Elsie Godwin and I'm joined by my amazing co-anchors, Alero, Boyo, and Isi. Someone called her Foodie today.
Isi Foodie?
Yeah, Isi Foodie.
Is your body like?
Yeah.
Hi.
How are you? She knows herself, right?
We're good. And oh gosh, do you look lovely?
She looks like Mami Water.
Now what?
No.
Now what?
I'm still gonna steal the hair though.
This one won't happen.
But you know you're my color.
Okay.
So it will suit me as well.
Yeah, it will. But this is not the one that will suit you. The one that will suit you is the one that you will get. right? But the time is fast spent. We apologize for starting late. We had some technical issues. So here is what we found as today's quote. To get rich, you have to be making money while sleeping. And I think I really love this quote. Isi, what do you think?
I think it's fantastic, and I'm actually looking forward to talking about passive income, which is actually making money while you're asleep. So yes, absolutely, I am for it.
It sets the tone for the conversation,
yes,
right?
Absolutely,
it does actually. I'm really excited as well because the topic really is something that I think we should pay attention to because I mean, in this economy or in the world, it's always the man that has to be the one making the money and all that. So we are ready to learn so that we can
absolutely
to become billionaires,
to be more glory,
right?
Okay, so according to a 2018 World Bank report, the gender gap stood at 9%, despite an extra 1.2 billion people joining the financial system over a period of 7 years prior to that report. Today, we're having a chat with Muturayo Adefamuti on how more women can attain financial freedom. Before that, let's take a break to see what we found in the news. You're still watching Ways. National Look-alike Day each year on April. This day celebrates those who look like another person. People who look like each other are still unique in their own way. You might call it doppelganger. I hear people call it that, right? If you find your spitting image. However, seeing yours suggests you've even seen your spirit double who roams the earth. In folklore, seeing yours is a signal of bad omen. We don't believe that anymore, I know. So though over the years, the terms have come to mean someone who looks just like you. So have you seen anyone who looks like you, like just like you?
Absolutely, yes.
Really?
I think that was when I was in the university.
Wow.
Yes, they actually thought I was a lady called Franca at the time. And they actually mistook me for her, and likewise. So yes, it does exist.
How did you feel about that?
I was a bit jealous because how can they, have someone who just
But
looks
did
like
you
me?
see the resemblance? Because my own
yes, I
case
did.
is people tell me, oh, you look like this person,
I
you look
did.
like this person. I don't
did.
see the resemblance. But I think
did.
I've seen it just on one person because someone sent me a picture on Instagram.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, this looks like me. Yes. But a lot of the times, I'm sorry, it feels like I'm going to shade a particular tribe. But I feel like when Yoruba people just see someone that is light skinned, Igbo, you people just look alike. I'm like, no, we don't.
Standard.
Right? But yeah.
But I think it has
yours?
to do with light-skinned people, though.
I don't know. I mean, a lot of people have told me that my cousin, there was one time she was obsessed about seeing somebody that looked like me, and I was like, no. I don't know if you know, is it Ebisan? There's a Nigerian Ijo musician that they said that we look alike. I can't see the difference.
Do I look like Nkiru Silvanus?
No. Oh, wait, somehow.
Somehow, how?
I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
And people keep saying that, I'm wondering how.
I don't think so. But I think I know what they're coming from because of the chubby chicks.
The chubby chick, okay. So everybody with chubby chicks look alike now.
Or maybe I don't know.
She has chubby cheeks. Okay, let's just get into our conversation. Alera, let me start with you.
Okay.
What did you find for us in the news?
All right, so today, what I found in the news, so it's International Monetary Fund, that's the IMF, urges federal government to avoid dump by reducing public debts. So the story basically is that the International Monetary Fund has expressed concern about potential dump loop for Nigeria and other struggling economies. So they're basically saying that as at April 2022, the Global Financial Stability Report is giving that an average of the public debt is going to rise by 67% in the market between last year and now. The Nigerian bank credit to the government troop in 4.9 trillion naira in February, which means that we're actually going into debt as it's coming along, which is really scary.
Did you say we are going into
Nigeria?
we are going into.
We're in it already. We're already in it. We're in debt actually. So it's been said that the credit to the Nigerian government has increased to by 1.33 trillion as at 2021, and it's rising to 13 trillion as at December 2021. So the MFO stated that the reason to worry about this is because the large holding sovereign's debt exposes the bank for losing finances and just keeps declining. So me, I'm really scared. I'm worried because if Nigeria is going down, owing into trillions of debt. So how are we going to come out of this debt?
Who contributes money?
It's okay, Ajo.
I don't like getting into those conversations, but I mean, I like that you're taking it because
I mean, everybody's really concerned.
We need to wake up.
Today's conversation is even about money.
Not just even about that. I mean, election is around the corner.
Yes, it is.
So when we are looking out for who we are going to vote,
for,
it's important that we begin to ask the important questions like, what is your plan? We have this debt. How are you going to revive the economy?
Exactly.
I remember when we were doing our Bubu and Oshibanjo, was this one will focus on security, this one will focus on economy. Let's not even go down that road, but let's just ask the right question and just vote right, really. That's all we owe ourselves, nothing more.
And get our PVC.
Yeah, get your PVC. Did you see the story about, I think, 2 million plus PVC being incorrect, invalidated registration or something?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, all right. So what I found in the news is... Oh, you haven't?
No.
Okay.
Okay, my story goes, COVID-19, U.S. lifts mask and mandates for airlines. You know, and this is important for everybody to know that, you know, currently after 505 million cases and over 6.2 million deaths recorded globally, that there has been restriction.
6.2 million what?
Million deaths recorded globally. That there has been a lift in COVID restrictions basically around America currently. So we have, let me just get the story out. United States of America has asked major airlines, which is United and Delta Airlines, in the country to abolish the coronavirus safety measures requiring passengers or employees to wear masks within the airport and transit stations. And authorities in the country said they were lifting the COVID-19 restriction after federal high court judge on Monday struck down the public health measure. This was reported by the New York Times. Now, however, while this is going on in America, Nigeria is not easing out in their COVID-19
I think we are. I think we are.
Yes,
not just curfew. So there was something I enjoyed.
We had the PCR
yeah, there was something I
going
enjoyed. So when I was traveling for my recent whatever. So going to Kigali, I had to do the test for me to be able to even board the flights to go there. And then when I got there, so I paid for another test and then did another test there, which I never got the results, right? But coming to Nigeria, actually, if you're completely vaccinated, you don't need to do the test anymore or to pay any money. So I was able to enjoy that. Even while I was walking into the airport, the official was saying, oh, why is your COVID-19 test results? I'm like, I'm going to Nigeria. I'm in Nigeria, so I don't need it. And I was like, oh, okay. So I think we are also easing out. We are faster than some areas, but yes, we need to go faster because the bulk of this death you're even talking about happened over there, right?
Yes.
So
and in America, sorry, in England currently, they have actually eased out on the PCR test, and they even said that they would allow those who are who are unvaccinated, you know, they can actually come in and have the what's it called? What we call what's the name of that thing that we call it? What's that thing that we call it? You hibernate for some time before you actually come out.
Okay, I know what you're talking about.
Yes,
now, but I don't know
when
the
you're
word now.
isolation. Yes,
I really hibernate.
when you're in isolation, basically. So they would allow you to, do that and come in, but that they should get used to actually living with COVID, because COVID isn't going anywhere anytime soon.
Hygiene is important.
Basically.
Still keep taking care of yourself.
Yes,
it doesn't end.
This is happening in the UK. So I think we should have done more in Nigeria, because we haven't gotten to that
But we always play catch up, so let's not even dwell on that. Let me quickly take my story. I see why I was in a hurry to take it before yours. Yes. Because it's
coincides
what she was saying. Okay. So APC fixes presidential form for 100 million naira, adopts indirect primaries. Okay. I'll just read quickly. The National Executive Council of the ruling All Progressives Congress has fixed the cost of its presidential expression of interest and nomination forms at 100 million. So this means that the expression of interest form is 30 million, just to say I have interest, right? It's 30 million naira, and then the nomination form costs 70 million naira. So altogether makes it 100 million. So for House of Representative aspirants to pay 20 million and 10 million naira respectively. Wow. Aspirants for state legislative seats are to pay 2 million naira for both forms. But it's also important to note that the NEC approved a % discount for candidates less than 40 years and free tickets for women and persons living with disabilities. So, I mean, if you're a woman, this is the time to come forward and show us what you got. Okay. But then it's still in direct primary, so what's the point at the end of the day? But yeah, so that's the information I have for you in case you have 100 million and you want to run for presidency under the All Progressive Congress Party.
With total due respect to those with disabilities, they would allow them to.
We have a very interesting conversation today. It's about money, and we need to begin to know how to make this money even while we're sleeping. So after the break, we'll be bringing in our guests and starting off the conversation. Don't go nowhere.
This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
When I start hearing the shoot of gun.
Whatever I have done.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@PlusTvAfrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend.
God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry.
You're watching Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Thank you for staying with us. According to Financial Geek, financial independence means having the ability to support oneself financially without assistance. Being financially independent is an important goal for people of all backgrounds, but it is particularly important for women who have historically been marginalized by the job market. Financial awareness and money management skills can lend women a deeper sense of security that makes it easier to save and invest for the future. An understanding of the challenges, advice, and resources available to help can facilitate the process. Women tend to know more about managing their finances than they think. While some financial moves make sense at certain stages of life, other strategies are applicable at any time. Often, the best way to develop a financial strategy comes down to becoming more financially literate. Another survey submits that only 20% of women said they felt sufficiently prepared by their parents to manage finances as an adult. Setting financial goals and understanding short, medium, and long-term money strategies can result in a lifelong safety net. Now, to build financial independence and wealth, it's important to start investing, budgeting, saving, and planning for retirement. So we are asking, how can more women attain financial freedom? Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation and send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663 or tweet at us at WishShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WishShow. I'll bring in our guest in a bit, but before I do that, I would love to know what you think when the word financial freedom or the phrase financial freedom comes to mind. What comes to your mind?
Okay, what comes to mind is the fact that we need to develop certain habits. And not just in Nigeria, basically. I've seen a situation where we have a lot of children or individuals who are not financially literate. And I think the earlier this is introduced to the curriculum, the school curriculum, and the education system, which has to do with not just the school, but also at home, like you stated earlier, I think it is crucial that every individual is aware of how you spend money and how you earn money, and
the value of money as well.
The value of money. So the more we get to learn about things like this, the better we get about spending our monies and how we developing good habits as well, to know what to do with our monies. So I think, yes, it's important. Financial freedom is essential, not just for individuals who are older, but also younger.
Yeah, I mean, I actually agree with you. When I saw this topic, I was quite excited, and the reason is because, you know, in secondary school, you're being taught mathematics, right? Or you're being taught accounting and finance and all of that. Even in the university, I know a lot of people studied banking and finance and all, but they don't really teach you the most important, which is money spending habits. How to invest money, how to spend money, how to plan for rainy days. Nobody knows. What they will tell you is, by the time you're done with NYSC,
get a job.
No, now when you're done with NYSC, your first salary, you're supposed to tender it to your parents.
Really? Is that what they teach you
You
guys?
haven't heard?
Oh, yes.
Oh, really? No,
I did serve, but I did plan to.
Yeah, your first income is being, I mean, it's I don't even want to say it's an African thing or it's a Nigerian thing, but it's something that as I was getting my first pay, that's the first thing everybody was saying. Go and tender your salary to your parents. Nobody's telling you this is how you're supposed to split your money. This is how to invest. These are the type of things you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to leave, you know, I mean, you're being paid XYZ amount of salary, but the first thing you're thinking about is how will I spend it? Not how would I invest or what am I going to do?
I thought you were going to talk about how your first salary for the year has to be given to the church, first fruit of the year.
That one too is there. That one too is there, but nobody really is explaining to you or even trying to. I mean, it sounds like a dreamy type of thing when you think about, I want to be rich someday or I want to be financially stable. It doesn't have to be dreamy. I mean, I started realizing all of these things, I mean, sometime last year. When when you get to a particular age, you just sit down and be looking like, oh,
what have I done with myself?
What have I done with myself? Because the truth is, people will say a fool at 40 is a fool forever, right? So, but the thing now is, people above 40 still do not know what to do with money.
Oh, yes.
They don't even know what money is. People say money is a spirit. Money is also your friend, because if you know what to do with it, it's actually going to treat you well.
I think you should have been our guest for this conversation.
Oh, no, I'm here
you know what? Let's bring in the guest, because I see you have a lot. I'm hoping you can just find a way to put those into questions.
Yes,
so that the conversation can be...
I have a lot of questions for the guest, please.
Great. Okay, so Moturayo Adefamuti is the CEO at Money Stewards, an investment firm with locations in Lagos, Atlanta, Houston, Kenya, and London. As CEO, she leads a team of wealth management executives with expertise in diverse foreign investment portfolios of several multi-million-dollar real estate projects in USA, UK, and Nigeria. She has vast financial services experience and trades on various exchanges with a particular preference for European and North American markets. She trades on paper assets such as equities, options, mutual funds, bonds, exchange-traded funds, commodities, and forex. Prior to Money Stewards, Moturayo headed the largest private trust business in Nigeria at a leading bank. She's passionate about business and the advancement of women in business and transformation. And of course, that's why she's very important and the best to have this conversation with us. Thank you so much for joining us, Moturayo.
Hello, everyone.
Hi. Okay. Hi. So, so based off of what Alera has said, I'll just ask a quick question just to get the conversation going. Where do you think the gap is in this part of the world now? Of course, not the part of the world where you're in this part of the world when it comes to teaching women about money and what we should know about money?
Oh, what a good question to start with. I wouldn't say it's just Africa or Nigeria. I think even the Western world, we're not insulated. I think the biggest dilemma is basically it's one, tradition, two, culture. Religion has a part to play. But most importantly, the self-awareness. You see, everything starts with you. If you think money is important, and I think it's extremely important to have a good relationship with your money, then you have to be involved. You're a mother in this household. You're a wife. The idea that you should be relegated to a certain status and then have the husband take care of the entire finances. I mean, those are belligerent and long-gone days, you know, that we found ourselves in that kind of situation. Now, if you as a family unit want to build wealth, and when I mean wealth, not just personal wealth, but generational wealth, you need to have the mother involved. You need to have the children involved, not just parents this time around. You have to have your mother, everybody involved, so the husband, the wife, everyone has to be involved. And you shouldn't allow these traditional norms or cultural biases or get in the way of you actually learning. So you have to put your best foot forward. You have to say, you know what, I need to get myself financially educated. I need to understand the basics of personal finance and then understand investment and get on with it, because only you're your biggest hindrance.
Wow. So you stated something about personal finance. Can you give us a sneak peek into what are the key things to look out in your personal finances?
Okay, so when you talk about being financially free, or talk about finance in general, I like to group it into two. So there's personal finance and there's investments. So personal finance is the bare minimum you ought to start with, which means that you understand what the income of the family is, you understand what expenses are, you understand what the difference between needs and wants, you understand budgeting, you understand the fact that you have to start putting aside your nest egg to put together a retirement plan. You understand all this that makes which I call the basics of personal finance. Can you, if you're looking to buy something, do you have an emergency fund all saved up? Do you have savings in your account that can actually cushion you during emergencies and even after, beyond emergencies? You know, do you have all of these things in place? Do you have the necessary insurance if you have cars? Do you have a life insurance policy in place? If anything happened to maybe your husband or any of the spouses, anything happens to them, can the other spouse carry on this family legacy that you built together? Will the children become destitute? Will they have to be withdrawn from the schools, from whatever school they are attending? All of these things, understanding how to manage the entire process is personal finance, because it's personal to you in nature. And then once you understand the basics of that, then you can begin to understand investment, because investment is where the real multiplier is. So when you make this money, you are able to manage your expenses and then carve out a certain percentage of your family income and put that into investment. And in order to do that, you need to understand what investments are. There are two major investments. You have the paper assets, which is the stocks, your bonds, your equities, and so on. And then the real asset, which is real estate, land, buildings, and so on. So you need to be able to understand how to manage that process. Okay, so that is the second tier. But the foundation of our financial understanding is personal finance.
Okay, so I mean, the question I was going to ask earlier while I started the introduction. So in Nigeria today that I know, I'm going to speak for myself, and I know that a lot of young people have this question or have this puzzle. Nobody teaches us really what to do. So we know that the education system in Nigeria, the way we end at university, then the next level is NYSC, right? Absolutely. So right after NYSC, when it's expected that you're supposed to get your first job, what would be the advice you give to young people? Because a lot of them are clueless. I mean, some people would have to probably experience work, like have their work experience for like 4 or 5 years, or even some people 10 years before they will even realize that I do not even know what I'm doing. So how many % of your salary are you supposed to save? What are the things that are the necessary things that you're supposed to do with your pay from starters? Because I mean, entry level, let's say 100,000 naira or 150,000 naira. How do we start?
Okay.
All right, okay, so I would even say that when you get to NYSC, you're almost where a lot of people are considering starting the financial freedom or financial journey. It's slightly even late. You need to backtrack a bit, because you need to start your financial journey slightly earlier. And what you need to understand is the concept of savings and self-denial. What do you do when your parents give you pocket money? Do you, because you see, you don't just wake up and say, you know what, I want to amass wealth. Wealth is embedded in character and personality. Yes. If as a young child, when you were 8 years old, 9 years old, when your parents were giving you pocket money, were you a spender? Were you always looking to spend it on frivolous items, candy? Or did you actually have a piggy bank? You know, and that is, if you can grasp and understand this concept of savings, you already understand the concept of delayed gratification and self-denial. And that alone, I would say, is probably half of your financial education. Because if you understand self-denial, you know that this money that you have you have to understand, you have to put it together, and hopefully when it's enough, you can invest it. That is most of your financial education. The rest is just top up. So as a mother, I started my financial education with my kids when they were about 2-3 years old. The first thing I did was to get them in piggy bank. All right, so they started understanding that if I give you $1 or 1 naira, I don't expect you to spend it all. I expect you to spend part of it and give account of what you've done with the rest of the money. I expect that by a year or 2 years, you should have a certain amount of money in your piggy bank. Again, it doesn't have to be much, but it is the concept and the character you're developing that child. So when the child begins to maybe at 8, 9, 10 years old, you are introducing them to the concept of setting up their own business or work opportunities, so they can begin to do chores at home, giving them income, you know, to understand. Again, you're programming that child, okay? You're teaching them, you're molding them. And so by the time they go through the secondary education, because when I was in high school, I understood saving. So I saved a lot of my pocket money. By the time I was in university, I was saving, I was working, and I was saving a lot of the monies I was earning. Okay, so by the time I got to NYC, I understood perfectly the concept of savings. Now, to your question about when you're in NYC, maybe you didn't grow up in an environment whereby you had the privilege of having parents to nurture you. Now you're listening to a show like this. You can teach yourself. You can teach yourself the concept of savings. Remember, all I said till NYC level was savings, all right? Now you're NYC level. I think that the minimum you need to do, when you get your salary, the first thing you need to do is to pay yourself first. Paying yourself is putting together a minimum of 10 to 20%, depending on your circumstances, into savings accounts. You pay, that is how you pay yourself first. You pay yourself first. Then you can begin to group all your other expenses. I always say you should not let your expenses should be between 50, a maximum of 70% of your earnings. If your expenses are more than that, you need to cut it drastically because you're doing something wrong. You cannot afford to start your life living above your means because then you're going to get yourself into all kinds of situations. Again, you have missed the concept of savings and delayed gratification. If you cannot afford that phone, you can wait. If you cannot afford that outfit, you can wait. You can wait for and do whatever it is you can. I used to sometimes walk to school because if I paid for that extra transport fare, again, it was walking distance, so I got up early and I put it down to, okay, exercise, I'm exercising. So I walked 30 minutes because I needed to save that transport fare because I had disciplined myself to save that extra money. All right, so when you understand the concept of savings, it is what you have, then you begin to invest in your financial education. And in today's, with technology age, there's so many resources that are available to you that wasn't before.
Thank you so much for that. I think we're also still going to dwell on that concept of saving. And I like that you're raising it because I know I've been dragging you on what to use and you have refused to use. But let's go on a very quick break, and when we come back, we'll definitely carry on this conversation. If you're just tuned in, we're having an amazing chat with Moturayo Adefamuti on how more women can attain financial freedom. Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663 or tweet at us at WishYouAfrica1 with the hashtag WishYou. So before we went to that break, she was saying something about the concept of saving. I think we need to still dwell on that because just like she rightly said, there are lots of tools out there to even help people save better now and offering even some form of interest on the kind of savings. But we still realize that it's still very difficult for people to begin to cultivate that culture of saving. We have excuses right at the palm of our hands, like, oh, the money I'm making is not enough for me, the food price of inflation and everything. I mean, when you look at it from that angle as well, you say, okay, yes, they have a point. But like she's saying, you have to be able to discipline yourself to know that I have said I'm going to save 10% or 20%, then I have to do it come rain, come sunshine. So I need Moturayo to sort of still dwell on that concept and how people can still be imbibe that lifestyle into them even when it seems like everything is really tough and working against the culture of saving in this part of the world.
If you made a valid point, why would you save when the money is not even enough? What if the money wasn't there? What if the money disappeared tomorrow? Then what? What are you gonna do? You're gonna be in a worse situation. So you have to look at savings that every time you refuse to save, you are eroding the quality of your future life. That's exactly what you're doing. Because if you think that this money is so little, is so insignificant at the moment, I can't even meet my expenses, one day that money will disappear, and we've all gone through hard times. Okay, so you don't come across like, oh, I don't have enough money. You don't have a choice. This is the future we're talking about. You cannot have your dinner for breakfast. Okay, you have to force yourself to save, and you have to cut as many expenses off as you can and delay yourself till you can get that money to save. Now, moving on from savings, which I said is the bedrock of financial freedom, because if you don't even have savings, what are we going to, where are you going to get started from? So outside of that, once you have money saved, then you cannot just leave this money sitting in the bank account.
Yeah.
You have to understand that there's something called inflation, which erodes the value of the currency, of the money that you have. And then you also have in Nigeria what we call currency depreciation, which erodes the value of the actual currency that you're having. And if you don't think currency is important, I mean, currencies are usually backed against the dollar. If you don't think it's important, then everything affects us. The oil price affects us. It's so many things affect us that you have to be aware of the economics outside of the country. So once you have this money saved, then the next thing is to begin to learn how to invest. Understand the concept of investing. You understand the safe instruments like the treasury bills and the money market products and so on. Understand that if you put in part of your money, so if you have like $100 or 100 naira, to invest. Maybe if you put 20 to 30% in safe instrument that the capital is guaranteed, it will pay you very little interest, but at least it's guaranteed. Then maybe another 10% in ones that you can take a little bit more risk. And you have to look at your age and so on and so on. So there are many factors that you have to learn. So that once you get the concept of savings, the next you want to understand is the concept of investment. This is where you take your savings and you begin to grow it exponentially and possibly at some time even multiply it. It's all down to knowledge and access to information. So that way, that is now what we're talking about when we talk about financial freedom. And if you put all of this together, especially the family unit, that you're working together as a family, then you'll set the stage to grow your wealth exponentially. You don't want to, I know, in families, there's some families that the husband and wives, they just cannot come together financially. And in that case, if they do separate their finances, as long as each person understands what they're doing and they grow their wealth that way, that's also fine. I mean, the ideal would be for them to be together, but sometimes it's actually better for them to separate their finances if one personality doesn't suit the other when it comes to financial decisions. So
okay. So what about someone who is, if I may step in, I really need to ask you this question. If you have someone who is a lady who owns a business, for example, and it's not on a large scale, it's a small scale business, and she wants to scale up her business, and she wants to see, there are ways to go about this, but she doesn't know how to, grow her business through savings or through investments. What will be the right way for you to, throw light into how she can actually attain financial freedom? That's one, if you don't mind me asking you another question. The second one is the fact that if Mama Beji, Mama Yabo who has a shop, and she doesn't understand the dynamics of treasury bills and all that, what would be the right advice for you to give to this person to know how to scale up a business and attain financial freedom?
Okay, so I think we're talking about two things. Now, first of all, let me get the question right. You want me to give advice in terms of scaling up your business, all right? And you also want me to give
attain financial freedom
advice in terms of understanding financial instruments to invest in.
Yes.
Am I correct? Okay.
Yes. Especially for individuals who are not financially literate. Mama Yaba, who owns a shop in one small market there, and she has a business, so she doesn't know how to invest in treasury bills and things like that. What would be the right thing to, help her attain financial freedom?
Fantastic. The good thing about Mama Yaba is that there's always in Nigeria, there's always a bank close to you. Make an appointment with your bank, with your account manager. Tell them that you need to invest in treasury bills, and you want to see what else you can put your money in apart from your money just sitting in the savings or current account. Just that's the quickest way for you to get started. Find out your local bank. Now, in your local bank, in most banks in Nigeria, for instance, they have so for instance, they have their capital markets, all right? So they have their asset management arm. Every bank in Nigeria does.
That's one, yeah.
Whether it's the big ones, no need to mention them.
Absolutely.
So if you go to your local bank and tell them that you like to sit down with an asset manager, and you get an appointment with an asset manager and sit down with an account officer in there, and they'll tell you the products that they currently have. And then you listen very carefully and start with the ones that guarantees your capital. I would not say to you to go and start investing and then risk all your capital, because now you're back to zero and you have nothing. And you're going to get yourself in all kinds of emotional situations.
Yes.
So understand. So when you sit down, because it's not something I'll say, oh, go ahead and read something about it. Go and sit down, and don't make it. Sit down with different banks, maybe 3, 4, 5, and see what products they have and what the rates they're giving to you, and that is the start. Okay. Once you get that sorted out, then you can now request that you want to talk to their securities arm. The securities, they deal with stocks and so on. And then you can begin to say, okay, fine, I have this amount of money. This amount of money, I want it guaranteed. I'm willing to risk this percentage. So if you're off from your NYSC, maybe if you have 100 naira saved, you can risk 20 to 30% on equities because you're young and you still have many years ahead of you to work. And even if there were losses, you can still absorb those losses. So that's a very good way to start. This is in addition to all the tools you have online. I'm just saying, make an appointment, go and talk to people, not one, not two, all right? And get them, sit down one-on-one and let them take you through this. And they will. You can't, if the first time ignores you, the second or third or fourth will answer you. And then that way you are gathering knowledge at its basic stage. So you begin to buy treasury bills, you are into securities, and at the same time, you can begin to pay attention to land properties around you. Now, that one you have to be extremely careful because you have to understand title. So there's so many resources again. It's stage by stage. If you're there and you don't know what to do, I say, fine, I want to start investing. You're going to be lost, you're going to be overwhelmed, and you will give up. I can guarantee that. But if you take it babies one step at a time, start with the treasury bills, move on to bonds, understand stocks, then before you go ultimately to properties. That way it's more manageable. At the same time, you're meeting people, you're learning, what are you following on Instagram? That's important. If all you're doing is fashion and makeup, that's all you're going to be, that's all the information you're going to be getting. But if you're following people that are always giving nuggets, you can follow us, Money Stewards. We give you tips all the time on savings, on investments. It's free. I mean, it's nothing to do. Just watch the videos we put out, and so many other good resources out there. They do that. So that way you're programming yourself, you're learning. Regarding the second question you asked, in terms of actually growing well and being able to scaling up your business, I would say proceed with caution. Most of the time, I see a lot of people complain that they want to scale their business, and therefore the reason that they can't scale their business is because they don't have access to funding. All right, funding is expensive. They don't have collateral. They cannot talk to the bank will give them money. You see, the truth of the matter is that sometimes it's best to go organically. I've seen several businesses that have taken up loans, and the loans, I've crushed them and they've completely wiped them off. Because when you start taking other people's money, that's a lot of responsibility. Do you have the governing body in place to oversee your activities? Do you have the expertise internally? Because there's a lot involved in taking people's money, because you have to be financially responsible and fiduciarily responsible and return people's money. So if you don't have the capacity, and trust me, we all do, we all feel we have the capacity to return this fund, but in most cases we don't. So I always encourage businesses, grow organically. Take the little money the profit you made, reinvest it, keep on reinvesting it. And it does take time. Quit doing business plans that will make you cash flow positive in the third or fourth month. In reality, it doesn't work that way. It takes at least 3 years for your business to stabilize. It takes maybe another 4 or 5 years to break even. It takes another 7 years to be profitable. So give yourself time. If you're putting yourself under so much pressure, I'm not making, I'm losing, I need to make money, then you're getting yourself in all kinds of situations, and at some point you will either break down emotionally or your business will collapse.
So
give yourself time.
I know you have questions. We even have comments to take, and I really want us to touch on something I like to call habits of financial freedom, which also speaks to how a lot of people don't even take insurance serious in this part of the world. We do a lot of out-of-pocket payments, which is one thing that I know that even especially for the health sector, people are trying to sensitize others to be able to know that they can have a plan that really covers them. Like, it covers you just as their adverse talks about. It really covers you. But very quickly, you have a message as well, Alero. This says, in Nigeria, people seem to have a very strong survival mindset. Because of this, we don't really acknowledge the value of what we do work-wise. Since that is necessary for wealth creation, how can we imbibe it into ourselves despite the predominant mindset? Okay, so that's the question. I think you should take that in a minute or two, Muturayo. Did you get that, or should I take it again?
Sorry, please, you have to repeat the question.
Okay, it says, in Nigeria, people seem to have a very strong survival mindset. Because of this, we don't really acknowledge the value of what we do, that's work-wise. Since that is necessary for wealth creation, how can we imbibe it in ourselves despite the predominant mindsets?
Okay. I can't say that I really understand the question, but I'll try my best to respond. Okay. Well, it's talking about the value of the work that you do, right? I still don't. I'm not
okay. So it's talking about the value of the work we do. I mean, in Nigeria, if I get this person correctly, we are hard workers, right? But at some point, we work so hard and we have almost nothing to show for it. So how can we imbibe that hard work into financial literacy and freedom that we desire to attain?
See, I think that there's hard work and there's smart work.
Absolutely.
You have to quit mistaking the fact that you're hard working to be productive. Sometimes, if I was going to, so right now, I trade on all the markets, and say I wanted to raise, maybe just for the sake of it, maybe $100,000. I know exactly in the past what I'll do. I get some income. I know exactly what instruments to trade. I know the kind of risk to take, and I'll do it on the comfort of my home. But you have to understand that for me to be able to get to that, it took me years of study, years of attaining all of these things. The mistake that a lot of we also make is that you feel that I'm in chapter 9 of my book. All right, I've written 8 chapters, so I'm obviously more experienced. But you're in chapter 1. You have not earned the right to compare yourself with me. That's what I'm saying. So, and if you do that, you're going to fall into that trap of, oh, my hard work is not being rewarded, or maybe I'm doing something wrong. You have to understand that there's some things that just take time. If you cannot remove the time factor from the result, all right, things take time. You will, and number 2. You will fail, you will make mistakes. You have to embrace those things.
Absolutely. They're all learning curves.
So if you don't understand that things will take time, there's time that it will naturally take. The fact that you water your yam twice as much doesn't mean it will grow twice as fast. Okay? It just takes time. Secondly, you have to understand that you will give yourself time to fail. And you will fail. I don't care who your mentor is, what your connections are, what your pedigree is. We are bound to make mistakes. It's just the way things are built, all right? And if you allow yourself in all of this, thirdly, have a mentor that can guide you through a lot of these things. There's nothing that you want to do that somebody else hasn't gone ahead before. There are books about it, there are courses about it. Leverage on that so that your time and your mistakes can be cut off significantly. And then there's always the environmental factors. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's always the environmental factors. So all of those things, you have to put it together. Otherwise, I'm very careful when I'm advising young professionals, especially, that what they're trying to do, you want to encourage them, but you also want them to proceed with caution, because there's so many other factors. So hard work, wealth is extremely important. It's not the only ingredient for success. In fact, I dare say that a lot of people that work hard, they're on the farm, they're in the fields, they're working twice as hard as those of us that are working on the laptop. But they earn probably less than 10% of what people traditionally earn.
Thank you so much. Alero, your message and question quickly.
I have a comment quickly. Okay, so there's a comment. Good evening, my dear beautiful sisters of What Are You Saying Ways. Concerning a woman attaining financial freedom, it has to start somewhere, because it is very important. When a girl is growing and maturing, their savings have to be monitored. Why I'm saying so is that if they are not monitored, distraction comes in. we know that the price of foodstuffs are high. They will tell you that they want to do this and do that, and then get distracted. What they need is their main priority is to do more. They should have made saved. Well, this person is basically advising us, advising women on investment and business. I have a question, or I have I want to talk about debt quickly. I want you to just touch on debt. A lot of people are in debt, and it's messing with their psyche, or it's messing with their mind, and they feel like, I don't know how to come out of it. So I want you to please just advise quickly, how can women or individuals actually come out of debt and actually attain that financial, even if you're starting afresh, even if you're starting again. But I mean, I just need you to just give us some tips on how best to come out of debt and stand your feet.
Okay, that's a very important question, because debt can be acquired through maybe schooling. You took some school student loans, or you borrowed money for investment and it went down. Debt can be acquired. It doesn't matter how it's acquired. The first thing you have to realize that you have not done anything massively wrong. Even if you did anything wrong to get to this level, anything can be corrected. So you've got to have that faith that this is where you're at. Acknowledge what you've done and begin and move on from because what I feel affects a lot of people, because it's a very, very important area, and it's one area I'm looking to go into as well, debt counseling, because people have committed suicide just because of debt. And the reason they do that is because they don't see any way out. So the first thing, acknowledge what you have done. If it's a mistake, move on from the mistake. Do not tie yourself through that in that passing, I wish. You cannot move on looking at the rearview mirror. So that's the first thing you need to understand. Number two, so many people are in your position. Debt does not kill you if you don't let it. It doesn't have to kill you, all right? You will get out of that position. Have faith. Number three, you have to know that your earning power will increase eventually. Some people have committed suicide on a couple of millions of naira because they really could not see how they could ever come out of it.
Yes.
But if only they had persisted, they would realize that maybe 2-3 years down the line, their earning power has significantly changed. You are never going to be in the same position. No problem is permanent. No situation is permanent, as people will say. All right, so you will come out of it. Your earning potential will increase. And number four, one day you're going to be debt free. You make a plan with your debtors. Tell them this is the minimum payment you can afford. Some of them would threaten and scream and shout. Legally, you can't go to jail simply because you owe somebody money. It's a civil matter. It's not a criminal case. Even if you're in the Western world, it's not a criminal case. Make a debt aid plan and try and stick to the plan as well as possible. All right. Still go ahead and live your life. Still go ahead and save money. Still go ahead and invest, because sometimes it's the investment that you make, the return will eventually pay off the debt.
Thank you so much for putting that together in 2 minutes, less than 2. Before we go, thank you so much, ladies. Do ensure you follow us on Instagram at PlusTvAfrica. You can interact with us further, drop your comments, and most importantly, follow all our social media engagements. And remember to like, share, comment, and invite your friends and family to watch us and follow us. If you missed today's quote, here it is again. To get rich, you have to be making money while you're sleeping. I thought we would get the guests to speak on this, but time, Anyway, see you tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Bye.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@PlusTvAfrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello, this is the Greater Lagos Vision and I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedokun. In fulfillment of his promise, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu commissioned a state-of-the-art mini stadium and a computerized youth center in Ikorodu area of the state. The youth center project is aimed at providing or producing a conducive environment for sporting and vocational needs of youths in Ikorodu. According to the governor, it is also to address the growing social vices among young people. The governor hinted about more youth centers at various stages of completion across the state, including Badagry, Orile-Agege, Isheri, Ekpe, and Ikeja. This is the Greater Lagos Vision. Welcome once again. This episode features Lagos set to commence construction work on Badagry Deep Seaport in June this year. Lagos pays compensation to residents affected by the construction of Igbogbo Road. These and many more when we return. The Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu says the construction of the Badagry Deep Seaport is set to commence in June as soon as the state is granted ratification by the federal government. The governor stated this during a stakeholders meeting and community engagement on Badagry Deep Seaport project held in Topo, Badagry. Is the community engagement of the people of Badagry with Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. The reasons are not far-fetched. It is to deliberate on the delayed takeoff of the Badagry seaport. The idea of the Badagry seaport was bettered 10 years ago by the former governor of Lagos State, now the Minister of Works and Infrastructure, Raji Fashola. After a decade of delay, the project is about to see the light of day. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu strongly believes that the project, when fully operational, will not only boost the fortunes of the people of Badagry, but also transform the entire economy of Lagos State and that of the entire West African sub-region.
The Badagry Deep Seaport project is not just one project. This is a multi-level opportunity for progress for all of the people in this part of our great state. And the volume of the trade and quantum of investment opportunity that it will spring up in this area when this project commences and when it is completed and when it becomes operational. Very importantly, employment and capacity building for the teeming youth and the women in this great community will remain a priority for this project.
He assures the people of his administration's determination to push development to the Badagry axis of Lagos State. Residents who lost their homes and lands to the construction will not be overlooked.
We know for certain that a project of this nature and magnitude will require a lot of sacrifice on the part of the people and the affected community. I wish to assure you that we're ready and willing to adequately compensate you for your economic losses and to replace all of your lost assets.
Ensuring a smooth and cordial relationship between investors, Badagry Deep Seaport Limited, and members of the host communities is the next focus for the government.
I appreciate the leadership of the host communities for their cooperation with the promoters of the Deep Seaport project and for allowing peace to reign in the various communities. Undoubtedly, the ultimate winners of this gigantic project are the host communities themselves.
The Deep Seaport is to be located in Gberefu area of Badagry, Lagos State. It covers an area of approximately 1,103 hectares, out of which 623 is dedicated to port activities. Over 500 million naira had been paid as compensation to residents and families whose property were affected in the construction of Bola Ahmed Tinubu Igbogbo Road in Ikorodu local government area of Lagos State. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu handed over the checks worth 5 million naira to 20 beneficiaries when he paid a working visit to the area.
A huge crowd waiting to welcome Governor Sanwo-Olu and his entourage to the venue. Soon, the atmosphere became electrified as the governor arrives. Sanwo-Olu used the working visit to interact with the people and further reaffirmed his commitment towards making more of government presence felt in the area.
I was at Odogion, the industrial estate, to commission and to hand over the big Kimberly-Clark factory. And on that road, we saw that we needed to fix that Odogion road that burst out onto the express, and we're ready to do it.
He also used the opportunity to commission the Ikorodu Youth Center with the hope that this will reduce social vices and take the youth off the streets.
Everything we're about is about ensuring that we can take our citizens out of the poverty line. We can produce and engage our youth. We can create for them job opportunity.
Chairman of Ikorodu local government, Wasiu Adesina, on behalf of the people, thanked Governor Sanwo-Olu for embarking on developmental projects in the division.
I have no doubt stating that your administration has transformed Lagos into economic hub of Nigeria. On the realization of dividend of democracy, your leadership has brought immense progress, not only to Ikorodu, but to Lagos State at large.
He told the governor that they are working with stakeholders, security agencies, and state agencies on the security architecture of Ikorodu Division to boost the governor's efforts at attaining a crime-free state.
The wife of the Lagos State Governor, Dr. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, has decried the rejection of the gender bills by the House of Representatives. She described it as a discrimination against Nigerian women. She spoke during a 1 Million Women March against gender discrimination. She called on the National Assembly to promptly reconsider the bills and approve them.
So sing a song for women everywhere.
This rally saw the women from different walks of life marching from Lagos State Secretariat to the House of Assembly in Alausa, Ikeja. It was put together as part of activities to commemorate the 2022 International Women's Day. The theme was Break the Bias, Gender Equality Today for a Sustainable Tomorrow. They want immediate passage of all gender bills in the House.
Women from all spheres of life standing for their rights, not happy with the rejection of what was passed at the National Assembly on the 1st of March 2022.
Dr. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu maintained that there can be no development without the full and equal participation of women in all spheres. The men, including the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Mudashiru Obasa, were in consonance with the women in their crusade.
When you empower a woman, you empower the whole nation. So we always appreciate women in Lagos, in Nigeria and Africa for the good job you have been doing. You are the source of our family. You are the strength of the men.
Dr. Sanwo-Olu also spoke on the death of Miss Oluwabamiche, who went missing after boarding a BRT bus and was later found dead. She described the development as sad, shocking, and devastating.
This is a big slap on our face. Lagos State is not known for ritual killers, and we will not tolerate such. And from now on, BRT buses will have fixed cameras all over to monitor closely.
The Lagos State government is set to launch a new resident identification card with improved features. According to the General Manager of Lagos State Residents Registration Agency, LASTRA, Dr. Ibilola Kasumu, the new card will allow users board a ride, make purchases, apply for loans, among others. I had a one-on-one interview with the General Manager of LASTRA, Dr. Ibilola Kasumu, for more insights. This is the Greater Lagos Vision, and with me today on this episode is the General Manager of Lagos State Resident Registration Agency, LASTRA, Engineer Ibilola Kasumu. Thank you so much for being with us on the program today.
Good to be here. Thank you very much for having me.
Now, let's take off with the new resident identification card. Why do you think I should come forward to have it done? Why is the need for it?
Thank you very much. So the new Lagos State Residents card, ID card, is going to be a smart card. And what it does, it uniquely identifies every resident of the state. And why we're doing this in Lagos State is so that we can plan adequately. So we take your demographic data, that's taking all your bio data, your name, gender, and just identify you and give you a unique identification. And then with that, we can plan resources, how we deploy infrastructure in different areas of the state. So that's basically what it is. Then also, it's not just about planning. Social benefits, welfare benefits, packages that we want to offer the state, discounts for certain identified residents. This will be easier done if we can identify you with this unique identification number. So that's really what this is all about.
Like those of us who have had it done in the past, like I have done it, what do I need to do? How do I key into this new process?
So by simply visiting our website, which is www.lagosresidents.gov.ng, it's very clear. There's a validation portal where you can go to, and once you click on the validation portal, there's a guideline on how you can update your records. So what we want is for proof of life, we need to know that you're still in existence, one. Number two, you need to update your records because certain information may have changed about you. You may have been single when you registered and now you're married. You need to let us know that and update the records. Your address may have changed. So many information about you may have changed, which you need to update before we go ahead to print the new cards. So that the portal is self-explanatory, how you need to go about it. Even if you don't have your current number, that there's a way which you can retrieve your number in order to update your records. But the most important thing is that you must have the original phone number which you registered with, because there will be a one-time password, an OTP sent to that number. This is just to validate and confirm that you are still the holder of that number and you own the information you want to change.
So what happened if, for instance, I used a particular number then, to register, and I no longer use that number, it's been reallocated to another person? So how do I go about it?
You won't be able to do that on the portal. You would need to visit the head office or any of our offices in order for you to do that. Because the reason why you need to do that is because we need to validate and verify your identity. And the only way we can verify your identity, that you are the owner of the information you want to update, is by taking your biometrics at that time. So you would use your fingerprint to validate your identity. Then you would now provide us with the new information, which we would update ourselves.
Tell us about some of the unique features that this new card possesses.
So the new card is a smart card. It's a smart identity card. It's not just a plastic identity card. So what we mean by that, it's a smart identity card, is it has a chip on it. So it has 28 applets. The first applet, which is like combining, when I say an applet, you're combining 28 cards into one. You're compressing it into one card. Now, it has 28 different features and use cases that can be put on the card. So the first use case is a payment card. So it comes with an EMV payment module, which is a bank account and all. So it can be used like for a payment.
You mean you can take it out and use it like a normal ATM card or at a POS point to make payments?
Yes.
Payments
card. Yes.
That's really unique.
Because it comes with a bank account. So we're working with the financial institutions as well. So each card comes with a bank account which has payment capabilities. So you can withdraw at any ATM of any bank, use it on the web as well to make purchases on the web. That's one. Then the second applet is an ID applet where we've stored your basic information that will confirm, and it would probably deter people from trying to duplicate the card because the information written on the card must match what is on the chip as well. So you have certain information there. And then for emergency purposes as well, we have your next of kin as well on the chip, so that for medical issues or any security issues, somebody, they can get to that information once they have that ability. And then the third applet that is configured right now is a transport applet. So the same way the new carry card that Lagos State is using now on our bus public transport system, the same card will be acceptable. So the Lagos State resident card will be acceptable on the transport system, so on the BRT buses, on the Lagos ferry, and then when the rail starts as well, the card will be acceptable. And it's also eases your access to government services. So right now we're speaking with other government agencies, like the Lagos State Health Insurance Scheme as well, that would have an applet on board. The pensioners would have their unique identification as well. So it helps the government to identify people that deserve or require benefits, certain benefits. So if you are identified as a vulnerable person living in Lagos and there's certain benefits that should come to you, it's easy because we already have your identification number. It's unique and it's yours till death and all. So that helps us to plan. It helps us to find out the demographics of certain areas, so we know how many primary healthcare centers are required in certain areas. We know from the demographic data that we get, we will know how many infants were born in that area, and do we have adequate provision for primary healthcare, for primary schools, for secondary schools, certain infrastructure and social benefits, welfare packages. These things are easily deployable when we know the demographics of a certain location.
Right. You projected that not less than 6 million residents would have been enrolled or gotten this new registration card by the end of 2022. Tell us, what are the measures you have in place, or how do you intend achieving this?
Okay, so currently in the database now, we have over 4 million records. Out of the 4 million records, just over 1 million are already validated, as in they're ready to go to print as we speak. Then we have about just over 3 million that are subject to validation. So these are people that have registered in the past that we expect them to go to the portal just for proof of life, so that we don't just print cards that will never be collected. Then we're aggressively also registering residents right now. So we have offices, or we have presence in each of the local governments and LCDAs, so that people can go in there to go and register. And then we're also engaging independent partners, where they are enrollment partners with LASRA, and they go into the communities to register as well. So this, with advocacy, we expect that Nigerians would come out to come and register, and we build the database from there. So that's the plan.
Talking about awareness, it looks a bit low, and more awareness on this needs to be created. Are you looking at that?
Yes, so we just started our advocacy program where we're going to embark on stakeholders involvement or stakeholders meetings in all the 5 divisions of Lagos State. So right now we're going around engaging the community leaders and people in the local government chairmen and all, so that they buy into this before we now proceed with the stakeholders engagement and then the official launch. And once the official launch takes off, that kicks off the main advocacy program. But this is ongoing, and this is part of it, what we're doing here now.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I know I'm not totally wrong here, but correct me if I am. Approval for this was given sometime in 2019, to be specific, in December. Why is it just taking off now?
So the approval process, commenced really or was given December 2019. So implementation really started, or when we started executing, planning, strategizing and all, in January. So what looks like a delay was actually developmental progress, where this is the first of its kind that has ever been done. And there's quite a lot of development work that goes into it, where you're kind of condensing 28 cards into one, so that this becomes your one card that you need to function in Lagos State. So it's not planned, or it wasn't planned as such, but a lot of development has been going on in the background, and we just wanted to get it right. And then also because of the interruption due to the COVID-19 pandemic, that created a little bit of a delay in enrollment, but it didn't stop the strategic planning and development, because you actually need interaction with the citizens, where they need to come to physically touch things, and the proximity can't be the distance when they're enrolling. So we had to halt enrollment for a little while, but it didn't stop progress ongoing, the progressive development.
Now, let's try to juxtapose it, side by side with the vision of Mr. Governor, which you and I we are aware of, the Greater Lagos vision, making Lagos a smart city, and also the themes agenda. How does this, impact on that vision?
So this helps because every citizen or every resident of the state is uniquely identified. When you're uniquely identifiable, it makes it easier for us to deploy certain benefits and to plan accordingly. Also, we're trying to make it as easy as possible for people to reside in Lagos. So if it's the same card that I require to get on a bus, same card I require to get on a ferry, same card is required to get on the train when they do start, same card is required at the health facility that I'm going to seek treatment, same card is required when I attend certain schools, public schools in Lagos State, then it just makes it easy. You don't need to keep on going back and forth to enroll and be issued a different card. So that's part of it, making Lagos a smart city. Enrollment is free. Enrollment is totally free. But residents are expected, just like when you collect your ATM cards from banks, because it comes with a bank account, you're expected to activate the card with 1,000 naira. That 1,000 naira goes on the card as credit. So it goes in your bank account as credit to you. It's your money to be spent. But 1,000 naira is required to activate the card.
That's all we have for you in this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedoku. Bye for now.
It's not just the parents that have to do this. We put a lot of emphasis on government, we put a lot of emphasis on schools, but the service sector is completely left out of this conversation, and it's really important because they touch the families every day.
When we are making intervention, at the back of our mind, that plan that you're drawing up should also say on X amount of times or hours, you as the parents have to have X number of training.
Not just about the training, okay? So as we're collecting data in the center, you're collecting data at home. We give you the exact same plan.
From my own experience is that the children are usually the best advocates.
Absolutely.
Because the children have been informed and they have also experienced it, we find that they tend to go home and tell their parents the appropriate things to do.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria?
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on PlusTvAfrica, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@PlusTvAfrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
On Plus TV News Now. Horiwa urges EFCC, ICPC to probe APC presidential aspirants. APC approves 50% reduction in nomination form for youth. Lagos State Government grills Chrisland school management, teachers and parents. Good evening, I am Maureen Menonwezigwe and this is News Now. President Muhammadu Buhari has warned leaders of the All Progressive Congress at both national and state levels against factions and imposing of unpopular candidates as the 2023 general election approaches. This is as the party reached agreement on the form it would use to select a presidential candidate and other matters relating to the 2023 general election.
You came in at a critical time, and the entire party has high expectations from you. The critical task ahead of you remains to continue to forge the unity of purpose among party members and to seek and to keep securing needful compromises in the interest of our great party. I enjoin you all to follow the due process in all the party processes, and more importantly, to develop more mechanisms against corruption. I call on all party members to abide by all extant laws, rules, and regulations, and to leaders of our party to avoid imposition of candidates that cannot win popular elections.
Half-truths, outright lies, and deliberate misinformation are the well-known weapons to attack against the incumbent government. You do not need to hear from me that the Buhari administration is the sole subject of vilification in and outside the media. Some of the criticisms and lies are so unkind as to create the impression that this administration has done nothing positive for the country. It is even years in office.
Sir, Senator Abdullahi Adamu has just taken over. I can see he is going to lead us in the fight against protecting our party and our administration. I will appeal to all of us to continue to project and protect the image of our administration and our president. Some people, recently, of course, someone was even contemplating or suggesting an interim administration in this country. We will see and hear a lot of this kind of distractions. I think it becomes all of us, especially those of us in leadership, to continue to promote what we have been able to achieve in this administration and in our states, and also protect our party. The onslaughts will be very high and very tough as we move towards 2023. But I think with what we have been able to achieve, we have everything, every possible ammunition to project the image of our president, this administration, and our party.
There are indications, and we're trying to stem that tide, of many members trying to drift, go to one party or the other. The reason is very simple. They're very happy in APC. They love the party. They love the principles of the party. But like I've always said, survival and self-preservation is the first instinct of any human being. In terms of primaries, please let our members, I'm not asking for favors for our members, but let our members have a fair shake in the primaries.
The rights groups, the Human Rights Writers Association of Nigeria, has urged the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission and the Independent Corrupt and Other Related Offences Commission to probe the source of wealth of any presidential aspirant of the All Progressive Congress who picks the party's 100 million naira presidential nomination and expression of interest forms. In a statement signed by its national coordinator, Emmanuel Onwubiko, the association says it is a shame that those who seek to govern Nigeria are made to cough out so much money to purchase forms just to signpost their original intention as persons whose only objective will be to first recoup their huge investments and to further impoverish the citizenry. We are now being joined by Chris Nwokobia, a public affairs analyst here in Lagos. Glad to have you here, Mr. Chris.
The pleasure is mine.
Well, how did you receive the news of these huge sums of money by the APC for their presidential aspirants?
Let me say clearly that oftentimes we are more emotive and emotional than very logical about some of these things. I just listened to you and I heard when you talked about the position of the human rights body. And then have you forgotten that the average cost to prosecute a presidential campaign in this country is well over 5 billion naira? Have you also forgotten that you have over 15 aspirants and counting in the APC? So practically, I guess what the party has just done is to try to reduce the number of those who are contesting for the party primaries. And I say this advisedly, if you wonder what will happen if you have all the aspirants at the convention, at the presidential primaries of the party, then it's going to be a behemoth. It's going to be a troublesome event. So if you have candidates who believe, or aspirants who believe that that money is too much, you have several other parties that they can go and get their party tickets and run for the presidential election. You must not run from the APC. That's point number one. Then point number two, which is very important in this discourse, is that for the young people, the governor of Kogi State was able to make an argument that for any candidate who is below the age of, who is 40 and below, they should give a 50% discount for them. And I think it is logical. You must not run from the APC. Those who want to run, who have the resources, who understand the spread and the wheat, if you like, of a party, would naturally put out the resources, put out the funds. And for 100 million, I heard the party public secretary saying this evening that most of the people who have indicated interest to run for the presidency have much more than that. So if they do, then they can purchase the form. What is important is that Nigerians should interrogate the candidates that are emerging, try to find out their sources of resources, try to find out where they're coming from, do what I call elimination series, and then ensure that the candidate that emerges from the APC primaries is credible, is competent, and he has the capacity to go on.
Mr. Nwokobia, Nigerians are concerned that anyone who invests such a huge amount of money to get those forms would first of all want to recoup, and that could mean stealing. Let's not use corruption, now let's paint it exactly as it is, stealing from the coffers. This is a major concern for Nigerians, and you're saying it's rather just being emotional about it.
Let me say this. I ran for the higher office of president in 2011. I know how much it takes to print posters alone. That's why I said it's being emotional and emotive than being very logical. You must not get the ticket of the APC to run. That's point number one.
Yeah,
and it is important we deal with the fundamental issues. If you're going to spend so much money to run a campaign, what is 100 million compared to the amount you spend to run a campaign? So what we should be more concerned about is how we put a ceiling on how much you spend in running for elective office in this country.
Should this be controlled by INEC? How much a candidate spends and how much political parties put or peg their forms? Do you think INEC should step in somehow to control that?
If a party has 100 persons who want to run for an office, they have the right to say, oh, the way to limit the number is put 100 million as the money to purchase your form. What we should be concerned about is the limit on spending for presidential campaigns, for gubernatorial campaigns, for every level of elective office. And the law provides these limits. So what INEC and indeed the security agencies must do is to ensure that there's compliance to the provisions of the law. But I will not sit here and join the hoopla that says, oh, 100 million means that the person will steal. The fundamental issue is that in running a presidential campaign, a candidate spends more than 10 times that amount. So we should be able to regulate the fundamentals and leave, what we do in this country is major on the fruits rather than the root and the stem of our problems. If we try to muzzle the parties, what if at the end of the day you have 200 candidates, 200 aspirants tomorrow saying that they want to be president in APC? How do you first of all reduce the number?
Nigerians would expect that the parties will come up with a more logical ways of whittling down the numbers rather than shooting up the cost of their forms. But let's stop this conversation at this point.
What is the more logical way?
They should think outside the box.
If you're strong enough to run a presidential campaign, you should have 100 million to buy the form. That's the most logical way. If you're sure you can run the presidential campaign, you should have money to buy the form. That's the first logical way.
Well, let's stop this conversation here and watch how things unfold, and then we'll go back to this conversation because it is ongoing and it is still unfolding. Thank you so much, Mr. Chris Mustafa Nwokobia Jr., for your time.
God bless you and God bless Nigeria.
Bless you too. And also, the National Executive Committee of the APC has approved a 50% reduction in the nomination forms. The national youth leader of the party, Dayo Israel, who disclosed this on his official Twitter page, described the move as a golden opportunity, but pleaded to the youth not to abuse it. Israel also described this as the first time in the history of the party. The All Progressive Congress, the APC in Adamawa State, has convened a town hall meeting of all the party's chairmen in the 21 council areas, secretaries, and party delegates to enlighten them on the imperative of electing the best candidates during the forthcoming party primaries. From Yola, Plus TV correspondent Ibrahim Abubakar filed in this report presented from our studio.
The town hall meeting was initiated by an APC chieftain, Jamil Yusuf, in collaboration with the state working committee of the party to generate meaningful discussions and arguments over who is a better candidate for the state. The meeting also included all the women leaders of the 21 council areas of the party, youth leaders, party stakeholders, and opinion leaders. Yusuf, who was the initiator of the engagement with the APC stakeholders, said that the idea was born out of the current leadership deficit and to reconcile and propose solutions to some challenges bedeviling the party in the state.
We have to create synergy so that every time we need to come and sit down, discuss party problem so that we can have solution. As the president always said, politics is politics is local, and always it is from the bottom to top. We should stop taking politics to be something as that we are going to be doing it as from top to bottom. It should always be from bottom to top.
In his welcome address, the Algon chairman Abubakar Audu said apart from the engagement with the APC stakeholders at the grassroots, the party has also inaugurated an awareness team to enlighten their supporters on the need to have a voter's card.
Of time notice, almost all of us are here. That is to show our concern to this, our dear party, APC. You are most welcome.
In his welcome address, the Algon chairman, Abubakar Audu, said that apart from the engagement with the APC stakeholders at the grassroots, the party has also inaugurated an awareness team to enlighten their supporters on the need to have their voters' cards. He said that the voting systems gives credibility and a sense of pride, and that all forms of crisis will reduce if the election is transparent.
As political appointees and others begin to resign from their current status to contest the 2023 general elections, all eyes are on how those offices will be run in a short term. A legal practitioner, Liberus Oshoma, and a political analyst, Olufemi Lawson, are advocating that those in charge of checks and balances adopt structures to ensure there are no gaps. Our political correspondent, Jacinta Obiuku, takes a look at these issues.
There have been contentious positions as regards the constitutionality of Section 84(12) of the Electoral Act 2022. In fact, President Muhammadu Buhari protested the constitutionality of the controversial provision of the newly assented electoral law. Others have argued that the section of the Constitution is able to disenfranchise people from vying for electoral offices. A legal practitioner, Liberus Oshoma, countered this.
It does not disenfranchise anybody because the provision of the Constitution actually limits participation for civil servants. That if you are in the employment of the government of the federation or of the state, that you cannot contest for an election except you resign 1 month before the election. And the Court of Appeal had heard that political appointees are not employed in the government of the federation or of the state for the purpose of that section. And so once that, what that means is that if you're a political appointee, you can remain in office till even contest for election, whilst in that other office.
A political analyst, Olufemi Lawson, shared the same view. He insisted that a section of the law would limit the excesses of the political class.
I would want to say that morally, it is, I don't think we even need a law to this extent to tell you that, come, you have an ambition to pursue in Jigawa State, then why are you sitting in Abuja as a minister? If truly you are a very serious candidate.
One of those vying for the highest seat in government is the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo. There are questions about how his latest ambition could cause a divided attention in carrying out his current duties as the nation's second in command.
The VP's attention certainly would be divided, just the same way a sitting president who is vying for a re-election's attention will be divided. So, and the question is, what we should do is to ensure that there is proper monitoring, not just a divided attention, to ensure that the job and the functions of that office is properly carried out.
The truth is that pursuing a political ambition is a natural distraction. Politicians will continue to aspire for other higher positions. Politicians will continue to even demand for what they do not deserve. But it is the duty of you and I to say, no, you don't deserve it. So those who have had competent ministers as deputies should hand over to them, brief them. Those who have not had should use the next few days to get them carried along so that the duties of state will not suffer.
INEC has given political parties between April 4 and June 3, 2022 to conduct primaries. This means that public office holders seeking to be elected must resign before June 3rd, when INEC expects that all issues on party primaries must have been resolved. Meanwhile, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, ought to have issued a circular stating a deadline on when they should resign. but he has not, as President Buhari has not given directives to do so. Nigerians are watching to see how this pans out. Jacinta Obiuku, PlusTV News.
Special advisor to the Ogun State Governor on Political Affairs, B. Adeleye, has debunked the allegation of siphoning funds from the streetlight powered by generating set. Responding to the criticism from one of the People's Democratic Party governorship aspirant, Honorable Oladipupo Adeputu, in a viral video, Adeleye claimed that the generating set was a pilot scheme for the adoption of the Independent Power Producers, the IPP.
So what we have done is that we are using the genset as a pilot scheme to see how, to see the functionality, see how this is going to work for us and transfer to the IPP. Take for instance, go to some of these PDP states. You see similar projects going on, being powered by genset and diesel. What we are doing in Ogun State, I don't know that of Ibadan, because I'm pretty much sure there is no IPP in Ibadan. In Ogun State, what we are currently doing is that we're going to transfer the energy from this generating set to our high PP. That if you look at Abeokuta, for example, we have already transferred some of them into IPP projects. They don't get energy from genset anymore. But this man is everywhere. So he's using his project to advertise to individuals that live, across the state.
The Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, has accused the federal government of failing to prioritize the development of university education in the country. ASU President Professor Emmanuel Oshodeka, who made the assertion, decried the situation where the government is focusing its attention on fuel subsidy, which he believes does not exist, rather than showing interest in revamping the nation's universities. More than 2 months since lecturers down tools, the ASU president alleged that the government has been insensitive to the union's demands, as according to him, no concrete resolution was reached despite the series of meetings with the government's delegation led by the Minister of Labor and Employment. All parties involved in the alleged Chrisland school scandal are presently undergoing scrutiny at the Lagos State Ministry of Education Quality Assurance Conference Hall, Alausa in Ikeja. Those present at the meeting are police officers, officials of the Education Quality Assurance and that of the Directorate of Public Prosecution Chrisland School Authorities, including the affected teachers and parents of the affected students. Their presence at the ministry nullified the earlier arrangement to be at the state CID Panti, where they were earlier scheduled for detailed investigations. We're now being joined by Tony Taiwo Ojo, a child rights activist. Glad to have you.
Thank you for having me.
Now, what do you think the parents should have done better?
Well, looking at the report that we have seen on social media and from other sources, I think the parents should have been more intentional, because I was aghast to learn that a child of that age already was operating the social media handle. And I didn't watch the video, but from the reports I've heard, I feel that there is an adult, abusing that child. The parents should have worked together with the school to trace the source. Because when we come to child sexual abuse, we try to see that not only is the offender punished, but we try to rehabilitate the minor. So the parents should have worked with the school to see that the source of that abuse is traced and the child rehabilitated.
Now, what do you advise that they do now to normalize the students involved in this whole horrific incident that we were all treated to, sadly?
Yes, as a child safety advocate, all the children who participated in that video ought to be seen by a psychotherapist they need to be rehabilitated because all of them are equal participants as far as child safety advocacy is concerned. They needed to be rehabilitated.
And what's your advice for children and youth generally at this time?
Well, my advice to you, I would rather say my advice to parents, because before the youth, the children, become who they are, there is a source where they are coming from, and that is the family. I believe that families, parents, should take parenting very, very serious. This is a very serious responsibility. And I am always pained when I see that parents, neglect this aspect of, child upbringing. Because, like it says, charity begins at home. It's whatever the child learns from home, it brings to the society. Different families make up the society. So I want to advise parents to be more intentional. You are going to give your children devices, electronic devices. You have to monitor them. You have to find out what they do with it. I am not saying, I am actually against children less than under the age of 14 having electronic devices, especially when it comes to smartphones. But I'm saying, okay, if you have to give your children this phone, you have to make sure that you know what they are doing. You could use your own email as backup. You can have a family Google account. These are ways and measures you use to, monitor these children. You don't lead them to their devices. Children naturally want to explore, but it is for us as parents to guide them back to the main, to the straight path, and make sure that they come out as responsible citizens of the country.
Oh, well, the school, do you think the school is totally exonerated from all of this? Because one would also expect that children taken abroad on excursion would be properly chaperoned.
Well, I still fail to see where Chrisland failed in their responsibility. I actually am a member of Advocates for Children and Vulnerable Persons Network, and we came up with a press statement to say that, the shutting down of Chrisland as of now, for me, is for our group and our network, is more emotional and reactionary, because according to reports we have had, the children, the girl children were on the second floor, and the boy children was on the 10th floor. I think that was enough measure, to safeguard these children from missing, So how the child was able to sneak out to, find his way, to find her way rather, into a boys' room, it calls for questions. Because if you look at it, I wonder if you take a very determined child, which I do not think that a teacher would be forced now, a very determined child to move from.
We do apologize for that technical glitch. Well, thank you so much, Mrs. Toyin Taiwo Ojo, for your time and insight. Well, moving forward now, the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, the NDLEA, says Nigeria needs to seek cooperation with the international community to stop the growing trend of drug abuse and dealings. The Assistant Commander in charge of drug demand reduction in Ogun State, Eku Eukaria, said the country must cease from paying lip service to constitutional provisions to punishing drug dealers and handlers. Eukaria said the Nigerian government must ensure strict compliance with money laundering laws to prevent drug dealers from using ill-gotten wealth to disrupt and distort socio-economic development and national security.
The issue of drug abuse is everybody's affair. Just like my chairman, chief executive last year launched WADA, War Against Drug Abuse. He said every meaningful Nigeria should join NDLEA, not only to carry out drug enlightenment campaign at your own level, at the family level, at the community level, at school level. What I'm saying is that everybody, we are all, we are civil rights. Don't wait for government. We know that there is insecurity. If you sense anything around you, you should, raise alarm and report to the appropriate authority.
That being part of human nature, if you now combine it with ignorance, that gives you the answer to why people go into it, despite the fact that we are preaching against it, because they are ignorant of the long-term effect of use of drugs. They are only aware of the experience of using it on short-term basis, and if these substances actually can be used in low doses, short-term basis, they may not have overall negative effect that they have. But the interesting nature of these drugs is that when you use them after a while, you want to increase the dose to achieve the same effect. The more you increase the dose, the more you increase the risk of experiencing toxic effect of these substances.
Because we have come to realize over time that when people know better, they will do better. So equipping young people with the right information and knowledge to make informed choices is one of the very good ways through which we can address drug abuse in Nigeria, and that is what. And also, orientation organizations should be conducted in different institutions, government-owned institutions, and partner also with private institutions to ensure that young people in their different institutions are given knowledge so that they can make the right choices.
Residents of Lagasa in Ibejuleki area of Lagos have appealed to the state government and President Muhammadu Buhari to come to their aid over alleged illegal dredging in their community. The residents, who made this appeal during a peaceful protest, claim they have been harassed and attacked by thugs working for one of the dredging companies.
Minister for Mines has called us down to Abuja. We narrated everything to him, and even Minister himself knows what is going. What he just said is that Dili should allow people to dredge there. If you don't know about dredging, you should go back to the motor business. That is what we heard from the minister on that day. But since when we came back, he's still terrorizing us.
Our community is very, very cooperative with anybody doing business in this community. But in this case, about dredging or what the daily motors, there's complaint here and there. People, there's no rest of mind in Lagasa again. Today, gunmen are in the community. Tomorrow, policemen are in the community, which has not been happening before. This guy did not, comply with the people of the entire community. But if he has those, there will be no problem in the community. He's not the first person dredging in this community. We have a lot of people that have been coming before now. But in his own time, we have problem in the community here and there.
We have been called in Abuja. We attended. The Minister of Cadastral and Mining addressed us. And they asked him to show his cadastral consent, which he did. And the community leader and the chiefs find out the cadastral is fraud and it was not signed by the community. And there was nowhere a cadastral will be issued to a particular person without the consent of the community.
Meanwhile, in a swift reaction, Chairman of Dili Motors Limited, Okudili Omeyora, refuted the claims, explaining that he had served the community a letter inviting them to a meeting with the mines office, which got them upset.
The community is who signed my consent for me. Those other people, they are the illegal operators. And what happened is that the federal mines and steel, they put a stop work order and told them to evacuate my title because I'm the legal owner of the title in Lagasa. Are you understanding? What's going on now is we even went to Federal Ministry of Mines. The minister called for a meeting for everybody, April 14th. Everybody went to Abuja. Those leaders you saw, they never believed that the ballet was going to come. You understand? Because they would think, how would a 99-year-old man come all the way to Abuja? So they thought that they were going to have the upper hand and say whatever they want to say, and nobody will believe what I'm saying. But I had people carry the ballet into the plane, carry him all around. on the wheelchair, carry him into the minister's meeting room. Nobody ever believed that Bale will come. And when Bale started talking, none of them could talk. Are you understand what I'm saying? My people have raised time making placards. The Bale is going to be there. The other Bales, other sides of the community will be there, because the problem with Lagasa is divided because they're in court. Are you understanding? The children are in court with the Bale, so they're fighting over land. You know, when a Bale is 99 years old now, it's not easy now.
A recent report by the National Bureau of Statistics has revealed that about 13 million passengers traveled through Nigerian airports in 2021, which represents a growth rate of 43.41% from 9 million recorded in 2020. The NBS Air Transportation Report for 2021 stated that the total number of arrivals in 2021 stood at 6.5 million, which was higher compared to the 4.9 million recorded in 2020, and that departures stood at 6.5 million in 2021 compared to 4.2 million in 2020. The report added that 2.2 million international passengers passed through Nigerian airports in 2021 as against 1.4 million passengers in 2020. It represents a 57.61% growth rate. The Nigeria Police Force has said that the husband of the late gospel singer Osinachi Nwachukwu, Peter Nwachukwu, has not been charged to court because the police await the outcome of post-mortem examinations on the deceased to ascertain the cause of death. Force Public Relations Officer Olumiyiwa Adejobi, while giving an update on the matter, said that Inspector General of Police Usman Baba received the Minister of Women Affairs, Dame Pauline Talin, in his office to discuss, among other things, the plight of women in Nigeria, particularly in relation to gender and domestic-based violence. Addressing the minister, the IGP noted that Osinachi's death was heartbreaking, and information from sources close to the family and independent witnesses fingered her husband, Peter Nwachukwu, as being responsible for her death. South Africa military deployed to flood-ravaged KwaZulu-Natal province. Details when we return.
Creative Industry Power presents one event, 4 locations, 7 days, 10 countries, 168 hours of fun in the city of Lagos. It's the Creative Industry Festival, C-Fest, from the 1st of May to the 7th of May, 2022. Get ready to rock and be rocked the creative way. For more details, visit www.festival.creativeindustrygroup.ng.com. For advert bookings and exhibition stands, call 0913-569-9010. Maximum security guaranteed. C-Fest 2022, powered by Creative Industry Power.
Supported by PlusTvAfrica.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
Welcome back. You're watching News Now on Plus TV Africa. The African Union, the AU, has donated $150,000 towards relief efforts following the devastating floods in South Africa's KwaZulu-Natal province. More than 440 people died in the floods which swept through the province last week. The floods also caused massive damage to infrastructure. Announcing the donation, AU Commission Chairman Musa Faki Mahamat said the body reaffirmed its support for South Africa during this difficult time. Denmark has confirmed that it is in talks with Rwanda about transferring asylum seekers there, following a similar move announced by the UK last week. Denmark, which has introduced increasingly harsh immigration policies in the last decade, passed a law last year that allows refugees arriving in Danish soil to be moved to asylum centers in a particular country. The move drew criticism from human rights advocates, the United Nations, and the European Commission. Meanwhile, the Kenyan police have launched a manhunt for the Ethiopian boyfriend of a 28-year-old Damaris Muthia after the body of the female athlete was found with stab wounds in the town of Eton, famous for its center for long-distance runners. Police say Mutua, 28, who was born in Kenya but competed for Bahrain, is the second female athlete to be killed in Eton in a year. Last year, Kenyans were shocked by the killing of Olympic runner Agnes Tirop. And Liberia's health ministry has confirmed an outbreak of measles affecting 14 of the 15 counties in the country. Chief Medical Officer Francis Catch said there were reports of deaths in the wake of the outbreak, but he was not sure if they were all measles related. He said that the outbreak was a result of low immunization rates, as many parents stopped taking their children for vaccination since the outbreak of the COVID-19 epidemic. And giant tech Google has announced that it will build its first African Product Development Center in Kenya's capital, Nairobi. Managing Director for Google in Africa, Nitin Gijia, said by 2030, Africa will have 800 million internet users, and Google is committed to accelerating Africa's digital transformation through enabling human capital. In 2018, the company announced a $1 billion investment plan for Africa to capitalize on the growing number of internet users on the continent. And women, children, and people with disabilities were evacuated from the eastern Ukrainian town of Vundyha as Russian attacks left the town on fire. In a statement, the National Police of Ukraine said that approximately 40 people were evacuated from Vladimir, with some of them transported to Ukraine's central eastern Dnipro region. In a video released by the National Police of Ukraine, people were seen in coaches and cars as they prepared to flee the town, which is 62 miles north of the port city of Mariupol. European Council President Charles Michel has met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky during a surprise visit to Kyiv, intended to show solidarity with Ukraine during the Russian invasion. Michel's trip followed visits this month to Kyiv by European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, European Union Foreign Policy Chief Joseph Borrell, and European Parliament President Roberta Metsola. Michel, the head of the European Council that represents the European Union's 27 member states, described the damage he saw during his visit to Brodyanka, northwest of the Ukrainian capital Kyiv, as atrocities. The United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has separately asked Russian President Vladimir Putin and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to receive him to discuss steps to bring about peace following Moscow's invasion of its neighbor. UN spokesman Stephane Dujarric said separate letters were handed to the permanent missions of Russia and Ukraine on Tuesday afternoon, asking Putin to receive Guterres in Moscow and Zelensky to receive him in Kyiv. Moscow's invasion of Ukraine, the biggest attack on a European state since 1945, has killed or wounded thousands. More than 12 million people need humanitarian assistance in the country today, Guterres said.
On Ukraine, I can tell you that yesterday afternoon, separate letters were handed over to the permanent missions of the Russian Federation and Ukraine. In these letters, the Secretary General asked President Vladimir Putin to receive him in Moscow and President Vladimir Zelensky to receive him in Kiev. The Secretary General said, at this time of great peril and consequence, he would like to discuss urgent steps to bring about peace in Ukraine and the future of multilateralism based on the Charter of the UN and international law. He noted that both Ukraine and the Russian Federation are founding members of the United Nations and have always been strong supporters of the UN.
Up next, World Bank says fuel subsidy puts Nigerian economy at high risk. That's in business news after this short break.
And in business news, the Central Bank of Nigeria sold a sum of 18.03 billion naira in forex to various FX windows in 2021, representing an 18.6% decline when compared to $22.16 billion sold in 2020, and a 36.9% drop against $36.9 billion recorded in 2019. The decline is following the stringent FX liquidity concern ravaging the Nigerian economy since the COVID-19 pandemic struck in 2020. Also, the decline could be attributed to the halt in the sale of dollars to Bureau de change operators in July 2021. The Central Bank of Nigeria has since been funding a huge chunk of Nigeria's FX obligation in a bid to maintain stability in the local currency. The currency has continued to depreciate at the black market on the back of sustained increased demand for FX and dwindling forex inflow. The National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, says about 13 million passengers traveled through Nigeria airports in 2021. The figure represents a growth rate of 43.41% from 9 million recorded in 2020. The NBS disclosed this in its recent air transportation report for 2021, released on Wednesday. According to the report, the total number of arrivals in 2021 stood at 6.5 million, which was higher compared to 4.9 million recorded in 2020. Oil prices rebounded on Wednesday as a drop in U.S. oil inventories and concerns over tighter supplies from Russia and Libya drove a recovery from the previous session sharp losses. Brent crude futures rose 66%, or 0.6% to $107.91 per barrel. The front-month WTI crude futures contract, which expires on Wednesday, rose 78 cents or 0.8% to $103.34 per barrel, while the second-month contracts gained 69 cents to $102.74. The two main benchmark had fallen by 5.2% in a volatile trading on Tuesday after the International Monetary Fund (IMF) cut its global growth forecast by nearly a full percentage point, citing the economic impact of Russia's war in Ukraine. A slump in shares of streaming giant Netflix pointed to a lower open for the Nasdaq on Wednesday, although the other two indexes looked set to extend gains as investors focus on earnings and clues on U.S. interest rate. Netflix Incorporated slumped 27.4% in the pre-market trading and dragged down Disney, Roku, and Warner Bros. Discovery after it blamed inflation, the Ukraine war, and fierce competition for subscriber loss for the first time in more than a decade. It was not all doom and gloom as IT giant IBM Corporation rose 2.6% after saying it expected to hit the top end of its revenue growth forecast for 2022, even as it flagged a $300 million knocked revenue from suspension of its Russian business. And that's it on the business news. Many thanks for watching. I am Mercy Boko.
Well, thank you, Mercy. The very best in entertainment is up next.
The governor of Anambra State, Professor Charles Soludo, has appointed popular Nollywood actor Bob Manuel Udoko as a special advisor on entertainment, leisure, and tourism. This was announced in a statement signed by the Commissioner for Information and Public Enlightenment, Paul Nwosu. Soludo also approved the appointment of Mr. Chike Anyanu as Managing Director, Anambra State Housing Development Corporation. Bob Manuel had previously served as a Senior Special Assistant on Creative Media during the administration of Peter Obi and as an aide to the immediate past governor, Willie Obiano. A Los Angeles County Superior Court judge sentenced the man convicted in the murder of Jacqueline Evans to more than 150 years to life in prison, saying he shot a highly vulnerable 81-year-old woman in the back and then giggled about it afterward. Judge Catherine said that after fatally shooting Evans, a well-known philanthropist, Ariel Maynor, fired multiple times at an unarmed security guard as he fled the Beverly Hills home. She sentenced Maynor to 150 years to life for murder, with 3 strikes enhancement plus a consecutive 40 years for his other crimes. Before the sentence was handed down, Deputy District Attorney Victor Avila played a recording of Maynor in the Los Angeles County Jail, in which he called a female friend and laughed about the December 1st killing and the publicity surrounding it. Actor Johnny Depp took the stand in a Fairfax, Virginia court in his defamation case against his ex-wife Amber Heard. In his roughly 3-hour testimony, the Oscar-nominated star spoke in detail about Heard's allegations of domestic abuse, his history with substance abuse, and their relationship. Depp acknowledged in his testimony that he and Heard had arguments during their relationship and said, "Never did I myself reach the point of striking Miss Heard in any way, nor have I ever struck any woman in my life." He also described his parents' tumultuous relationship and the verbal and physical abuse he and his siblings experienced by their mother. He also alleged that his first experience with taking controlled substance occurred when he was roughly 11 years old and would take his mother's prescription pills to escape the chaotic nature of what he was living in at the time. Depp claims Heard's up-heard led to financial losses for him, including being dropped from future Pirates of the Caribbean films after he led the franchise for 15 years.
Well, up next is sports news.
Hello and welcome to Sports News on Plus TV Africa. The infamous jersey worn by Diego Armando Maradona during his 1986 quarter-final match against England, while scoring the most controversial goal in football history through what is popularly known as the Hand of God, is set to go up for auction. The Hand of God shirt is on display at Sotheby's in London and available for viewing before it is offered at auction. The jersey worn by the Argentine as he controversially handled the ball in order to score against England and knock them out of the competition is a piece of football history that is sure to fetch a pretty penny. The goal that many English fans still consider a robbery of their chance to win their second World Cup in the nation's history established the Argentine's legend and elevated him to the level of cult hero back in his home country. Now, Russian players will not be allowed to compete at Wimbledon this year due to Moscow's invasion of Ukraine, according to a report on Tuesday, April 19th. Earlier this month, the All England Lawn Tennis Club, AELTC, which organizes the Grass Court Grand Slam, said it was in talks with the British government on the participation of players from Russia and Belarus. The organizers said it planned to announce a decision in mid-May, ahead of the entry deadline for the July 27th from the June 27th to July 10th tournament. A ban on Russian players would prevent world number 2 Daniil Medvedev and Andrei Rublev, ranked 8th, from competing in the men's draw. Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova is 15th in the women's rankings. Tennis governing bodies banned Russia and Belarus from international team competitions following the invasion. Individual players are allowed to compete on tours, but not under the name or flag of their countries. Jimmy Butler produced a near-flawless 45-point masterclass to help the Miami Heat take a 2-0 series lead against the Atlanta Hawks. The 6-time NBA All-Star also had 0 turnovers or fouls as the Heat ran out 115-105 winners on Tuesday. Butler came up clutch with a personal 7-0 run in the fourth quarter to seal a playoff high performance, eclipsing his previous best of 40. Game 3 is in Atlanta on Saturday.
Leak out, catch, Butler, slam! Half-court set, Lowry, knock away, Collins sets up, Trae Young all alone for the layup. 15 advantage for Miami. Dwayne Dedman is in, Young hits it for 3. And what you may see, Hero high screen, Dedman. Nice look, Butler finishes, and Vincent bounce, step in, and a steal. Okongwu flying through the air. Big chance with Vincent. Well, he's not going to get a chance because it's Hero now on the switch. Young, step back, Jay. Rims in for Trae Young. Ooh. Strus ahead. What a pass to Butler. 7-90 Miami. Swing. Bogdanovich. Oh, he's locked in. Bogdanovich
allows him now to get some good looks at the rim.
Butler steps in for the steal and slam. Butler with a shot clock winding down. Fires. Oh yeah!
And that's all the sports news we have for you for now. Join us next time. My name is Mikhail Tinubu. Have a good night.
And the main news again. Lagos State government shuts down Chrisland School, says sharing child pornography attracts 14 years in jail. Human Rights Writers Association of Nigeria. That's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I am Maureen Menong-Wezigwe. Thanks for watching.
A very good day to you. I hope you're having fun wherever you are right now. And of course, it is the biggest entertainment show on the planet where we bring you dope vibes, good energy, and of course, dope narrations and analysis of the biggest entertainment story. Like I said earlier, I hope you guys are ready for today's show because, of course, I always have my guy, my family with me in the studio, you know, ready to do this with me. You ready today, Lily?
Yeah, I am. If everyone's good.
I'm all right, man. It's not a very good morning, but yes, it's a very good day.
We are looking dapper, though.
Oh, shit, yes. Yeah. Thank you. Normal levels.
Right.
Anyways, man, it's good to have you on the show again.
Yeah.
How you doing, though?
I'm doing good.
Did you get some rest now?
Yeah, I did get a
little
bit
bit, right?
of rest. Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to as well. Anyways, you guys know you can join the conversation by calling in on 0909-8408-8408 to share your opinions on trending discussion. And of course, yeah, when you guys call in, that's what makes us happy. So please try to call in today. But of course, you know, I'll do it on the show. We'll bring you the trending videos for the day. So let's see the first one.